We are Legion.
Hey everybody, I'm not Mark. I'm not Mark, blah, blah, blah. Community hangout time. It's Friday. You guys all on the East Coast are sleepy. Mark's on vacation. I'm up bright and early, got nothing better to do. Mark gave me the keys to his kingdom. So here we are. It's time for the Friday community hangout. But first, that's right, everybody. We are Legion. I am Rob Fat Stacks of Comics here. What's Friday if you don't have yourselves a little community hangout? Hopefully, if you're check out that link in the Legion of Comics Instagram thread there, you can hop on in and join, and we can hang out and do our Friday morning thing. Life will feel whole because all you guys that were out there in the Instagram chat were feeling a little run down, missing Mark. Mark's got to take a vacation, though. The man is, deserves to spend some time with the family, enjoy himself. So that's where we're at. In the meantime, let's also remind everybody about the upcoming, he's got the giveaway, team up with DJ Links there. Continue to be a channel member here. Also, if you're not, also be a member over on the LinkedIn. Linked DJ Links channel. BTC's got all his comic book needs for your, exclusives, whatever else. And don't forget, if you Justin Comics, super fast turnaround time, $10 per book. Submit directly to CGCBS. Use your code We Are Legion. There, I think we paid his bills for him. Oh hey, what the hell? Don't forget, you can join the channel membership now. We Are Legion. There we go. All right, we've paid the bills. We're back here. Mr. Pocan Joe, good morning to you, sir. I hope that you're having a fine morning. It's damn early for me out here on the West Coast. It's 5 o'clock in the morning now. I meant to wake up at 4, so I could have been here at the proper 4:30 start time, but I overslept again. What did I even do? It's one of those things where, in order to get to this show this early in the morning, typically I don't even sleep in bed. I sleep in the recliner here, so I don't disturb my wife, because that's how a nice guy I am. But we had a good time having a lot of stuff. San Diego Comic-Con's going on, right? We've seen some vids coming out there, a lot of exclusives rolling out. I don't know if any of you picked up any of the exclusives out of the Comic-Con. I see a lot of facilitators and people basically going in line and grabbing those things up and then turn around and immediately flipping them, not even on YouTube and stuff or on eBay, but they're just immediately selling them on Instagram or Facebook groups and stuff, reselling them really fast, which, hey, bonus to them. It is Friday, and we did do it. Whatever it is. Wait a second. Did I just admit to doing something I shouldn't have admitted to? Well, I hijacked Mark's channel, so there we are. Yeah, it is Friday. We did it. We made it to the end. It's time to celebrate and have a community hangout. That's what I thought. Anyways. Let's see what else going on here. Comic-Con big thing. I don't know if you guys seen any big news out of there. I haven't had even chance to pay attention to what's going on in the news coming out of there. Because well, too busy at work. Um, so I know we got our issue with I guess Henry Cavill's there. And rumor has it that the man is going to be announcing that they're going to still be. He's going to be involved. I guess they're going to. I guess the rumors are he's going to announce Man of Steel 2. So that'll make Mark super happy. Yeah, he's the guy who plays that guy there. Is anybody else? I don't know. Everybody just likes to. You can just sit here and watch me flounder. How's that? I'm kind of like a fish that way, I suppose. What else is going on? San Diego Comic-Con news. What's let's see. Actually, 2022, huh? News 2022. Let's see what else is happening there. Marvel 2022 Day 1 recap. What a kickoff here. Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Disney Television revealed additional voice cast for Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Interesting. So I guess that's animated show in the works. Yep, absolutely. And we got, Deadpool and Logan arrive on Disney Plus. Wolverine and the Merc with the Mouth are headed to Disney Plus. Announced Deadpool 2. That's just movies that already exist. So those are coming to Disney Plus. I know that's right. Somebody was wondering if that announcement was meant as a teaser, potentially for number 3. Good question. Okay, it doesn't look like anything else interesting there out of day 1 out of Marvel. What else we got going on over in the San Diego Comic-Con news? Trailers for Dungeons and Dragons? No, don't care. I know I shouldn't be saying that. Apparently, there's a large number of people who are still into Dungeons and Dragons. As just doesn't mean as much to me now as it did when I was a kid. Amazon did order a 3rd season of Wheel of Time. Given that only 1 season is done, that means I guess we got at least 2 more. The third season will be based on the 4th book. So if you're into Wheel of Time, I know that's big news. Another National Treasure movie was announced. That's kind of crazy, but I guess Harvey Keitel's returning in it, but no official word yet on Nicolas Cage. Gotham Knights Batgirl trailer showed Barbara Gordon stepping in to fill the Batman void. So I guess Batman's missing. Didn't they already do that with like Batgirl TV show? I'm not sure. Anyways. Teen Wolf, the movie. So what, they're going to redo Teen Wolf, I guess? Sarah Michelle Gellar trades vampires or werewolves joining the Teen Wolf universe. The Dungeons and Dragons movie first trailer is stuffed with all kinds of things that make D&D fun. Oh, in other words, there's no dice rolling because everybody knows that dice rolling isn't a fun part of the dice are always out to get me. Let's see. What else? Experts, Marvel's big MCU panel. What to expect? Black Panther, She-Hulk. Is there nothing exciting there? That's what to expect. That's not news. Some of these people I don't understand. You tell me, here's an article that tells me about news, and then you're going to tell me what to expect. Your speculation of what you think is going to be announced isn't news any more than this right here isn't news either. This is just a community hangout. This is me filling void because we're 10 minutes in here and nobody's decided to come on and join the Legion chat, which means it may end very shortly too, because I'm not very good at filling void for this long period of time. In radio, this is where we would just, you would have had a program ahead of time, or you'd play a record. I can't get Mark any copyright strikes. I'm sure as hell not going to sing. So there you are. What else? We got some major news coming on Rob Stack's channel next week. Stick around for an announcement of that. It's going to monumentally shift the show, or I shouldn't say the show. It's going to monumentally be a monumental change to the channel. So that's coming this Saturday. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow is Saturday. I'll be over on Slab Hub on my channel. Chris the Comic Vet will join me, and we will have our guest, Bub from Bub's World, will be on. So that's good. Yeah, I'll get you tie locks. Hold on. Definitely, without a doubt. Locks. Do do do. Yeah. There you are, sir. And let's see. I don't know. No new books for the wall. Although I did order I did recently place an order for an amazing Australian Buck Rogers book. Super excited for that to come in. Um, when it does, you can be sure we'll have to check it out because it is it's a 1940s Buck Rogers, and it's got robot cover. Or 19, I guess it's actually, I guess technically the book is 1950, but it's a pretty nice book. Yeah. See, you guys got me at the end. I don't have any cool books laying about. Thank God Tylocks is here. How often have you heard that? Thank God.
Never in my life. Oh man. Like I was like, what's he doing? Is he here by himself? Oh, I gotta save him.
Thank you. Yeah, I was like, everybody's in the chat with this morning. It's like, oh, where is it? Where's it going? Where is it? And I'm fine. I'll go fire it up for him. And then it's like, oh, crickets. Oh, you guys just want to watch me suffer. Thanks.
I was about to say, where's Mark?
He's on vacation.
SDCC?
No, he's just
vacation.
Yeah, vacation.
Okay.
He moved. He recently moved and then decided it's a great time to take a vacation in the middle of a move. So
as one does.
And you know what?
I've moved
Proper
a lot
job.
in my life, and it definitely warrants a vacation.
I enjoyed mine last month immensely. It was nice to unplug from that and not care.
It's nice. It must, yeah. It's nice. I'm getting there.
The old "my give a damn" was busted, right?
Yep. I'm actually thinking about, since I missed Heroes Con, just booking a cabin up in the woods for a weekend that I'm off. Ooh. No, nothing. Just me, a grill,
again, a gun.
Pot.
Huh? Me, a grill, a coffee pot, and a gun.
Yeah. That's right. Maybe a few.
Everything I can catch. That's it.
Yeah. If it comes down to it. The place looks pretty nice, and so yeah, I'm thinking about pulling the trigger on that, considering it seems like people aren't wanting to book stuff right now, which is weird.
Yeah, well, there's there's kind of like a combination of, I think there's a lot of the travel stuff is being hyped up as being bad, but you got just another round of the virus going around. But hey, cabin out in the woods, you don't have to worry about the virus.
Yep, and literally, it's just going to be like just me. That way, there's no work, there's nobody. I might even shut my phone off for the weekend. I've debated it, but I mean, out there in the woods, I might not have a choice. So
yeah, exactly. That way, when you fall over and die, it'll just be the next person that runs the cabin that discovers you.
Exactly. I mean, you never know. It could be the fact that I just keep running is the fact that it's life that keeps me running once I take a break. It's all over. Buddy's like, well, I'm done now. See you guys later. I'm checking out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. Have you seen any of the exclusives and stuff out of SDCC that anything
Not,
excite you?
I haven't seen any of them.
Uh,
Let me look. Let me look. I'm pretty sure I can just type it into the old
well, yeah, I
Googling.
mean, so far I've seen all of Alex Ross, but I've got some of those, the SDCC. These guys, they release these San Diego Comic-Con exclusive books or whatever, but then they have them and they're selling them, but they're selling them online and stuff before even Comic-Con hits, right? So it's like,
Wait, this says unofficial blog. Is this the right site?
I don't know.
It looks like the right site.
But so I've got the Alex Ross San Diego Comic-Con books, or at least two of them. Now I guess there was a third variant that is truly exclusive to the con. It's a pencil sketch variant of the trade dress, but it's like, okay, well, I can do without that. And then I seen that there's an Andy Granoff, A cover for Mandalorian being redone with the or just a pencil version of that and a Virgin trade or Virgin variant. And it's like, okay, well, again, another book that I already have. I don't really need that one. Although if I was there and Addy was there and he was signing them, I might get one. But
yeah.
But otherwise, I don't need to go rush out and buy that. There's some others I've seen. There's a Moon Knight exclusive. There's
there's a Counterpoint, Naughty and Nice number 10 by Eric Basulgio.
Yeah, I can't remember that one. I think I've seen it, but I don't remember what's their parody of. What's their parody of on that one? That Naughty and Nice.
This one looks like two ladies doing something that involves a pair of cutting utensils. It's what I don't think that homages anything unless that's a movie I haven't seen yet.
Usually it is some sort of.
There was another one though. Hold on, there's one more. This one is definitely homaging. I think this is homaging Wild Things by the Nev Campbell. What's her name?
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a while, but.
Let's see what else I can find here, because I literally just clicked on images and it's pulled up a whole bunch of stuff, but it's mostly just pops and sketches, stuff like that. Let's see here.
It's so funny. It's like of all those San Diego Comic-Con exclusives and stuff, I actually am waiting on one, but it has nothing. It was not for me, and it's not a comic, right? It's like my youngest is really into the Monster High dolls, and
okay.
I don't know. Are you familiar with them at all? Or
yeah, I have a niece, and she's into those things too.
So there's a exclusive doll by Mattel that's coming out at the con, and it's like, oh, I want that, Dad. They're like, Dad, do you know anybody going to San Diego Comic-Con? I'm like, oh, I know people, but I don't know know anybody that I would consider a friend. Why? Is there something you want? And it's like turn to the phone. I want this. Like, all right, well, let me see what I can do.
There's a Witchblade book, but I didn't know Witchblade was still running. This has to be old.
Yeah, what year are you looking at?
It doesn't say a year.
1990.
I mean, yeah, it says Image Comics Witchblade number 81 SDCC. But this is definitely an homage to I want to say something to do with Pam Anderson, so it probably is old.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a.
There's some boys exclusives that look pretty cool.
The San Diego Comic-Con 2022 exclusives list.
KRS Comics, The Boys number 1.
KRS Comics. I
was about to say, I know who KRS 1 is. That's my
KRS
boy.
Comics, I like that. No, they're good. KRS Comics is good. They're
Okay.
they started off originally just doing an occasional exclusive variant, but they partner with Black Flag a lot, so they usually have a lot of the Black Flag stuff. Um,
I
and then
can't tell if this is a fold out wraparound thing going on or if it's just 3 individual covers. But either way it goes, Starlight looks awesome in this, and so does Superman knockoff, who's not quite as good. I love how they overpowered that dude, Homelander, and he's still not as powerful as Superman is. We're gonna overpower the crap out of him. Can he land a plane just by landing on the ground with the plane over his head? Nope, can't do that. Well, he's got some work to do. He needs to work on his, arm days or something. Let's see.
there's gonna be a Hot Wheels kit, Knight Rider kit car, $35 for a freaky. It's crazy. $35 for a Hot Wheel. That's insane to me.
What is somebody smoking? Somebody's trying to sell Spawn #2 in a 9.6 on eBay for $8,000, and it's not signed by anyone.
Yeah. People will ask all kinds of things.
Oh my god!
And whether or not they get it, that's the real question.
That's true. This is Grim Fairy Tales. I don't know what year this is. It doesn't say. It's from. Let's see. Who is this? Because this does look interesting. Grim Fairy Tales Volume 2. Oh, I think that's actually. It's the G.I. Joe cosplay Cobra exclusive, where Cobra Commander is smoking hot. I think I see a theme going on here.
There's actually so. Now I get the picture stuff. Let me bring up what's. Let me bring this up.
Oh, okay. Here's a few. Kanto. This one's like a variant that looks like a Magic the Gathering card. Dead End has a variant that looks like Grand Theft Auto. Looks like San Andreas, maybe. Cover swipe, or maybe it just might be 3. There's a Thor one. What is this?
All right, so there's some Bandai toys. We got some Dragon Ball Z stuff and figures.
Okay, yeah.
Godzilla, King Kong versus Godzilla special edition. Some Beast Kingdom, Diamond Select toys. We get ourselves a Phoenix, Avatar, Spider-Man,
nice.
Some John Wick in the VHS packaging.
That's
pretty
cool too. Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Cobra Kai, Johnny Lawrence. I think it's kind of funny, the packaging the characters in VHS stuff. That's kind of funny. Little Mini Mates Transformers 4-pack. That's Death Dealer.
Oh, nice.
Green Hornet enamel pin set. No thanks. Jurassic Park plates. Who cares? Here's your shared retail exclusives Funkos. There's a Spider-Man 2099.
Is that
it's an Amazon. It's just kind of small for people to read, but I can't. Let me see if I can blow it up anymore. Nope, it shrunk it. But yeah, it looks like there's a Spider-Man 2099 in the new outfit. It's the volume 3 Spider-Man 2099. It's an Amazon one, and then there's there's a Tron and Kylo Ren, a bunch of little soda dops. Yeah, I don't know. GameStop's got a black chrysanthem. Oh, there's a penguin in the 1989.
Oh yeah, I did see that one.
In the duck.
Yeah, I actually want that one. That was
That's
really
cool. Yeah.
Is that Bambi down there?
Yeah, yeah. It says Disney on it. Must be. And
It
then
must be.
and there's a Cindy Moon Silk
Look,
and
I'm trying to scroll down on your screen.
Starfire. A He-Man, maybe. I guess that's supposed to be. I don't know. All right. Well, what else is going on? That's a small little window. How you doing there,
What's up,
Thomas?
man? Chop,
Alan
Tyler,
Rue,
Alan, Warlord, Brian.
Brian. Yes, Mr. Brian. Mr. Brian. Oh,
There you go.
Dr. Mindbender. Yeah. Dude
Six
looks like
inch.
he belongs in a questionable nightclub late at night.
Yeah. And
Why are
there's
there
no
so
price
many
tag
men
next to
here?
it.
I don't know.
There's no price tag next to it. That makes me wonder.
To be determined.
Yeah.
Well,
Basically, how
I'm sure it's probably in the same $30 price range as the Black Series Boba Fett.
Okay.
They're both 6-inch figures, so wait a second. Black Series Boba Fett in disguise. What is in disguise about him? That he spray painted his armor? It's black instead of the green?
Well, now everybody knows what he looks like now. So the mystery is gone.
Yeah, I forget that. All right.
And then,
I just
look at that. The Robocop one. Oh, that I need in my life.
ED 209 versus Battle Damaged Robocop 2-pack.
Oh, yeah, that's right up my alley right there. I love the ED 209. That was like one of my favorite parts of the whole movie. How it was like he was supposed to be this unstoppable monster, yet a set of stairs.
Right, yeah. Judge Dredd versus Judge Death. Jeez. Star Wars Micro Galaxy Squadron Holographic TIE Fighter. Okay.
Oh, wow, the Brody Lee. That's nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 1 in 1,000.
No, I think that's 1/1000 scale.
Oh, it's got to be.
But I could be wrong. Maybe there's only 1,000 of them.
Maybe. But that's cool that they did that for him.
It doesn't say. All right, go back. Master Chief, who cares? Squishmallows, whatever. I don't
even know.
Bebop and Rocksteady.
That's nice.
Casey Jones. The 1/24th scale Batmobile and Batman.
Oh. Yeah, that's the new Batman muscle car thing that I really enjoyed about that movie.
This is the dumb one. I've seen this. This is like there's a Mattel's got this place that is like a dinosaur, and it's like the dude with the freaking toilet and the freaking outhouse and stuff. Like, really? I don't know about that. No holds barred. Hulk Hogan versus Tiny Zeus Lister.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah, there's a Hot Wheels Knight Rider kit.
Yep. Not Hot Wheel Ghost Rider.
Oh.
Masters of the Universe 40th Anniversary He-Man versus Skeletor.
Oh, man.
And the Razor Crest. Yeah, the Power of Grayskull, whatever. There's like they don't even show. Oh, this is just some of the stuff because I know that the Mattel Creations has more things that are on their list, but I could cosplay Dr. Mindbender. Yeah, except for the open trench coat thing. Nobody wants to see what I have. Like,
you're a middle-aged Mindbender.
That would definitely be the Mindbender. People would go, oh man, no. Rob Zombie's new Munster Zombo.
I don't know what that is.
Well, I know Rob Zombie is doing the Munsters, but I don't know Zombo.
I don't know that one either.
Either that's a new character or it's a character that I've never paid attention to in any of my youthful watchings of the Munsters. Oh, my 12-inch man thing is going to be on display. Batman the Animated Series 1/6 scale Joker and 1/6 scale Batman. Very cool. The Boba Fett arena suit. Avengers, the Iron Man Mark 85. Man, it takes me a while to do Roman numerals, but I got it. 85.
Yeah.
Matrix Neo.
Like, I love how they did that for the Super Bowl, and I was like, you do know that people are having to like ask around to know what these Roman numerals are.
There's a gold edition of Bumblebee in the classic Bumblebee kind of look. That's kind of cool. Some Thundercats. Oh, the Cobra Bat. Super 7.
Oh, Shogun Godzilla.
Oh, yeah, with the rocket fist.
Yes, and a glow in the dark one.
Damn, yo. That is.
I kind of wish I had the SD card.
And it's even got the old switch on the back to make the tongue flick.
Oh my god!
You can I don't know if you can see it. The little red at the back of his neck.
Yeah, I see it.
That was on that figure in the back. You'd put that his tongue would come out, and then you could fire the rocket fist off of him. Dude, that's awesome.
You might need to hit up a few people.
Super
Hey, my kid wants this, but I want these.
Yeah, really, right? Well, you want yourself your eye of. I don't know. All right. Well, anyways, that's enough of that shit.
Yeah, that's enough of making me drool.
Yeah, really. It's like, okay, maybe there are some cool. Well, there's some cool toys. We didn't even get into the comics though. That was the toys. I was like,
could you imagine?
Oh my goodness gracious! What are you gonna do? Yeah. So you're talking about going off in the woods? No other little like local cons or anything planned?
There's SC Comic-Con Junior, which they've started doing because of like all the stuff that was going on. But I don't know how much longer that's going to last. But they're doing a junior one that's going to be like a 1-day con or something like that. It'll probably be like on a Saturday or something like that. But I don't like. I'm subscribed to them on it, or I'm following them on Instagram, and I've only seen them post one person as like a person who's going to be there signing stuff, and I have no idea who this person is. So I mean, double check just to make sure they haven't added anybody else. I'm sure Mike Grail will be there. I'm sure Andy Smith will be there because they're local. They're always at our SC Comic Cons.
Mr. Pocan Joe, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta go to this mode. I can't have none of that narrow 3. That's just annoying.
Morning, gents. How y'all doing today?
Oh, now that you're here, sir, everything seems more right. Because now we can have a cup of Joe while we talk to Joe.
There you go. It's symmetry in motion.
That's right. Yeah, I understood. I understand what you were going through the Mindbender thing, but I really don't think anybody wants to see me shirtless.
I'm just saying, man. Dump the
goatee, go to the mustache. Yeah, right.
Dump that. Get the cape,
get a monocle,
and then do the thing they do in 300, where it looks like they have abs, but they really don't, and just walk through a Comic-Con, see what happens, man.
I was about to say you could do like Gore does, and just do like a bodysuit. So you just like airbrush the abs, or you could just airbrush the abs on yourself. That would be great too. It's just like, what are you talking about? I
was thinking because even my wife doesn't want to see that. So it's like so no, honey, turn the light off first. I don't. Or leave your shirt off until you get into bed and turn the light off, and then maybe. Oh my goodness! So I got coming up in my area. The one I'm excited about from after last year was we have a little San Jose Comic-Con, which is like a little 1-day, in the hotel ballroom type thing. So it's truly kind of old school, despite the fact that San Jose is a big, rather large city in the grand scheme of things, right? I was looking through who they've announced so far, and last time they didn't announce too many guests until the last minute. So we got Tony, and they're not going to be big guys generally, but although we had last time, we did have Frank Cho and Sam De La Rosa. Those were the kind of the two big names. We got Tony Harris, who's artist painter known for Starman, Iron Man, Ex Machina, nominated for 5 Eisner Awards.
Right.
Scott Shaw, just a oddball comics. Dan Brenton, or no, Breerton. I'm sorry, I can't even read. I don't know his name, so I guess he has some stuff. Best known and loved creator-owned property Nocturnals, with a hardcover omnibus for Dark Horse Comics. Okay, whatever.
I was about to say, I just found their list, and I pretty much hit the nail on the head. So Dan Fraga,
Yeah.
who I don't recognize from anything. I don't know if you guys know him from anything. And Andy Smith has already confirmed he's going to be there because he lives in Greenville. So he's at all our cons. So
Yeah, you get the little local guys, right?
Yeah, he's one of the local guys. So that's who they've got confirmed so far. They have a picture up of Neil Adams, although I do not know why.
Well, I think wishful thinking. Maybe they're going to do a seance later.
Just dig them up and wheel them in.
I was about to say, in this state, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll just do a seance, and here we're going to have Neil Adams. We're going to have George Perez.
Yeah,
Bringing them all back.
Wait, I'll channel him for you, and I'll do some art for you. It's going to be $3,000 because it's really hard to channel them. But just want to warn you that sometimes because of the connection, when I'm channeling them, the art may look a little bit different than you're used to.
It may look like a sketch I just did 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So,
that'd be exactly how it's done, right?
mm-hmm. Actually, the only other thing that I've kind of gotten worked is I've reached out to Daniel Warren Johnson's people to see if he would do a commission for me. I'm wanting to get him to do my Spawn #1 blank cover.
Nice.
And I think he would do a nice job. He might be into that.
Yeah, I've got several pieces out. Well, I got one piece that's supposed to be on its way back. Hold on. So sorry. Please continue to discuss amongst yourselves. Don't wait for me. Hold on the conversation on my account. Why can't?
I just picked up and Rob, you probably have heard this. I don't know if that much like Golden Age or not, but I finally got my hands on the Purple Claw #1.
I don't even know what that is.
Nice.
Yes, it's a Golden Age comic book villain.
That would be wild.
Yeah, I wish I could. The problem is I'm on my work computer right now, so because I technically start work in like 20 minutes, so it's like I don't have like all my passwords and stuff to be able to get to some of the things. But like I got a Dan Reba Batman animated sketch cover coming back. I got a Ji Hung Lee commission that's out, and Olivia Romandali commission. Livio's doing that Magnus Robot Fighter versus Shockwave, and some of the I don't know. I'm trying to think. I think Ji Hung Lee. He's doing a Spider Gwen cover on a Edge of the Spider-Verse facsimile blank. Some of the others I'm not sure. I know that the Batman Adventures one, the Reba, I don't know what the character is. I kind of just said, hey, one of these like characters, whichever you want. Give them some constraint, but at the same time give them some free reign, so they feel like they get to pick and maybe give you something a little bit extra because they get to choose for themselves and not
Right.
be constrained
Yeah.
into a box.
I like that idea with the Magnus Fighter and Shockwave. I thought that was a good decision. That will come out. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, well, when I sent it to when I talked to him about it, Nurse said, "Hey, look, it's a Magnus Robot Fighter book. I want to do Magnus Robot Fighter in the classic Dell Comics outfit, not the Valiant stuff. And I would just want him to be like fighting one of these Transformers. And I'm thinking, coming whatever, but leave that design to you." I said, but of the Transformers, well, obviously there's some fun, some humor with a Magnus versus Ultra Magnus would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
I said, but at the same time, just feel like he should be fighting a Decepticon and not an Autobot.
Yeah.
So I said, I guess give you a choice. He could be, Megatron Gen 1, Gen 1 Megatron, Shockwave, Soundwave,
Soundwave,
Devastator,
Well,
and stuff. And he's like, the first thing he got back from was like, dude, Devastator would be awesome, but the scale of Devastator versus
yeah,
a human would be out of whack. So let's take Devastator off the table. And then
What's up, Brad?
then he came back and he's like, oh, dude, you know what it would be? I would love to do Shockwave. And I'm all right, Shockwave it is.
That's a good.
No love for Starscream.
Yeah,
Starscream's
was kind of
a fighter though. He's always been like a run away and complain about it kind of character.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He's just like Cobra Commander. Even sounds like him. If you
He
get that,
does.
we can be friends.
I kind of, of the next tier down of characters I like was going to be like somebody like Shrapnel from the Insecticons. For some reason, like they were Shrapnel and Bombshell, and them. They were like for some reason in my head, like I had some kind of weird affinity for the Insecticons as a kid.
Yeah, everybody did. They were cool. They were the ones that could fly, and they always had guns on their arms. And
Well, yeah, I think it was actually a little more simple than that. It's like growing up, like my parents were weird. Okay, it's like because my dad there was a lot of weird rules in our house for toys that you could have or couldn't have, and didn't always make sense. Like it started off in some case of logic, like we couldn't have toy guns in the house because my dad was a cop, and there were guns in the house because of that, and he just was like, I want to make sure there's no question. There's no toy guns, right? It's like, okay, fine, fair enough. And that then by my mom's standard extended down to like, oh, well, you can't have G.I. Joes and you can't have this and stuff. But Star Wars was cool. We could have Star Wars. Now, I mean, aside from the fact that they weren't as articulate, is there really any difference between Star Wars and G.I. Joe? We got two sides. And the kids
realistic guns and tanks and stuff like that. The other one was like this space woo.
At the end of the day, though, there were soldiers with guns and you were shooting each other. There was only one way to play Star Wars, right? Set up the two different sides and have them fight each other. What else were you doing? You weren't going like nobody was sitting there playing like freaking Han Solo and Princess Leia sitting at home. Oh, what would you like for dinner tonight, dear? Oh, I don't know. How about I
think my sister did that actually.
Let me go take the dog out for a walk. It's like no. But so Transformers was one of those ones that was on the list that we couldn't have, but we had GoBots.
I think that was a financial decision with your family.
It could have been, but those are some of those decisions you don't really know as a kid what's going on some of those things, right? You're just, anyways. But my grandmother one time, took us to the store one day. She's like, "What do you want?" She's going to get a toy, any toy you want. Grandma said, "Any toy we want." What's something that Mom wouldn't let us have, right? And so
the rules in her house don't apply to the rules in your house.
And we were at like Long's drugstore. And so you're limited on what toys are there, and we roll over there and like, oh, look at that, there's some Insecticons. And so, I got like Kickback and my brother got Bombshell. And so we had two of the three, and we were just like ecstatic. And my mom again got really irked about that we worked the system. But so I guess that was kind of like my connection to the Insecticons initially. But then of course you trade later on as kids, and I ended up trading. Next thing you know, I had a Perceptor, and then like I had like a, then I got a Soundwave and a couple of just trading around. And
I was thinking
anyways,
about that Robot Magnus thing and GoBots versus Transformers. I was thinking it would be kind of funny to have Robot Magnus defeated, that are all ripped apart and destroyed, saying you're nothing but second rate.
oh yeah, that would have been funny to have like, hey, can you put them against like Copter or something?
It's a ridiculous GoBot where you just flipped it upside
Or leader
down.
one. Was that is it leader one?
Mhm.
Just like, that would be great. If I had thought a little bit better ahead, but what are you gonna do?
Oh,
I was just so
like I said, when we first started talking about it, I was like, I could see him destroy like the Transformers are like, and maybe you make a comic book out of it. I don't know, but because it's very detailed. But I was like, the Transformers are like, hey, we don't want to fight GoBots. Magnus, take care of our light work. Like that.
yeah. I think the reason I immediately went to just the Transformers and didn't think about anything, because part of me would love to have him fighting like Robbie the Robot or something else, some of these classic sci-fi robots, right?
Yeah.
But it was Livio I knew that he has commission lists open, and he does a ton of Transformer stuff, and it's great work when you check out his stuff. He's just really kind of known for doing the Transformers, so it was like, okay. Otherwise, otherwise you go, well, do you do a Gundam? Do you do what do you?
Yeah, you just go
I mean,
crazy.
you could just have a battle royale. It could be like Gundam, GoBots, Transformers, Magnus Robot Fighter.
If you were doing a big,
ROM,
a big piece
ROM
of a
Space
big,
Knight.
yeah. I mean, if you're doing a big piece, sure, but you're doing a comic book cover.
That's
There's only so much space unless you want to have like a lot of itty bitty figures. It's like with minimal detail, and on commissions, like every character you put in there is like another.
Yeah, it starts raising in price too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would, sure, a wrestling ring with a Royal Rumble with like all these different Magnus in there by himself. Magnus in there by himself. There's a Robocop. There's a friggin' Transformer. There's a Gundam. There's a sure over the top rope. It's just
Ultron, all that good stuff.
you just have Magnus sit and say, "You're over the top rope. You're out of here." With some big old
good.
beads on.
Now it's decided. Now you're getting a whole big piece instead of just a comic book. There you go. You're welcome.
There you go. Yeah. That's that's very meta too. While we're at it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there you are. Anyways, I want to thank everybody in the chat who's here watching, lingering right now. Don't forget, Legion of Comics is much better when Mark's here. Yeah, but it's much better when you guys are here too. I see Burke's doing a raffle today.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he's got his Marvel Spotlight number 5
Mm-hmm.
and a CBCS
Actually,
5.5.
I'm thinking about doing it, but then at the same time, I think I only have enough money for one spot, and my luck is not good enough where I'd be like, I'll just get the one spot, and then
A 1 in 42 shot. Yeah.
Yeah. And my odds aren't that good.
Hey, you say life is better with Legion of Comics, and there he is. Good morning to you, sir. I hope you don't mind. Hope you don't mind me stepping up and bringing joy to these Legionnaires.
Not at all. Not at all. Admin of the Year award goes to Rob.
We paid your bills too, so we did that part this morning when you watched the rewind.
I'm beat today.
Yeah, we have big vacation thus far.
It's been really chill, but yesterday was a long day. It was like we went to the water park 2 days in a row. That is not recommended for anybody.
I bet the kids slept well though.
They woke up before me. They also went to bed a long time before me because me and my oldest stayed up to watch them. We watched Old School. She's never seen Old School with Vince Vaughn. So, she's 14.
You're my boy, Blue.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we stayed up to like, I don't know, late. She was just rolling on the floor laughing the whole time. It was completely worth it.
The part where Will Ferrell was streaking and he ran on stage and
Going
like
to the quad to the gymnasium.
he turned and looked at Snoop, and Snoop's like, I will fucking punch you.
Yeah, no. So you 2 days out in the sun with rambunctious kids in water park. Yeah.
I think it's just the chlorine, to be honest with you, because we're out in the sun pretty much every day that we're down here. But
what's on the agenda for today?
We don't really have one. So like the day before yesterday, we went to the water park. It's been raining every day that we've been here. Not like crazy bad. Just there's a chunk of the day that just rains. And Wednesday, we went to the water park. We were there for about 5 hours. And then we had to like park it on the sideline while the storm clouds were coming over. It never popped though. It never rained while we were there. And after an hour of just kind of chilling, hanging out, they issue you the water passes. Like, we're sorry, weather. Here's a free ticket. It's good for a year. Come back whenever. So all this is on Jekyll. Like, we hop over to Jekyll and do a lot while we're here. So then yesterday we went on it was Tours Day, Dolphin Tours Day. So we went on the Dolphin Tours and rode around on the boat early in the morning, ate lunch, and then stepped right next door back to the water park and finished out the day. It was just a long day.
Sorry, this was great because we were talking about
we played Star Wars. It was normally Chewbacca was opening the hotel.
It's kind of a fixer-upper, determined to make the business work with a loan.
Yes,
It's better that he got a loan from Princess Leia rather than had to take out a loan from the Hutts because he didn't qualify for good insurance. For good, he didn't have good credit, so he had to take out.
That's extremely accurate.
It was kind of
He was making coffee. Didn't realize 7 minutes late. That's all right. I've done that before too. Or you like you pause something, and you come back, and you sit back down to continue watching, and you forget to speed it up, or something happens, and you make a comment. Next thing you realize, you're like, oh, everyone else is looking at you like, what the hell is that? Talk about a delay. But no, that's great. It worked because it was so good of a comment. It's totally worth playing for.
I woke up with I didn't wake up. I got off work and looked at my phone, and there was a message from a musician for the Tunes and Collection show, and it was literally like a Facebook message like that long. And then there was another small one, and he was like, sorry, I didn't realize until after I had sent this that I typed that and meant to send it to someone else, but it kind of pertains to what you were saying too. But I didn't expect it to be that long of a message. So, yeah, I totally do the show. Thanks. And I was like, okay, that's I got you, man. I got you.
I really despise Facebook Messenger. It's not a great platform, and it doesn't. Especially since I like to do as much as I can, I prefer to do my messaging from the computer applications and not the phone apps, because I have issues with my fingers and dexterity and everything else that's painful. But for what stupid Facebook Messenger insists on the computer, you only get like a window that's like 2 inches big. It's like, I have a 34-inch ultra wide monitor. Why must I be constrained to a 2-inch screen? No matter what I'm typing, I can't even see my whole message.
You don't have the pop-out one?
Huh?
You don't have the pop-out one?
No,
I have the pop-out one. It's like, I have it like it's on my.
Maybe I do, and I don't know how to use it.
I was about to say it's on my desktop.
I'm almost 50, so I don't know all these things.
It pulls it up as a separate.
Maybe I'll look at it someday. Maybe I'll care. Go get it. I despise it because like I'm talking to this of having these conversations, rather important conversations. I've asked the guy, I said, hey, if you'd like to, let's maybe move this to email. And he's insists upon writing through Facebook Messenger no matter what. It's like, oh my God.
Because it's more convenient. But yeah, there's a pop out. I think that's what.
Well, I don't even know how the guy found me on Facebook Messenger, because like he's talking about other stuff, like like Rob Fatstack stuff, and the Rob Fatstack stuff isn't really like on Facebook. That I mean, like I've made a couple posts on my personal thread, linking a couple shows back a while back, but then I stopped doing that kind of stuff because most of my friends don't give a crap about my comic book stuff.
Same.
Right? And,
that's why.
And those that do, they follow my Instagrams. My Instagram is the comic book stuff, and my Facebook is my family and friends shit. Right? So. Oh, that makes sense, Cole. That would make sense.
Why would I show my feet? You do not want to see that. I promise you.
I don't know. Maybe that spillover from. Were you on Guess That Tootsies last night?
No, I was not.
Okay. Because Remy Q was doing the big game of guess those Tootsies. So I don't know. I thought maybe you were there for that.
I got there just a couple of minutes after they ended it. I think I didn't get on, but I hit the comment section. I was trying to guess some Tootsies.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to. I wasn't there either because I was the interview with Alan Rue over on
Hot Seat.
Hot Seat ran longer because we were having too much fun.
I need to go watch that today.
It was a different in the Hot Seat than some of the ones in the past. It was a little bit more of a hangout almost, just with Becker showed up, and so it was Mike and myself and Gary and Alan. So it was kind of a cool little thing. So Mark, San Diego Comic-Con, any big exclusives or anything you got your eyes tracking on, or any news that you're eagerly salivating for?
No, they probably dropped everything I cared about already. What is it called? Forever Forward from Scout Comics is the only exclusive that I'll be like looking for. And I don't think it's like a hot exclusive or anything. It's a random.
It's a Scout book, so
comic. Yeah, it'll pop up at whatever retailer funded it after Comic-Con, and sure there'll be plenty left. I was curious what announcement they were going to make in terms of the Dark Crisis stuff going on, because I read DC Comics more heavily than any other publisher, so I was wondering how that would pertain my reading list, and nothing. I think it was the dumbest announcement I ever heard, to be honest with you. They announced it. The big announcement for Dark Crisis is the actual working title of Dark Crisis is, are you ready? Dark Crisis on Infinite Earths. And we couldn't tell y'all that before because in issue 4, from a big event, the Infinite Earths come back. I'm like, bro, for one, you could have told us because you just spoiled it. Issue 3 is not even out, and you're telling us what happens in issue 4, so you spoiled it still.
Yeah.
And for 2, dude, isn't it assumed there's Infinite Earths? We've been in an omniverse for over 2 years now. Like that was what? There was nothing special about that announcement.
No. And that's the state of comics now, man. It's like, they got to ruin the surprise. And then when they do ruin the surprise, it's not even that huge of a surprise. It's just like,
they said we couldn't tell you because it would spoil the story, but 2 issues in the future from now that you can't read for another 2 months, let me tell you what's about to happen. Like, dude, are you serious? Like, bro, bum me out. But I am excited to hear what Henry Cavill has to say when he gets there, if it's going to be a Superman announcement or what it's going to be just in general.
Yeah, that's the
I saw something about there's a Henry Cavill imposter going around.
Was he have a Hitler mustache instead?
I don't know. Like he's apparently a guy who's posing.
I'm looking for Superman.
I don't know. I seen yesterday, and I was like, "What?" There you go. I just mentioned that KRS Comics. I was talking about them earlier because they had a exclusive out.
Of what?
Oh God, I can't even remember.
Well, here they're talking about. He's talking about Batman: Dark Crisis.
Yeah, that wasn't it. It was
I think I
something
know which one he's talking about because I think Paul Cook shared it. It was like a hyper realistic looking one, like Batman. Now that was a fail-safe cover. Like it looked like super real.
because I was like KRS Comics. I know who KRS-One is, but I didn't know there was a KRS Comic.
Oh yeah,
KRS
dude,
has like all the Mike Mayhew stuff, right?
they have a
Kinda
lot
like how
of
Black
Mayhew
Flag,
stuff, but
yeah,
they do a lot of like I
Krang,
said, a lot of their stuff is partnered with Black
Flag.
Black Flag. Yeah, they started off doing just exclusives back in the day, and then they've kind of branched off to now they have pull lists and some current stuff too. But um, they usually have a lot of Crane stuff, Shannon
Yeah, so
Mayer.
Black Flag
Um,
premieres all the Crane books, and then it goes to KRS and Eastside Comics. It'll be available the next day. So they're like sold out. Like they didn't sell out. You had 1,000 copies, and you sold a third
you
of
sold
them.
out your allotment.
Yeah,
Yeah, but KRS, I've used them a lot, and I've talked about usually every time I open a package, I talk about them that they have phenomenal customer service and support. Every time I've ever had the slightest of an issue, and I've sent them pictures saying, "Hey, I'm questioning, whether or not this, because usually it's the whole, we don't guarantee 9.8s type thing, but they guarantee it should be like 9.4s or better." So
but they guaranteed inflated prices.
well, the same as everybody else who's selling these exclusives, really. But I send them the pictures, and every single time they've replaced books, or they've until like keep that one. We send you
Yeah,
new
keep that one.
ones.
Here comes more, dude. That's crazy because that's the same way. KRS, Eastside, and Black Flag, all three, because they're kind of
Yeah.
they work together a lot on
Yeah.
covers, And it's cool that they all don't hassle you, they don't haggle you. They're like, dude, we're sorry. Sometimes stuff gets past us. We're moving a lot of books here.
Yeah.
coming your way, homie. Like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, so with Black Flag, it happened with my Silver Surfer Rebirth #1. With Eastside, it happened with a comic, and they did the same thing. And they even thanked me, like, dude, we appreciate your order. They went back and looked at the order list, and they even I didn't know. They're like, oh, we appreciate the shout out you gave on the channel. I'm like, dude, that's crazy because it'd been a long time since I bought from them. I only buy like Jang variants, when they pop around everywhere. But it was cool that they actually took the time to stop and look and like, wait a minute, is this that guy? And they probably went and looked themselves, So that's cool. Like you said, that's great customer service. They're taking the time to see how can I relate to this consumer that's paying my bills.
Yeah, and most of the time, it's always. I think it's a good portion of it. Also, is like the approach that you take to it. Because most of the issues I've had with things like some color rub or something that I thought and I'll send it to them like just say it, and I won't presume that I should get a replacement. I'll say I would just like to have somebody evaluate or to review these and see whether or not this is a threat crosses the threshold of whatever, because it seems a little bit excessive to me, but every single time it's there. The only time I had anything other than like some color rub, I actually had a book where you could tell that it was like when somebody sliced the box, they went too deep.
Oh yeah,
because it was a clean razor blade slice through the back cover and about like 7 pages in the 7, and they're just like, oh wow, we're super. Yeah, it was like, here's a replacement and here's this and keep that book. And it was crazy. I had a buddy of mine that ended up he really wanted that cover and didn't care that the razor blade slice was through the back 7 pages and insisted on giving me $5 for the book. And I was like, oh dude, I was just giving it to you because I just got it for free, but I'll take your $5 and buy a sandwich.
So aggressively relaxing asks a good question. What behind the camera talent would y'all want to see on a Superman movie? He says he knows it sounds crazy, but he'd go with Family Guy Seth MacFarlane.
I don't know what
Ted.
It does sound pretty crazy. I mean, I love Seth MacFarlane, but for a Superman, unless it's a Mixelplick, I mean,
yeah. But it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like you have directors like that. Just trying to compare it to something. The Hangover trilogy that Todd Phillips did. He did some of the best comedies from the early 2000s, and then he made the Joker. Like, you never know what kind of talent someone has in them until they're given that. And he didn't just direct the Joker. he made the Joker. Like he had his fingers in every piece of production of that film. Like he was a big time creative on it. He didn't just step in and direct somebody's script.
Well, I mean that's true.
pretty-
If you look at the current season of Orville, you can see there's a lot. The current season of Orville is not even the second season to a degree is not like wall to wall comedy type stuff. I mean, he's doing some serious stuff and can throw in some lighthearted bits here and there.
Superman's such a tough character to tackle, so it's hard to even think of somebody.
Yeah. I know who Mark doesn't want behind in the director's seat.
Who?
Your man from Thor.
Oh, I like Taika Waititi, or however you say
You don't
his
want
name.
him doing Superman, though.
I don't know, but I just don't want him doing Thor. Like he's proven to me that the direction, he's not a bad director at all, but he's proven to me that the direction he's choosing to take Thor in, if it's him or whatever, Disney's Thor direction is trash. Everybody associated and touching it needs to jump ship. That's all I'm saying. Taika is a fantastic creative. Fantastic. But that doesn't mean he'll be perfect for everything. And again, we don't know. They wanted to do something different with Thor, and this is what we got. That being said, What We Do in the Shadows is one of the best comedy sitcom programs, whatever I have ever seen.
It is very good
this month.
Although I've been watching, I'm up to speed on the
Jackie
new episodes.
Daytona.
and this season is definitely it'll be interesting. It looks like I guess we'll have Colin Robinson back by the end of the season, but
yeah, he's a little baby.
Well, he was in the first episode. He's like now he's like 10 years old in the last episode.
Oh my god, he must be drained. He must be feeding fast, feeding good.
He's like his age is there saying he's aging really fast. So he's like I don't know if you've seen the last episode or not, but
no, I haven't seen any of this season. And I
thought
thought it didn't come out till the end of the month.
No, it's out. They're in episode 4 already.
I'll watch it all tonight then.
Yeah, because those episodes go fast.
Hulu. Yeah, it's
Bat.
like The Office. Yeah, Bat. Dude, they've been so consistent with that too through all the seasons. They're not giving it up.
My LCS just got in some shirts and it got his face on it. Bat.
That's awesome. I'm gonna pop off for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, if I don't know if you watch it, Joe, if you watch What We Do in Shadows.
Oh yeah, I've seen every episode of it. I like it. I probably don't rave about it as much as other people do. It's just
Right.
Television's is more of a passive thing I do before I fall asleep. I don't watch TV until I go to bed. So
I just love the other episode. The other day, there's an episode. You know, they got a genie now, and Nandor's got a genie, and he's trying to make his wish for he wants to have the world's biggest penis.
yeah,
and it is a familiar's going, hold on a second, we got to make sure these genies they like to play games, and this going to try to come up with every contingency.
I've always viewed What We Do in the Dark as sort of a satirical look at what was the soap opera with the vampires? You remember Dark Shadows?
Yes.
Yeah, I always kind of saw it like it's
Did
like
you watch
that in ridiculous form.
What We Do in Shadows?
Oh yeah, I've seen
Absolutely.
every episode of it.
Oh, you
I
got
like
a
it.
YouTube in the background.
I probably don't rave about it as much as other people.
Probably
do.
you, Brad.
Television's is more of a passive thing I do before I fall asleep. I don't watch TV
Brad.
until I go to bed.
You have your
Hey,
YouTube
what's up,
window
guys?
open still? You still have your YouTube window open?
Sorry.
That episode the other day.
Sorry. That's why their mouth's not moving.
Yeah, 'cause we're hearing this show from 10 seconds ago. How you doing?
Good. How are y'all doing?
I'm good.
Got a little.
Well, it's still early in the morning for me. Oh,
Yeah,
here
no
I
kidding.
gotta open up a browser window and technically log in, even though I'm not Powerly. Where am I? Where is my thing? Huh. Interesting. One of my bookmarks disappeared off my bookmark bar.
Work-related bookmark.
Yeah. Really bizarre. We have all our things are accessed through some stupid portal to get to our applications for work, and so I always keep it as the very first bookmark on the bar because I have to click on it every day to log in order to be able to access Salesforce or the billing system or any system at work. It kind of it prevents me from having to log on to the stupid VPN for most stuff, which just ruins my internet connection.
We've been having problems on our side, on the government side, with a lot of our systems too. Like yesterday, it just kept wanting to restart, and I kept having to use my PIV code to get in. It happened all day yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know yesterday I had a problem with all of a sudden, like in the middle of a meeting, I was in a meeting with my Romanian team, and all of a sudden, like, I just kept dropping. It was like, it would drop me from the meeting, and then I'd reconnect, and then it'd drop me from the meeting and reconnect. Meanwhile, the whole time it's telling me my connection is beautiful, but it was just like, where I would connect and I'd be there and I could see and hear all my team, but they couldn't hear me. And just like, I'll think about the 13th reconnection. It finally stabilized, but
Are you going through Microsoft Teams by any chance?
no. I work for a company that does business communications platforms. So we wouldn't use Microsoft Teams
Okay.
because we use our own. Huh?
My company uses Microsoft AX, and it was having problems last night too, and it was doing the same thing. The connection was fine, and it would just say we were losing connection. So we'd like reboot the modem, restart the computer, it would be fine, and then it would go away. And we did it like 3 times before we were just like, you know what, it's broken.
Well, the meetings platforms are typically it can be where there's multiple connection points depending upon, at least for my company, because we're a global thing, we have multiple connection points. So like when I connect to the Romanian meeting, it's usually actually the meeting is hosted in Europe because the majority of the participants are there. And as is the meeting was created there. So I actually have the worst, I have the long connection, whereas they have a pretty good one, but versus other stuff. But so it could be depending upon regional connections whether or not you're floating on AWS cloud, or in our case, we're on Oracle cloud. Whatever that network is having can cause the issues as well too. But anywho, that's exciting stuff, I'm sure. As I try not to mention my brand name of the company I work for because I don't want to plug them. Anyways, Brad, you got a few boxes stacked up behind you. Are those all waiting to be opened, or are those those already been opened and boxes saved for reshipping?
The reshipping boxes are in a different place. Those are to be opened.
Wow.
I got some work to do this weekend. I got to do, part of the problem is I do a stream and I start opening a box, and then people are like, hey, drop the chat or drop the link, and I'll drop the link, and then it's an unboxing video that turns into a hangout.
Got it.
A 2.5 hour hangout. So
right.
I'm going to try to get through a box or two.
Those are all like CGC slabs?
No, it's those are like my comic shop orders. That
okay.
Slab here. Yeah, that one's a slab. But those are all like, each box is about 20 books.
Jesus
Christ. And the best part is some of those books are spec books that he needs to send to CGC.
Well,
or CBCS.
They were spec books. The spec's already gone.
Right, yeah. Now they're in my PC.
Yeah. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Say
I'm
the word,
not patient.
Man. Say the word, man. I'll swing by tomorrow and we'll tear through them. no dropping links. Me and you just shucking open boxes and throwing
an 8-hour unboxing binge.
Well, or you can just record pick out 4 boxes or whatever. So we're doing these and do a bunch of recorded sessions, and then post them up as to be it's in the future scheduled, and have yourself content for the next.
I did that for a little while so I wouldn't get distracted, and Marcus Circumstances was like, dude, you gotta keep doing live. We don't like
we don't
like you to do pre-recorded stuff. So I was like, all right.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, and I'm not patient. I don't like that they're sitting there, but I enjoy opening things in front of people more than I hate having unopened
Yeah, it's
packages.
fun to do that, but at the same time, for me, like I always get like when I look over right now, and I got enough boxes for another next 2 weeks worth of mail calls at least, and more on the way, and I know I have more on the way, and I sit there and go, I got to crack into these because I don't know if there's issues. I need to resolve those. I need to get those issues resolved, right? Especially some of the eBay stuff. I don't want to sit there and be that guy who, like, 3 weeks, 4 weeks after I've got it something delivered, then I'm reaching out to oh, hey, this was damaged in shipping. Why are you talking to me 4 weeks after you shipped it? What do you mean?
Yeah, you gotta
You
be
got it.
careful
I
about
mean,
that.
it's kind of like
I still
then
have
you're
mail
stuck.
from January sitting in my house unopened.
Well, who else does
I
that?
don't know.
Jerry. Jerry the Jitterbug will open up a box that he's had since last year. And I'm like, how are you doing this? You have the
No, I
patience.
can't. Yeah, no, I want to. It took me all I could do to get to the point where I save it for the week and stuff. Like, I mean, I used to be like super in the early days. I was doing like mail call unboxings. Like, as soon as if I got stuff in the mail, I was doing a box. This is before I did like a regular schedule, right? It's like, I couldn't let it sit there, and I couldn't understand how people could let it sit for the week. And now that I let it sit for the week,
It's nice.
it is somewhat only because I like having a consistent schedule.
Yeah, well, you have a schedule,
of-
and you also don't have like that schedule takes away so much pressure from stuff because I'm
It
I'm
does.
at the
It
same way
does.
where like
Yeah.
what I like shoot to put out there is kind of pointed, at least at the way that I have it organized in my mind, and it takes a lot of pressure off stuff. I know as the back end of the week's coming, hey, if I hit this today, I have all these days to not worry about trying to do it and find the time. And I got little kids, so finding time is challenging sometimes. I don't even try to find time. I just wait till I hit like this opening of free time, and I'll sit there and stay up late one night a week and just do everything for a week forward. And I sit there messaging with my dad on Instagram while I'm doing everything and shooting him thumbnails so I can save them later and stuff. And it's also a good way to timestamp that I'm not burning up family time.
Yeah, I do
Everyone's
appreciate.
asleep, and I'm like, done.
I will say the last couple of months have been probably some of the best times for myself between having the schedule where it's really simple that I only do 2 recorded videos a week, and then I have Slab Hub, right? So I'm doing three shows, despite the fact that it seems like I'm on all the time because I am everywhere else. I've only got 3 shows for my channel, and only 2 of them require me to produce content. And then I would do the recordings in advance, like when I was especially going up and getting ready for the cruise, and I was recording things out. It was really nice to know that anything that I could record whenever I wanted, because I was at least a week or 2 in advance in the pipeline. That if I didn't feel like it was like, I had a long day today, I don't feel like I want to have to record something and edit it and get it posted for tomorrow to stay on schedule, knowing that, hey, there's already the next 3 videos are already in the hopper, and I can wait a day, whatever.
Yeah.
Or sometimes I actually am, because I can't. I already recorded one video wearing this shirt. I have to wait until tomorrow till I'm wearing a different shirt to wear. So wait.
I don't even care about that anymore. I used to think about that, and I would have like two or 3 shirts just hanging next to me, but I don't even care anymore. You might watch my videos, and I got a bunch of face scraggled, and the next day I'm clean shaven, and the next day it's magically back. Like I don't care.
Yep. I literally had that thought like last week. I was like, I got to do a live stream, or I was doing a live stream or a video or something. And I was like, I wore this shirt yesterday. You know what? I don't care. I haven't left the house. It's not dirty.
I think that for the most part is if I'm wearing just a Rob Fat Stack shirt, who cares? Everybody knows that I have a lot of them, right? And it's like, can you tell whether or not I'm wearing this black shirt with a Rob Fat Stack logo or a different one? No. But if I'm wearing like today, the DJ Links, or if I'm wearing a Chip Getler or something else, and I don't want to wear the same one in 3 videos in a row. That just seems weird.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they'll be seen on over the course of a week and a half, and probably no one would pay attention.
Rob, how much are those mugs? I've got to get one of those. I drink
These?
too much coffee not to have a fat stack mug.
I think they're like $12.99.
Okay.
They're as cheap as I can make them on Spring, while leaving just enough buffer that when they adjust their material costs here and there, it doesn't go to negative margin where they take it down. So it's
Yeah.
usually like $1.50 to $2 above their cost to me type of thing. So yeah, there's several mugs up there on the just click my link tree on my Instagram,
Yeah.
and one of them is the Fat Stacks of merch.
Okay.
Did you guys see
The black mug costs more than the white one, though.
Of course.
I think that's how it is with mine as well.
And that's just the cost of the pigments, I guess.
Pigments. Okay, we're selling pigments now.
Yes.
Good God.
Yeah.
But did you guys see? I posted it on Instagram. Excuse me. Overstreet price guide finally.
Yeah.
Finally, Overstreet finally stepping up with a digital price guide source and data bank. Just like
Yep.
It looks like CLZ mixed with Cover Price, which I'm sure these features are present on things like Cover Price as well. But they have
Well,
you
it
can
looks
catalog
very
your
similar to Cover Price, because the Cover Price has the same tiered where lets you have a certain number of stored collection books and wish list at one price, but then when you go to the top tier, you get unlimited storage, so you
And
can
the
basically
top tier is
combine.
not bad. The top tier price is not bad at all.
Yeah, it's $9 a month to unlock all of their features, which gives you access to unlimited comics to put in the CLZ aspect of these platforms. So you can catalog all your comics, but there's a lot of cool features which I haven't went in and looked at them, but just on the surface, it's cool that they're including things like let's see, you have browse and search comics on a database, which you can do for free. Anybody can do without any kind of paid subscription. Then you get pricing information and exclusive editorial content. So they'll be posting articles and stuff on there, much like all of them do. That's included for $3 a month. So you can get the pricing information that you're looking for. I don't know how limited that will be, because sometimes with Cover Price, they give you for free, you can look up 3 books a day or something like that. But then for their silver package, it's $5 a month. It unlocks their collection management feature, which I assume that's the CLZ aspect.
Well, yeah, basically you can upload, you can indicate that you own these books. I don't know how I would imagine it's probably not as robust as the CLZ where that's specific, because that's specifically an inventory management system versus this being a price guide first that happens to allow you to store up to 5,000 books at this price point. That you have there. Also, what I always found was more interesting, like when I used it for the Cover Price aspect, was actually when I would going to a con, was the wish list aspect of being able to
and I was going to get to that here too.
Yeah.
So with the collection management, you can put in up to 5,000 issues of comics, and you can only manage one collection with it. So you can't separate it out into multiple different collections. Like if you have a collection of books that you're going to trade, sell, or whatever down the road, but some that are in your forever PC, you can't separate them. But then you have the want list feature with the silver package. You have the preferred retailers. So there's going to be some kind of big thing that they're doing with a lot of retailers, because I was reading that and don't have the specifics on it. And then that silver tier gives you access to the mobile app. So everything prior to this one, you would have to do on the browser on your phone or on the laptop. And then the gold tier, it really switches it up. You get partner discounts, which I'm not sure what that is at all, one bit. And you also get to upload unlimited amount of comics, and you can manage up to 5 collections. And that one's $9 a month.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see it, but I'm also curious to know what's their pricing. Is it still going to be their same way that they've done the Overstreet price guide, where they're surveying their Overstreet price advisors and what's the frequency of those updates? Or is this also now going to be looking at more real-time sales transactions like CLZ, or not CLZ, like Cover Price and Go Collect, where you're getting, here's what the actual market right now pricing is,
Overstreet up until this has been an annual book that comes out that gives you an annual average of these books. So it's harder to get real-time values. At this point, in the way that things are with internet and blah, 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 an Overstreet price guide is only good at when you're looking at the biggest of book sales out there, like the books that
Yeah.
only sell a couple a year kind of thing. And even then,
Well, I just got an email from CLZ a couple days ago
They're
that
doing
they
their-
are announcing that in September they have partnered with a new company to do
Cover price.
their comic prices.
because they had Go Collect for a while, right? That
Yeah,
was the
they
one-
originally were It was originally Go Collect. That API died, and now
Yeah.
what they're doing, the new one that was announced. Well, actually, the API that was originally there in place was a temporary one, and that they decided it wasn't compatible when Go Collect went and redid their whole website and made it horrible. And then so it doesn't work, and they didn't want to spend the money on it. So CLZ did some stuff, and they finally announced its cover price that they're partnering with going forward. So, and they're hoping to have that in September.
Here's some
So,
real world.
if you're
That's actually the sucky part is re-inputting all your comics into a new thing.
So Chip,
Oh,
Chip is
man.
the second person in the chat here that said that they actually bought in already. He said he's on the gold tier. Some bugs, still not bad though. He misses the scan option via barcode, which you with CLZ you can just literally use your phone to scan the barcode of a book, and most of the time it's spot on. A lot of the times you have to sort of drop down and scroll for an eternity on large run titles like Batman or Detective.
Yeah,
But
so I was
love to do a CSV mass import. Rob, what is CSV?
a CSV file that's like basically taking your Excel spreadsheet, but it's a universal format, comma separated value.
Got you. But again, not bad, and future features will be good. So it sounds like for just kicking off, it's not in a bad position.
Nope.
Yeah, no, it sounds good. It sounds like it's priced and potentially competitive. Like I said, I'd like to know about the pricing, whether it's real time or whether it's still going to be some kind of annual, semi-annual averaging type of thing, because that could affect how valuable it is. But at the end of the day, I'm interested to learn more. I don't see myself subscribing to it, and that's only because I am very vested in CLZ, and since I'm already over subscribed on Cover Price, and that's where the integration is going to be, is with Cover Price. I will be instead just upgrading my Cover Price to the top tier and getting rid of my Code Collect and having the CLZ then synchronized and integrated with Cover Price, so I can get my pricing that way. I don't have to enter anything, and I can continue to use the CLZ interface that I love. And those guys, they update. They're constantly doing updates and quality updates, and listening to the community, listening to their user base on what works and doesn't work. So I really appreciate that from them.
Oh, wow.
And hell, let's be honest.
5.3 million.
So,
What was that?
isn't GPA the best of all of them, though? I don't know. I've never used GPA. What makes you think GPA is better, Burke? Tell us.
Yeah, please do, because all I've ever used is CLZ.
I mean, CLZ is a monitoring or inventory control. GPA is pricing, and so he's talking about a price as far as pricing goes. If it's the best versus Go Clear. If they're all, it really would depend. If you're looking at sales data, then really it's the same pool of sales data. The difference becomes how well you do as a company of vetting the data and trying to remove the fake data that emerges in there, or making sure the data is filed accurately. So, he's saying they show every single transaction, including restored. Okay.
What is a restored transaction?
I think he's talking about restored comics.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about they show the values.
Go Collect does that now too as well. They show green label, yellow label, purple label.
I was about to say, I'm on their website and I can't find a link to it or anything like that. Gemstone Publishing? Is that who does Overstreet?
Righteous Gemstone?
I don't know. He's talking about GPA, which is something different. But
what are you trying to find, Tylox?
All I have is pop price guide for all my Funkos. Okay, good for you.
The website to go look at this thing some more.
Oh, hey, Kyle.
Website? Which website?
The one for whatever the ad is that you saw.
Oh, it's Overstreet Access.
Access?
Access, yeah, that's where it's different than just the Overstreet website. over
So
Street
Kyle,
Fighter.
I believe you should have gotten your book that I sent you. I still haven't seen the ones that you're sending me yet. Good morning, Mr. Austin LeMay. We're happy to have you here. Please feel free to hop on and join us. Burke, I don't know how you can miss Mark. He's right here in the middle. Open your eyes.
Just hop on, Burke. You're available.
Yeah.
You're not at work.
Exactly. He's got nothing but time.
Nothing between us but open air and opportunity. What you going to do with it?
At least for the
Oh wow, I ain't heard that.
next
Wow.
couple weeks.
It's a new saying, Tylox. I
just invented it.
just invented it. Yeah, that's my thing. I just wait so long, and I wait on people to forget cool sayings, and then I reinvent them. And I don't do it too often.
Bring
I
it back.
probably do about one every month of Sundays or so.
Say, reminds me. So, all right. So what else we got going on here? We got Kyle's not going to San Diego
Kyle,
Comic
if you
Con.
do decide to go full Bubble Boy and sneak in for one day, because I know that you're trying to be cautious, being efficient and all that, head to the Scout comic booth for me, which I know you're a fan of Scout Comics, and will you please, if you're there or know somebody, get me a Forever Forward variant that they put out exclusive for the con. That's all that I'm looking for. It should be like $15-$20. Nothing expensive.
I'm going to go on a limb here and guess that somebody left their account logged in, and
Yeah, look, scrolling down.
Quick, Simon, was the thing about the micro, was that true or not? Real quick. Somebody answer real quick.
What is it?
Poor Simon.
Did y'all happen to mention that the Disney Plus announced that they were adding Deadpool 2 and Logan tomorrow to
the movies.
Yeah.
We brought it up and we kind of looked at it as, here's announcements from Marvel, and there was the announcement of the new voice for the Devil Girl or Devil Dinosaur Moon Girl thing, and then there was that, and they're like, they announced Logan and Deadpool. No, it's not a TV show or something. It's just they're going to take the existing movies and bring them and put them on their platform. So
the rated R content.
Yeah, which we kind of knew that Disney Plus was moving towards trying to have that. They have it's one of those things like all these other platforms. You have kid ratings and put the onus on instead of trying to make an entire channel. It's you can let your kids watch everything on here. You know what? Be an adult. Turn on your damn your child ratings. Give your kids their child account. And
in all sincerity, I think that they should probably have like a built-in, like you shouldn't even have to turn on adult features kind of thing, just like an easy passcode to watch stuff that's age restricted because their platform is so overwhelmingly, like we're in the 90-something percentile kid content. Like that's like having YouTube Kids app for your children, but they have 1 or 2 R-rated things on there. You shouldn't have to turn on adult features for that. Like they're going to have to wait some time to get more content to make that. But my kids aren't even at an age where they're working the remote. Finn will do it a little bit, but they just talk to the television at this point. And
look at this fancy son of a bitch talking to the TV. Man, back in our day, we had to get up and walk across the room and adjust the antenna, damn it.
You know what's crazy is TVs are not durable like they used to, so it's awesome that kids know to stay the hell away from the TVs and just talk to the speakers.
Yeah, back in our day, the damn things were so damn heavy they weren't going to fall over anyway. So,
and if they did, they just break the floor.
Well, they were on the floor. You get these big old console TVs that were on the floor. They were pieces of furniture, weighed 8 billion pounds. You needed 7.5 people to move the thing, and when you open it up inside, because the TV would go out, and you could work on it and fix it, but because you just went down the Radio Shack with some tubes or to the Thrifty to get the tube tester. But you'd see the inside was practically a cavern that you could live inside the cabinet because there's like one little board full of tubes and then the CRT, and then the rest of it was just open cavernous space.
Open space. My favorite one was when you would have a console TV that would break, and you would go out and buy a new one, and you would
put it
take
on
the
top
old
of the
one and set
console.
it on top of the
Yeah.
old one. That way, it was like elevated now.
That
So
was,
you were like,
I don't need to
"Man,
buy a TV stand. I already got the other one there. I'll just put this one on
there
top
you
of it.
go.
And be fine.
It's not worth anything anymore." So
Just save.
TV
I just saved me $100 on buying a stupid TV stand
yep.
because the new
Oh
TV.
man, you remember the old big screen TVs?
I sold
yeah.
them.
Yeah, right. Rob sold them for a living. An old
I
big
did
screen
for a
TV with a
while.
laser disc player. That's what it was.
Man,
Y'all remember how you could that was the early days of video gaming too,
I
like
had
mobile
Laserdisc,
video
but-
gaming. They had like the racing game you could play with your TV remote, and it just had that
Yep.
weird metal joystick, and you just steer the Indy car.
Yep. And then later on, we got VCD. I remember selling video CD players and video game console. Like I think Memorex had a video CD gaming console back when I worked at Macy's, and back when Macy's used to have an electronics department.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Mhm.
We were selling mini disc players back then too. So there you are. But yeah, no, I sold those giant rear projection televisions. The ones I never sold any of the ones that had like where you pulled down the front and did a front projection. Those were horrible because you could only watch them in a dark room.
Yep.
But the rear projections would work in a lit room. Damn
Do
things.
you ever sit up at night and think about how many people's backs you've ruined?
No, well, for the most part, those things were on wheels. Those weren't too bad to move. You know who ruined backs was Sony when they introduced the 40-inch Sony Vega television, because the 36 and 40-inch flat CRT tubes, those things, the 40-inch weighed 340 pounds, and it was not easy to grip and hold. You could only get two people on it. You couldn't get any more than that. And it had hard plastic edges that would dig
Let's
into
put
your
it up here.
hands.
Yeah.
And we live in my company when I was out here, I live in San Francisco Bay Area, so we would be delivering to San Francisco, and all those places are like up flights of stairs and stuff, and you're carrying those things. Oh my God, you're killing people. At least with the big rear projection TVs, what you would do is you'd take a ratchet strap and you put it over your neck, and you could hook it underneath the TV, and then you squat and you ratchet it tight, and when you stand up, you could have that strap would carry the bulk of the weight and of the rear projections, and you just had your hands on it to guide it, and then you could carry it up and down stairs really easily. So rear projection TVs, not so bad, and they weighed less. Those Sony CRTs, worst television ever.
I had one of those big cabinet TVs upstairs that went out, and it only showed blue. But I left it up there for about 8 years because it was so freaking heavy to carry
Try to
downstairs.
Yeah.
That was like I was watching an episode of NCIS like last week, and Gibbs was like, "Put it up on the plasma," and I was like, "Plasma? Ah, I remember those. Oh, that brings me back."
Yeah. Well, I have a plasma over in the side yard. It's waiting to be taken to the hazmat. But those were, that was the rage when it was the way. Which is like all this TV technology has changed in the last while. When you started having flat TVs and high def, really, it's crazy to me now. Like I can buy a 42-inch television for like $250, right? And that used to be a price you paid for a 19-inch tube TV that mono and no features, right? And now you can buy a high def TV for that, and it's like the prices really kind of came down, especially. But the plasmas were heavy as hell still because the glass on them. But then you don't forget like who's got a 3D TV. That was like all the rage for a while. Everybody wanted to rush out and get a 3D TV, right?
I had one for like a minute, and then I just got annoyed wearing the glasses all the time.
I looked at one on display somewhere because we never sold them at the store I was at, and I looked at one on display one time, and I thought instantly, it's like, man, that this looks like to me was a series of 2D images that were just layered. It looked like looking at a 3D ViewMaster. right?
Yeah.
Instead of an actual 3D image.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, if this is what this is, I would pay for this to save anything, man.
Dude, the old school red and blue lens 3D is actually very 3D.
Yeah, it's not
Like
bad.
it's not high def and crisp color due to
Right.
wearing color lenses on your face, but you definitely get the 3D effect. I picked up a couple comics that come with them a couple months back, like the Superman 3D thing and everything, and you look at it and it's legit popping out at you. It takes a second to get it focused because there's so many different images on the page. But once you're there, like it's out here. You're like, dude, this is awesome. And
I've got several copies of the ASM 300 that they did, the Spider-Man and Venom 3D. Got a bunch of copies of that that are in my boxes because I think that was kind of cool. But yeah.
What is up?
what you
Hidden
got.
Jim Comics is up in the chat.
Yeah, how you guys doing? What is this? Want to get a curved TV? Yeah, I mean, I don't know about on a
You
TV.
have to be the curved TV thing is really cool, but it's specifically built for a very, very certain setup that isn't for any room. Because we were about to do it because we're Samsung people, and that's who that puts them out. But the room that we were in, the TV was facing big windows at an angle, and it was also a large rectangle. You've seen my living room, my old house. It was like a rectangle room, and the TV's in one corner of it. Unless you're like straight on at the TV with no excess light sources, it's a bad idea because being curved, it picks up reflections from so many more places.
Yeah,
it's definitely meant for a theater room setup, and if you can get it at that point, it's awesome.
I mean, because I know I love it from a computer monitor standpoint. Like I have a 34-inch ultra wide curved monitor, and it's really great because normally if you used two regular monitors, a dual monitor setup, you would usually by default you kind of pitch it at kind of the center of the two is back and you kind of bring them towards the end. So the curve replicates that. What really drives me crazy is when I go to work where I also have a 34-inch ultra wide on if I actually went into the office, is that monitor is perfectly flat and it's not curved. And when I'm looking at it, it looks like it's curved the opposite direction because the edges are so far out because of your peripheral vision at this distance. Because my monitor's
your monitor's 3D coming at you.
Oh man, it's so weird, but it is kind of cool having the curve monitor, like especially when I'm gaming and stuff, and it's like it curves into my peripheral vision and stuff. It's great.
So, throwing back to the overstreet access thing, do you know if this is just like on the computer or is this going to be an app as well?
So at the silver tier, it gives you computer and phone access. The free and bronze, I think it said, not to run people away, but on my Instagram post, I made sure to screenshot all the tiers, and you see everything that they have available, and each tier has the check mark of what available is included in it. And at some point,
I got you. I see it.
Yeah, I think it starts at silver at $5 a month, gives you mobile access. Yeah. But free,
which is really weird. It's really weird. I mean, that's just them trying to if your lowest price point tier above free doesn't have your mobile app access. That's just you trying to make a point of trying to find some segregation to get somebody to pay more because there's no additional cost to running an app than making somebody look it up on their browser. It's just
but you're incentivizing stuff.
You're making them pay for convenience now.
Yeah, because you can still go on your phone to like your web browser, hit desktop mode, and look up prices for free. Where other places, what places give you free access to prices?
You can't look at pricing
so much that it's not even.
It says according to what they're saying there, pricing is only part of the paid thing. You can look in the database and see lists of books, but you can't get any pricing information unless you pay.
I don't think anyone's giving away good pricing information for free anymore.
Cover price lets you look up a certain number.
3. So that's cool. Now, but this isn't bad for taking off the ground level here.
Like I said, I really like to know with the overprice is what's the
I mean,
Tell you what,
what-
Rob, let's you and I just buy it real quick, and we'll see what's up with it.
you go ahead and do that.
No, well, I can't do it on my own because that negates the you and I part. We
Well,
are one.
I was about to say I might be down.
no, we
for,
are Legion.
I might be down with the silver package here because the silver package seems it's up to 5,000 books. I'm like, 3,500 away from that. It's got mobile access. It's got pricing. It's got all that stuff, and that's $5 a month. So that seems unlimited issues. I wouldn't need until 3,500 more books later.
Well,
That
and that's
could be
assuming
fine.
that you're going to use it. That's assuming you're going to use it to control your inventory, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't even
as-
see it in the
Down
App
for
Store
the,
right now.
for the silver package here.
It may not have launched yet. It may be just they're announcing it.
Well, Chip said that he got it. Maybe he just got it from the website.
That's what we were talking about, Jason, is trying to figure out whether or not it's going to be a real time thing and what they're going to do with the price, with the pricing from a pricing guide perspective. Because obviously, the expectation would be to be something more real time than what they have today.
Yeah.
What they have today is because it's just the realities of a print publication world, right? You're only going to print so many times, ergo the data is only going to be so accurate. So now you're in a digital world. The expectation is that you can change it on the fly because customers are accessing it. So did they, how are they doing that? What are they looking at that's going to make up their criteria? That's going to be very interesting to see. And how will that information be presented? I'll be very interested to see it. I hope it's, like I said, I'm a big fan of competition. It's good for the consumer. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if another one of these apps comes in that's trying to compete, it's going to drive innovation from one another to try to differentiate their product and potentially lower or at least hold pricing where it's at, so it doesn't go up, right?
So Bleeding Cool, I just looked it up real quick. This is funny. Bleeding Cool has an article that just came out yesterday that says Overstreet access to take on Key Collector app. Like that's their clickbait headline that they're putting
Key
it up
Collector
against
doesn't provide pricing. I don't see
pricing on there, but I don't know
Yeah.
what they claim it is or anything.
Oh yeah, and that pricing is never anything like the market price, So
Yeah, but if you're just like an entry level collector trying to find a resource, you don't know that. You get that, and you're like,
Yeah, but
that's
if I
how
go
much this book is.
If you're not
Yeah,
trying to
good.
do it perfect,
Think of how many times
have you ever
a day
tried
you
to
hear
find
someone
a
say
book at the
Key
Key Collector price?
Well, yeah, but
So
again,
who
you can't think of it in terms of someone who's collected a while. Think of it like entry level collectors, and Key Collector is a very popular one for like those. It just is. It's just ridiculously popular. I don't really care for it too much. I'll look into it if I'm playing Guess That Key or something. And
Yeah, well, I mean, that's its sole purpose, right? I would never pay for that app because they allow me to look up keys for free, and that's the only only use I have for it is to look up, is this book a key, or what book is it that has this first appearance or something. That's all I ever use it for. But
Which is weird because CLZ says it has that feature, but if I
It
go
does.
on my CLZ statistics, it's telling me I've got 4 first appearances, and I'm like, bull. I've got way more than 4.
So you have to go in and you have to run an update, not of the application itself, but you actually have to go in and
Manually
update
put it
from the
in.
core. No, you have to update from the core. You have to but you have to update all those values and then designate which you want it to overwrite, and then it'll bring them all in.
Oh,
And
okay, 'cause
it brings them in as they have gold keys, which are major keys, and then they have blue keys are minor keys.
yeah.
And
So it's
then
got a graph. It's got a circle chart that shows my major and my minor keys, and it's like you have 4 key issues, and I was like, I don't think so.
no. You have to. There's instructions that came out at one point. Sorry, you have to do it because I've gone through that, and then you had to. And because I had stuff that I had entered in manually myself, then I had to make a decision if I was going to allow it to override what I had typed in, or whether I was going to go say only fill in the ones that don't have information. But their source is different than Key Collector, and which is good. But they do have a few things that are kind of weird, like that are different from, or at least one example I know of that is different than even CGC and everybody else, and that is when it comes to the first appearance of Punchline. The generally accepted was You're the Villain 3, even though I agree that it's not really a first appearance when you hold based on the normal standard that people have. But You're the Villain 3 has been considered the first full appearance, I should say. And Batman 98 was the I think was it 88? 88, I think it was the first cameo. Well, they list CLZ's thing lists You're the Villain 3 as the second cameo, and the first appearance of Punchline then ends up being God, I can't remember the number.
I thought it was Batman 98 was the first appearance. I don't know. I haven't been collecting that far back into it.
Well, 98 was in the Joker War stuff.
Okay, see, that's what I haven't done is I haven't updated my core in a couple months. That's what it is. Okay. Because it's totally letting me use the app any way I want to on my phone, and it's not restricting it. But
What app? I was checked out for a second. What app are you playing with?
We're talking about CLZ.
Well, we're talking about CLZ because there's this. If you go to the statistics part, it's saying that I have 4 key issues, and I'm like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it was Batman 89 is the first cameo, right? And then when you go in most places, You're the Villain 3 is first full appearance. And then you go to Batman 92, which is the first cover appearance. But in CLZ, they list Batman 92 as the first cover appearance and the first full appearance of Punchline. And they count You're the Villain as the second cameo. Now, again, when you talk about what the normal criteria that people use to differentiate a cameo versus a full appearance, I would not argue that Hell Arisen 3 would technically count as a second cameo. There's very little of Punchline.
No talking role. She's just in the background.
Exactly. So even though I'm heavily vested, I have lots of copies of and all the prints of Hell Arisen 3. I would not argue that Batman 92 is really the first full appearance, and that's fine too, because I have a shit ton of copies of that, including like 4 copies of the 1 in 25 incentive. So, and I have that one per store. So yeah, those are open to question. So whatever source they're using, that's how they CLZ is a little bit. That's an example of something that's a little bit different than even with CGC's, because CGC and CBCS are labeling Hell Arisen 3 as the first full appearance, which is so. But things are subject to change over time.
yeah. Look at Hulk 181.
This is a dangerous conversation to have with
update
Joe,
from the
myself, and Rob on the channel. We should move on. We'll go down the rabbit trail so fast. Yeah, I'm sitting out.
Oh, but you talk about like cameos and stuff.
Yeah, we've had this conversation from different standpoints.
We all agree on one thing, and that's that a cameo is still a first appearance.
No, I don't agree with. I still don't agree with.
Oh shit!
Oh,
I don't like the word cameo, but again, we don't need to get into that.
Well,
I like cameo. He put out some good stuff in the 80s.
Whether or not you choose to try to segregate and separate these things or not, the point of the matter is, no matter how you label it, a first appearance is still a first appearance. Right. So that's what I think we ultimately all agree on, right? Wolverine's first appearance is still 180.
Used was first appearance, it would be cut and dry. But when you split the hairs, you can then play with how the hairs are split.
Right.
In cameo,
exactly.
Full in story, stuff like that. But
right.
Then you get those ones that are first cameo, second cameo, third cameo. Like Silk has had a run like that.
I think,
Yeah.
in all sincerity, I'm at the point where, like, not only do I not care, but I think it's
Does
kind of
there-
funny just watching how it plays out, because there's never going to be consistency in it. Pretending like there is or anything is
Simon
Well,
treading on dangerous water here.
It is interesting though,
Right, here
because
we
you
go.
get into because there are instances like when you talk about Silk is a great example. Forget the Wolverine one, because Wolverine is crazy, and the Venom, right? But when you get the Silk's credited first cameo is you're talking about what you see her ankle. That's like you don't see her, right?
Hey, if this was the 1800s, that would be risque.
No,
Yeah.
don't I don't understand that.
Working Amish.
Right.
Yeah, if you're Amish, that's porn.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
but my point is this: is would you consider a picture of somebody's ankle their first appearance in comics?
Well, they did the same thing for Venom too. It technically is
Right, his
cameo
hand.
appearance with the hand in the shadow.
Right, which is
right?
why, and that's in 298, right? So
But I
nobody
think
really,
if I
nobody
can,
says in 298's his first appearance.
I think it's, and then I think where the problem ends up is that they're taking context out. You weren't supposed to know that was the character Venom at that time because they were just trying to tell a story at that point.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't consider that either. But going back to Hulk 180, when you have a full picture of somebody, like why is that? And also, again, I disagree with the word cameo. I think this is poor English. Because DC, or I'm sorry, He-Man versus Superman, that would be a cameo appearance of something.
Because he was a famous character when he came over there.
Right. And you took him out of his environment and you placed him, he cameoed into another environment.
Yeah.
That's what the word
But it's
actually
just what, but that's while I completely agree with that, you also have to then add the extra layer to where that kind of becomes like that argument kind of just doesn't work.
Dark
'Cause words have
side, right?
usages,
On a
not
monitor.
meanings. And in terms of comic books, the word cameo doesn't mean the same thing it does in like a theater setting, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's gained its own usage inside of the comic collecting hobby, which you have to
even in that one, it's still not very well established, as we've already mentioned. And
a
again,
brief
I'm not trying to debate,
first
but it's
appearance.
like first, second, third cameos. Like at this point, we're just trying to make comic books seem more valuable than they actually are at that point.
Yeah,
Trying
so
to
they
make
definitely play with the
everything
terms. A cameo in a comic book term is a brief early appearance, and then you have to keep in mind the word brief is subjective.
Yeah,
you know, and
apparently
early becomes subjective too, because if you have a character that only appears for 4 issues and then you haven't seen him again, they have nothing but early appearances. But to Aggressively's point, at Heroes Con, he went to Chris Claremont with X-Men Annual 14. He said, "Will you sign my first appearance of Gambit?" Put it down in front of him, and nobody corrected him. So that's case closed on that. That's not a cameo. Like that's a distribution error that occurred. You know, that he's in like
Well, it's not
like
even
20
an error
panels.
back
He's
then.
talking, he's fighting, everything.
Comic world
Back
forever.
then, it was the way that things got released and scheduled releases and actually hit the presses and came out, and the way they got distributed, it's not what happened all the time. Even the black suit Spider-Man, you have issue with which one was the
Team Up
first one to hit the
141 or
street,
something
right?
like that.
Exactly, right. So there's others examples of that. So
And it's kind of funny that 141 and 252 still don't have the juice that Secret Wars 8 does. Like people abandoned that one and they're like, you know what, Secret Wars 8 is the one to have for the black suit Spider-Man. Forget his first. This is the one.
Right. This is the origin. That's going to be the one that we care about, as opposed to the actual first appearance when we all go.
And even on the
where
cover,
the fuck
look
did
at
this come from?
Exactly. And look at it on the cover. He's like, we don't know. Like he's standing there. We don't know. So it's me. We don't know.
I'm back.
Case closed. First appearance of the black costume.
Yeah,
but
right.
check the label. Check the label for 141. They came out at the same time.
Yeah, well, 141.
I don't have 141. It's on my list.
The 141 hit the street first, but it was meant to be the 252 was intended to be the first book on the street, or from a story standpoint, but it wasn't the first. It wasn't the first to hit the street. And then you also have the spectacular whatever issue, I forget which issue it is, where it's the first appearance of the black suit in title, but which all, of course, still came out before Jazz Hands Spidey. That's right. Jazz Hands make it stop dog.
That's hard to argue with too, because whenever Jazz Hands are in play,
It's
is.
special.
Yeah.
You just
All right,
know.
real
it's
quick, because like this is typically a heated discussion on here. I don't want to say heated; it's a spirited discussion.
talking about
Numerous
wrestling now?
jazz fans want-
Oh,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
not
wait.
we're not. I want to
Okay.
know where Brad weighs in on this. Brad, where do you weigh in on the Cameo full appearance, first appearance debacle?
Well, it's always been established like cameo and first full appearance has been around forever. I don't think you can go back. You can't go back once that's been it's always been a thing.
Pandora, don't go back in the box.
Right, exactly. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Yep.
So,
I've tried
yes.
every day.
So I mean, because it's been around forever, you can't decide now that it shouldn't be a thing. I understand the argument, but I think the old adage that the market determines, you just have to roll with that. And if you can, then you get, if it's a character you like and you want their first appearance, then get both. Or in some cases, first full appearance. I mean, there's cases where none of it makes sense when you take examples of, from different whether it be Marvel or DC, none of it makes sense to compare. Well, this one says the cameo's worth more, and on this one, the first appearance is worth more. The market dictates all that, and I think it kind of takes a lot of the guesswork out of it when you just follow what the market dictates.
I was about to say, because I've been looking at some Secret Wars 8s here lately just to cover all my bases, and I can get those for relatively cheap. Like relatively
Raw mid grade, raw mid grade copies you can.
I mean, that's why I love being a raw guy, man. I love being a raw guy because it's always cheap.
Well, I'm just,
but
I don't disagree with that, but I'm just throwing that out there. Those have gone up. Those have gone up in the last year because Alan Rue was looking for the Trinity of black suits, and I was surprised when we were talking and I was looking at them myself with him. I'm like, dude, these have gone up from the time when I picked them up. Like when I picked them up, they were next to nothing. Like you can get a already graded high grade in one of 141 for next to nothing, and 252 was a little bit pricier to get. It kind of ran up when ASM 300 ran up. They kind of respectively kind of went up together. But Secret Wars 8 in the past 2-3 years has just been on a steady climb. Because I think I was buying like raws of that. Like I was giving them away to friends when I'd come across some local and stuff. I was just like, yeah, pick this up at the shop. Didn't know if you had one, and just mail it to them. Because it was a cool book to have like in every PC. And it was like, you get it for $40-$50 in a good copy raw. Like
I was about to say mine was,
I think it's probably doubled about that though.
I was about to say mine was an 8.5. I can't remember which one. I think it was an 8.5. And it ended up costing me, I think I paid like $90 for mine. But that's because it had a crack case.
Yeah, I paid $60.
Like you got to get a reholder.
Mine's a CBCS. Mine's a CBCS 8.5, and I paid $60 for it.
There you go.
New CBCS cases. So that's how. I mean, it wasn't in the last 2 years that I got it. It's been longer than that, but it was right after the time that they got their newest cases, like right around then.
Okay.
Those two books, the Secret Wars book and 252, have always been linked. I remember buying those. I mean, what a huge deal it was to buy those right off the newsstand and see like, holy crap, black suit Spider-Man. Are you kidding? And it was just a big deal. But those were always linked.
It's just more imposing, man. And it seems to be like a lot better strategically. Like, because if you fight a lot of crime at night, I mean, you think not only can, like, is he way stronger than you, but he's now like blends in better. He just he's on you, and then you don't even see it coming.
And then throw in Todd McFarlane doing the Amazing Spider-Man run, and God, man, it was crazy. They were rock stars. There's I don't know if it's still free or not, but on Amazon Prime they have a documentary about Image Comics.
Yep, it's still on
there.
Yeah, man, it's amazing.
What documentary is it?
It just talks about them being where they were, and
I think it's called When He
leading
the World or something like that.
Hey,
I think
I've watched all these comics. Rob,
sorry,
have you seen the
to
Image
cut
one?
in. I gotta bounce for a moment. I'm late for Romania, so
okay. See you in a few minutes.
I hope you can get there quickly.
There's no problem. There's no delays at the airport.
Time travel, Rob. Time traveler.
It's teleport.
The best series of documentaries I've seen on comic books, including an episode on Indie Image. It was a 6-part event. They're an hour long a piece, done through AMC channel. I think that they were put on by Robert Kirkman because he's linked to AMC because of producing all the Walking Dead stuff and all that. But it's called The Secret History of Comic Books, and they did like episode 1 is on Superman specific. It gets into like Neil Adams going and saving the Siegel and Schuster family. The second episode is on Stan Lee and his relationship with Jack Kirby. And I cried like a baby in both of those episodes because of how tragic those stories are and like the redemption that comes in both of them. One episode is on Milestone specifically, which is also heartbreaking because at the time they made it, Dwayne McDuffie had been passed away, and seeing how influential he was. And it's crazy to see how much creators fight, for their properties. But the Image Comics one was just like watching a party of rock stars just going in. And it was amazing seeing how wild Liefeld is, like just blowing money. Like, what is it? The Youngbloods, how they have like that big transport ship. Like Liefeld spent like $30 million getting a real life-size one constructed to take to a con in the 90s. Cons in the 90s weren't like they are today. So he's got like all of his characters like in full professional, like movie ready for the time era suits, and he has the whole ship there built inside, and like we can't take it anywhere after this. It was just for this one event. Like it's just cool seeing what they did, like from the breakaway to the height of everything. It was cool. Yes, and they don't say that, but my God.
What's up,
what is
John?
going on? Brother John is in the building.
This seems like a great idea at the time.
Hope you have a good day.
So the Image Comics documentary is The Image Revolution. It's not currently free on Amazon Prime, and then the one you're talking about is also not. It has been on Amazon Prime before, but it's not currently free on Amazon Prime.
Oh, you can watch The Secret History of Comic Books, the whole thing on YouTube. You just look up Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comic Books, or just Secret History of Comic Books, and you'll find a playlist that has all 6 episodes in order. One of them's on Wonder Woman. If you think you have any idea about like the female empowerment that came with Wonder Woman, especially for a time, you are selling yourself all the way short. Y'all have no idea. Marsden he would be considered progressive to the max today, even.
Yeah.
Like this dude was he was a savage.
Woman fan. My mom, vividly remembers like doing the twirl thing, So.
Like if this explains why there is like a good 15-year run of nothing but bondage covers. Like the Wonder Woman, the female empowerment, the bondage, all of that was very reflective of what was going on in Marsden's household with his 2 wives back in the 30s and 40s. His name's on the book, but both of his wives nowadays, like they should be like retrofitted into crediting as partial creators, like how Bill Finger was unfairly taken off of all the Batman stuff when he's like Bob Kane deserves his place on there, but Bill Finger did more of the work. You know what I mean? Like the creative side in the paper. Like Bill Finger's that guy. That's like having Jerry Siegel without Joe Shuster on a book. That's just crazy. But they couldn't put his wife's name on there because he was living an alternative lifestyle at the time. Like he had a wife and a girlfriend that they lived and operated equally in their household. They had to hide that from the world around them. They ended up having a kid, and the kid would get shunned and everything at school because people they couldn't prove anything, but they suspected, that alternative lifestyle and everything. It's wild.
Well, there was that's the same thing with the big, kerfuffle about like, did Stan really create Spider-Man by himself, or did Steve have a bigger part in it than he did because of the way that Steve left comics, where he just became a recluse, like he just shut himself in his apartment and was done. Like you wouldn't think somebody who something had to major happen for somebody to just be like, you know what, I'm done with people.
Well, with Steve, it was more anything his ideology. He prescribed to Ayn Rand's ideology, and I forget the name of it, but his whole concept is when I create something, when I put Spider-Man on paper, the moment that it's on paper, it no longer belongs to me. It belongs to the entirety of our civilization. That's how creating is meant to be on an idealistic level. He just grew to not believe the same thing as 99% of the population we actually live in, you know.
Yeah.
I forget the name of Ayn Rand's. She wrote like Atlas Shrugged and stuff, but he prescribed that, which nothing wrong with that, to each their own. But like even all that's why Disney was having that kerfluffle with his what do you call it, his estate over Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, and people were kind of speculating for a while that they were doing the death of Doctor Strange just so they could sideline the character while they were going through litigation and everything. Which is crazy to think that his family thinks, hey, y'all owe us a percentage of this, when their actual creative patriarch in their family would disagree full-heartedly with him. You know what I mean? Like, Disney don't owe y'all anything. And while we're on the topic, Disney needs to let go of my creations. Like, Disney shouldn't be profiting off my creations. Neither should y'all. Like, go create yourself. Give it away. Like, it's wild. Good morning, Steve. How was your theater camp?
I just dropped my daughter off. She's got a performance tonight. So
it looks like you were playing the part of the thug from the wrong side of the tracks. Is that the part you're playing?
She's a billy goat, and she is not happy about it.
Did they give her a beard? You should have let her see.
I don't know. I'm
going
to find out tonight. She's got 2 lines, and then they sing several songs, of course. So
hopefully that's not one too many.
Yeah. Well, she knows her lines pretty well.
It's hard to forget if you only have 2, isn't it? Bah and ah.
No, she has actual lines. But, how's your vacation?
Good morning, Drac. What is going on? Getting the hello treatment from the chat. We're doing good. We're talking about these creatives and a lot of these awesome documentaries you can find on the history of comic books and everything. And Stan Lee's actual part he played in all these creations that he's credited fully for. You know, that's why Jack Kirby left.
Yeah.
And there's amazing stories with Jack and Stan.
Towards the end, people would ask him flat out, you know, did you create Spider-Man or did Steve? And he would, and I can't remember the answer he gave, but it was a very broad, general answer. But you could basically, he was alluding to the fact where he's like, I think he even says legally, this is the answer I can give you.
Yeah,
and
well, in terms of that, like 100%.
You know, they both had a hand in it, but legally, he
was a hype man. You know, he was meant to be a hype man and a mouthpiece. He was the greatest person ever at doing it, is bringing readers over to their properties. He wrote, it hit a point where when would he have time to actually sit down and create these people versus like the whole Stanley method was he would come up with an idea. He would think of something and he would tell his creators, he would tell Jack Kirby, hey, let's do this fantastic story next month. And there's this giant cosmic being and he eats worlds and his name is Galactus and he's going to come to Earth and the Fantastic Four have to stop him. Does that sound cool, Jack? Jack would be like, yeah, let's do it. He's like, all right, well, bring me the pages when you're done and I'll add the story to him. Jack would literally do 100% of the comic book, hand it to Stan, and Stan would add text bubbles after the fact. He would not sit here and say, here's the script, go make the story match the script. It was the other way around. So Jack brings back, 48? Fantastic Four 48, puts it down in front of Stan Lee, and Stan's like, thanks. And he gets to working on it, and he hits a point he has to stop, and he calls Jack. He's like, Jack, I just got halfway through this, and when I run into this silver guy on a surfboard, who is that? I don't know who that is. And Jack's like, hey, if there's a cosmic being big enough to devour worlds, and he's on the way, wouldn't he need a herald? That's a great idea, Jack. Thanks. And he puts the phone down, and then Silver Surfer was born. You know, Stan had zero to do with it, but you can't say zero because Stan created Galactus. You know, they just work perfectly in tandem. So it's not fair to count Stan out or fully credit Stan. You got to just look at like how actual creative all of these people were, including Stan, that he could sit there and letter a comic. He didn't have shit to do with the drawing. You know, like this is just creativity on a level that we do not see today anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yes.
What you need?
And that is a challenge to all the comic book creators out today. If you don't believe what was just said, then prove us wrong. Do some awesome stuff. Like, you know, blow our minds. Come up with something brand new that just takes off. Go for it. Knock yourselves out. It's probably way harder than you imagine.
Yeah, That it is absolutely backwards. I mean, they get script now first, and then everything works around that. It seems bizarre to do it the other way.
So, Brad, since it's just me and you, we can talk about this. I pulled the trigger on 2 cards last night.
Uh-oh, what'd you get?
Deion Sanders Donruss rookie card, Jerry Curl and all, and
he was with the Yankees, right?
Yeah, he was with the Yankees.
Drafted by
and
the
then Ken Griffey Jr.'s Donruss rookie, and I got it for under $5 with shipping.
Yeah, you can do pretty well on those. I mean, the upper deck's the most expensive one, but if you get those, the cool thing about like the tops and the Donruss and all those other ones, while they're not as nice looking,
the tops are pretty much up there too now.
They look good, but as far as like premium, like using the paper and the gloss and all that stuff. But the interesting thing is, like, the same will be true. So I gave you the Chipper Jones upper deck rookie card when pretty well, actually the first time we met. I gave you one of those. The tops and Bowman have since become more valuable than the upper deck, because it's like these were made on such terrible material. They're harder to keep in good shape than the premium,
the gloss
upper deck cards and stuff.
And
they're really cool cards.
Low grades hit me to a documentary they found about sports cards, and basically like it went back into the inner workings, and they found a guy who worked for Upper Deck, and he was like, look, we printed sheets. There are probably still sheets at Upper Deck of those Ken Griffey Jr. uncut, still on the sheet, tons of them, tons. They could still put them out today. Well, and I was like, oh my God.
If you saw a 1989 Upper Deck baseball box sitting at a table, somebody cracks it open and says, hey, these packs are for sale. You can go in and pick exactly the space where the Ken Griffey Jr. pack is sitting in the box.
Yeah.
Every box is the same. So you could go cherry pick the Ken Griffey Jr. every time.
Every single time. And it's crazy. But yeah, I was sitting there last night on eBay and I shot dude an offer. I was like, he wanted 81 cents for shipping. And I was like, how are you shipping with 81 cents? But like, he was like, and I shot him an offer and he accepted it. And I was like, cool. And then like literally the next thing I did was I like scrolled down, and for some reason in my feed that it said, this is related to something you've searched. I think it was because I've searched it before. It showed the Deion Sanders rookie card. And so I typed it in and I actually went through like a few of them. And I was like, literally, it was like the second cheapest one. And I was like, you know what? Deion's worth it. I'll go second cheapest. And so I shot that dude and all his payment too. So yeah, I just couldn't, man. Like as soon as I seen that Deion Sanders, I was like, I mean, I know people argue him and Bo Jackson, two of the greatest athletes, not baseball players, not football players. They did both. And then at the same time, Deion was track and field in high school. So was Bo Jackson. Like those guys are athletes.
That 30 for 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, for me, it's Bo and then Deion.
Yeah.
But I'm also a Kansas guy, Kansas City Royals. So
they still argue who's the fastest between the two of them.
If you look at physical specimen, Bo's a much more impressive. Like, dude, he is huge. Yeah. The Spider-Man run on the wall after he caught the ball. I mean, like he's big and he was agile. But both those guys did stuff that people like. I dare Aaron Judge to go play defensive lineman for the Giants right now. Bet you he couldn't do it.
They still argue who was the fastest back then. Bo Jackson says he was faster than Deion. So they still argue that.
I don't think I could even. Yeah, I couldn't even. Because
growing up in Alabama, growing up, Bo Jackson was like there's like legends around Bo Jackson. He was like a superhero back then.
But it still comes back to the fact that his combine time was higher than Deion's. But he was like, "Oh, but I have run it faster," and I was like, "You might have."
Well, you got an old man standing at the finish line clicking the button. that laser time. It would have been cool to see laser timed.
Oh, well, didn't Dion run it here recently? And he still ran a decent time to be his age. I think it was a couple years ago. He ran it just for fun.
That dude's in his 50s now. I'd like to see what Dion runs the 40 in now.
I bet it's still like 4.7.
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
But yeah, I would agree with the whole Bo was definitely probably. But I mean, you just imagine if he wouldn't have ever got hurt, the Raiders would have won like every Super Bowl in the 90s. Like,
well, they did.
Sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, Mark. We're taking over your stream talking sports.
That's perfectly fine. Just make sure y'all address the comment I pulled up because it's relevant to what y'all are talking about. I have no clue.
I haven't seen that, but I'm gonna go check it out.
I was about to say, I think that's the one I'm talking about. I think that's the one I'm talking about. I can't remember what it's called. It's something like, I can't remember because Rob from Low Grades told me about it, and I can't remember what it's called. Because J2 was even like, Rob found it and showed it to me, and I'm the card guy. So,
well, it was. I think it was more than it being a collectible issue. It was rampant among a lot of different things. I mean, junk wax era. That's what the start of the junk wax era when they were producing.
Is that what the kids are getting hopped up on these days?
Junk wax.
That's what all these kids are running around hopped up on junk wax. Yeah,
those darn kids. Yeah, but they did the same thing with comics back then in the 90s. I mean, everything was, everything was a cash cow. So they were just like making tons of it.
Yep.
I remember having a bunch of sports cards as a kid. No, I don't even know where they're at.
You should find them, man. You might have your little gold mine.
You should go find them. You might have a gold mine in there, dude.
I'm sure my mom threw them away, but
I had a nice collection when I was younger too, and I'm pretty sure it ended up either one of two things happened. My mom threw them away, which I doubt because she's even asked me what happened to your cards, or I think more than likely my stepdad took them to the local flea market and sold them off.
Right.
He found them and he was like, "Hey, these are just sitting here. Why would anybody still want these?" And then he just took them and sold them all. And I was like, "I don't know. How much did you sell them for? Like, why would anybody want these?"
Real quick, without getting too off topic. For one, hello, Kyle. We're happy to see Kyle's back. He's got a new phone. He's able to be mobile while he's on here. And secondly, Steve, will you like to announce to the 10 people watching and the people on the stream what you have going on that's hitting your Instagram today?
Yeah, actually, if you give me just a second here, I can even share.
Oh, it's a red-eared slider.
I can ready.
Yeah, his name's Rocket.
Yeah, Rocket, the red-eared slider. Where does he live? What do you have him in, Kyle?
I'll show you in a second. Go ahead, Steve. What's up?
He's going to take forever. He's raffling off
I'm like
5
seconds out from being ready here.
All right, well, for 5 seconds, I'll show you. See this waterfall?
He's got a turtle. Let me make you bigger, Kyle, so the little girl can see.
Oh, I just threw him in the pond.
See, like ponds?
So I have like it's about 100-gallon, 200-gallon pond, and then a big waterfall that comes down, and he hangs out here.
That's right. But
yeah, my turtle's in there.
Rocket.
Yeah, look, you can see him.
Pet turtle. Monkey has a pet turtle. There's his turtle. See him swimming? Uh-huh.
Then,
yeah, they like the water. Like Jude. Like how Jude likes the water.
Yeah, cat.
It is a cat. What's the cat's name?
Yeah.
What's a cat's name?
I didn't name it. I just named it Cat.
The cat has no name.
Cat has no name.
Yeah. Shout out Game of Thrones.
No name.
That you say that, but there it is.
I didn't want to get emotionally attached, man. Yeah.
The turtle's going to eat it. All right, so let's see what Steve has going on here.
All right, so I'm going to have a raffle hitting my Instagram today for this Marvel Spotlight number 5.
It's got a 3-week limit, 3-week window on it, guys. Get in now.
Yes, I have 3 weeks to sell this. Hopefully it sells before that, but essentially, I really bought this book to resell, and I was going to sell it to Mark, and the timing just didn't work out.
So the timing was fine. You just found another book that changed the timing. So go for it.
Yes, something was posted
Something
yesterday.
came up, and Steve wants it now. Got to go now.
I got to get it now. I
want
had
it
to,
now.
and I claimed it with a payment plan. So I need to sell this book that I just got back.
Correct.
It is. It is The Road to the Brave and the Bold 28. I can confirm that.
He got this book he never should have purchased. Should have let me purchase it. Then we agreed for me to purchase it. Then he changed the agreement because he found
That is not true. I hit you up yesterday.
This is only 100% fact. I'm not mad about it, but 100% fact.
You're the one who said that to just sell it. You're the one.
I know because you swapped up.
Best friend.
I'm on the middle of vacation. He's like, yeah, we'll talk when you get back. Turned to yesterday. Hey, look, I found a Brave and the Bold. Later in the day, hey, I got to sell that book today. We need to figure this out because I'm like, dude, just.
I didn't. That is not what I said. That is.
I just put money down on this Brave and the Bold. I'm on a window here.
That is not what I
I'm
said.
like, bro, just sell.
Hey, Mark, you better cough it up or you're gonna lose it, buddy.
If you're gonna
I'm not even worried about it.
I said to him, I'm like, hey, so can we like talk about the price because we hadn't done that yet? And then I said, what would a payment plan look like? And I said I wanted to know that before.
Yeah, you told me.
And this is before I even made an offer to the guy about it.
Yeah.
So,
For just 35 cents a day, you can get yourself a Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, I'm on vacation, and I'm not even going to be home to even look at new finances till like next week sometime. So yeah, I'm not trying to hold him up, and I'm not tied to it.
Where you at?
Marvel. I'm in St. Simon's Island. My buddy who owns Smashers Comics has a Marvel Spotlight 5 right now as well. Like they're not hard to find.
Yeah.
I'm not tied to nothing, man. So I'd rather you get that Brave and the Bold, make that happen.
Dude, you and I have been wanting one of those for a while. I think you want a little higher grade than me.
No, I'm probably don't. I'm not a grade snob. It's just all in presentation for me. Presentation and price. I don't want to pay. I'm sorry, Rob, you got it. I don't want to pay like full market value for anything, period, ever, no matter what. Even these McFarlane figures I've been buying, y'all saw, like I'm finding them for like $10, $12, you know, like that's my thing. As long as I don't, Brad saw this firsthand. Like I don't pay full price for nothing like that. Like if I'm not getting a deal on it, it's not my copy because there's copies of 4 deals.
Good man.
It's just how it goes. I'm in no time. And this year, my goal shifted. Like getting one issue of the original Hulk run was there, and picking up a copy of Brave and the Bold. Well, Brave and the Bold spiked, so my care for it dropped instantly. And on top of that, I picked up 2 copies of the original Hulk run because at Heroes, I beat a guy down on day 1 for over $150 and ended up even pulling off the second end of the haggle silently. So that was a new check mark on the accomplishment box too. You know, like that was just fun. So I'm happy where I'm sitting for this year with my goals. If I do get a Brave and the Bold, it'll be great. But you know, we had to move that we weren't planning and all that stuff.
What does that mean silently? I don't understand what that meant.
So I'm like early on the first day of Heroes, I was walking around and I saw Incredible Hulk issue 4 in the slabbed copy, and I talked to the guy and held the book, looked at it, and he had a price on it. I said, I see you got the price on here, but what's your real number? He goes, you tell me, make an offer. I'm like, cool, I'll give you $50 for it. He's like, no. I'm like, well, then what's the number? And he told me the number. So I'm like, all right, so I need it for less than that then. So I gave him a counter offer, and he's like, I can't really do that. It's just the first day, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, cool. So I walked around for a while.
Okay.
Came back maybe 2 hours later. It's still the first half of the first day kind of thing. And when we came back at this point, a lot of people have gotten in. So there's people all around his booth, and he's in a conversation with somebody. And I walked up to the corner of his booth. He saw me, and I just held up my finger, showing him my offer. And he just kind of was still talking. He looked at me, and he just kind of nodded, grabbed the book, handed it to me, and I sent him the PayPal right there. And,
cool.
That was it. And lo and behold, I immediately turned around and I handed him my
sold
card.
it for
I didn't
double.
PayPal. No, I handed him my card and he swiped it. So then as soon as I walked away, I pulled up my phone and opened my bank account because we didn't say a word during the transaction. So when I looked, like he charged me whatever the fee that he was paying less than what I thought, so that my total after fees and tax was the number that I offered. I didn't,
Wow.
so I got
Oh,
it for
cool.
even cheaper.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So I got it for like 150 less than he was asking.
That's not bad.
It was only a few $100 book to begin with. I think he had 5 on it originally.
He got 5 on it.
Not sure 4.
The art of negotiation is fairly interesting. You and Mark, you always I've seen it in action. You have like this you're my friend kind of mentality towards it, where you like cut the bullshit and you just get down to like, hey man, I'm just a cool guy looking for a book. If you want to hook me up, hook me up. If not, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Either way, enjoy your day.
What
It was a
is
master
that-
class in negotiation.
What I tell people is you have to come in, you have to monotone and confidently say whatever you want to say. Period. You act like you have to say it in a way that you assume that they already agree with you, or they're stupid for not agreeing with you. Like come on, we know. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And most of the time, it works.
The biggest thing is you have to be willing to understand that I might not get it today.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because-
you have to be perfectly
because-
fine with that.
Because if you're not perfectly fine with that, then you come from a position of weakness where you're like you're just
I don't
gonna end
need
up-
your book,
Okay,
but I know
yeah.
you want my money. Yeah.
right.
So,
Right,
Like, I went to
otherwise-
this one dealer, he had probably the biggest selection of early Silver Age Marvel stuff. Like all of his low down beat up stuff. It was really low grade is better than no grade, which is like perfect for me. That's what I'm looking for, trying to complete Tales to Astonish. Just finding complete readable copies of those early monster issues is a win. But everything he had triple digits on. And I'm looking around in his stuff. I find his Tales. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? And then I even see, if I finally find one I'm missing, it's on the wall. I'm like, what price do you have on that Tales right there? He's like, oh, I got $250 on it. I'm like, oh God. He's like, you want to see them? I'm like, oh no. He's like, it's really not a problem. I'm like, sir, I don't want to waste your time because your starting price on that, there's no common ground to be found with us. I'm walking around picking these up for $20 a piece right now. He's like, oh, good luck with that. And I just unzip my book bag and flop out 6 of them and just fan them out. I'm like, dude, they're here for that. Like, good luck with that. Me, like, I'm having great luck with it, sir.
The pricing is so interesting that you can be that far off from somebody.
Yeah.
Well, some people
there
just
are shops like that aren't trying to sell their books. They don't need to sell them. It's like Chuck with Mile High. He has his book so high because he's set. He is set for life. He loves his comics. He loves to show them off. And if someone is willing to pay his prices, he's willing to part with it.
Sense.
Otherwise, he doesn't want to part with it. It's more like a viewable collection than an actual shop.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely. What were you saying, Rob?
I said when we were at C2E2, there was for example, a book I was looking at, an ASM 55. It's not a key. It's just a classic cover, right? And this guy had a mid-grade book that he had on his wall, and dude was asking over $4 for an ASM 55 mid-grade that's not a key. It's just a class cover Doc Ock face,
like an older book. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, there ain't no way. He did the same thing. He's like, you want to look at it? I'm like, well, no, I saw the price on it. There's no way we're coming anywhere close. And I just finally got another copy. Scott had AOK'd me a low grade copy, so I was fine. I had a space holder in my PC, and then I just picked up a copy the other day that's probably the same deal. I picked up for about $100.
Nice.
So it's like, which is much more where it should be. And not, but even when we were there, I was walking around that my ASM 31 that I was looking to pick up there at the con. You're walking around and some people were asking certain prices on Raws, and you go, I could go over to Short Box right there. They got a slab. This was my base of reference, right? That Short Box had a slabbed copy for $400. So at a set grade. So when I'm going around and you're telling me you want for your lower grade book that's raw, you want $300 more than I can physically go walk over there in 30 seconds and go buy. Yes.
Sorry.
That's how I. No, that's how I. That's what
I'm playing
that
with
was.
Monkey.
That was literally the expression that came out of my mouth when they wanted that kind of money. So
What was it at C2E2 when we were all there? There was a guy, I picked up 2 comic books and I took it to him. And he immediately went to eBay to see what they were worth. And I asked him, I was like, "Are you checking eBay?" He said, "Yeah." So I went to eBay. And he was like, "Well, how about yada, yada, yada?" And I was like, "No, I bought both of them already. Thank you for your time." Walked off. I bought them on eBay at C2E2.
That's how you do it. And to Jay Hood's point here, he says like he goes to eBay lowest sold, and his shop puts them up at near graded prices for raw books, and that's like you got to keep in mind, just because these people are set up or vendors or shops have books on the wall, they're not necessarily good at buying collections. Their overhead on these things might not be what you'd expect. So when you see these vendors that all their books are high, they probably paid high for a collection. Or either they're just dumb at business, one of the two. But sometimes people just don't they'll lose the house selling these books for market value.
That is the key, is how much did you pay? Where did you get in? Because that is reflected in the price.
Yep.
Well, they sit there.
Dude, you made him run out of the shed with both thumbs in the air.
It's just how the market works. It makes perfect sense. And what's your cat's name, Tylox? The black one?
I have 3, but the most popular one is Salem.
You shouldn't have told him.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that jumps up on your chair.
Like Tyler, I'll tell you mine till you tell me yours. Not at this point.
That's a good point.
I'll get in probably eventually. We'll see.
No, I mean that was the problem though. Is like a lot of these guys, they sit there and they say, "Oh, hey, the grade. This book is I'm determining this book is an 8.0. Therefore, I'm going to charge you 8.0 prices for that book." And it's like, what your grading isn't what establishes the 8.0. What it describes as a professionally graded book. Yours is a raw book, so it's got to be painted with a broader stroke.
At the bare minimum, when they say I have it at an 8.0 and the 8.0 price, all right, well now let's subtract the shipping fees, the grading fees, the fast track fees, and all the fees that are going to come to actually getting it to that potential value. And assuming your value is right.
My 8 to 10 months that I'm going to be without the book. After I bought
let's deduct all that from the price, and you got a deal. Now we're down at a raw 6.0 price.
Right. Or even Kyle, the book I picked up for Kyle, it's like they had it priced on the wall and on my LCS, and then he goes, when I asked him for when he asked him for the discount, then he goes, well, what's going on with this book? Because he initially thinks like instantly as soon as you're trying to buy a book and it's a key and you're negotiating with him in the shop that there must be like something that he's missing. So he immediately goes to eBay to look, and he's like, I'm like, you can check eBay all you want. I said, I'm just making you an offer. I don't know that shit about the book. I don't care. It's for a buddy of mine from out of the area. And he goes, and he goes, yeah, okay, fine. And that's when he goes like, oh, okay, well, what about this? And decided, Kyle, he'll come down to this price. Kyle's like, all right.
I figured if you were anywhere around 75, I was taking it. So
yeah, no, I mean it's like they're generally my shop. Fortunately, I was dealing with the comics manager versus the entire shop manager, because the guy who just specializes on the comics, he and I are much cooler. We share an affinity for sci-fi golden age books, so we're always showing each other stuff, and he doesn't care about Star Wars. He just knows that.
I swear to God, like I was thinking about you and Scott every time I hit a new booth at Heroes. I'm like, Jesus Christ, these two people have just failed at life for not being here this week, because this was it, my man.
A comic book lovers convention for sure.
And they had all of Rob and Scott's niche stuff. You know what I mean? Like it was just
old stuff.
So, Lady Fantastic, I would say that my LCS, when they're checking the price at the counter, it wasn't to rate. The book was priced, and that was the price that it was. Their cap price was. They only were looking when I was asking for a discount, not to set the price any higher, because they weren't going to sell.
Sucks.
Well, in California, the price is tagged. They can't by law check at the counter and raise the price. But what he could do is look to see that, oh, hey, that book is now selling for, people are selling for $150, $200. I mean, and I had it priced at $70. No, I'm not going to give you a discount further than that, because I can sell it to the next guy, right? But what they can do is he can look and see that either A, he's overpriced, or no, the actual here's where the market really is down here, or yeah, you're still, or no, this is what it's going for, but because I like you as a customer and you spend a lot of money with you, I'm willing to go ahead and do that. I have no problem with that on a wall book, on something like that where it's already priced and they're not looking to go up. They're just looking to see whether they're willing to come down further.
That makes sense.
That's fine.
So my honey hole here, or not here, my honey hole back home in Augusta, Dead Media, fantastic shop. And his whole policy is like he has everything price tagged, back issues, wall books, toys, games, everything. He says if you find something and it's popped and you bring it to the counter, that means you found it before I do. You get it for the price it's listed. I'm not losing $1 selling it for 10 instead of 80. Like I bought it.
They priced it for their margin. Yeah.
Yeah. They probably like that's what I don't get. Like you're not losing money. And as a shop, if you have customers that can walk in knowing that if I spend time here and I look here, I can score big here, they're more likely to clear out your other stuff that's not popped too, that's legit a good long-term business strategy to get returning customers. They're gonna want to get back in there on their next off day. They're going to be thinking about what are they missing every time Key Collector posts an update. Like, oh, I wonder if he has that in his back.
Well, things in the market change so fast, it's hard to stay on top of. But I agree, Lady Fantastic. If stuff is untagged and they're just like if they're putting a bunch of wall books up there and none of them are tagged and they're just checking them on as they go, trying to maximize. Yeah, that's a bunch of Bravo Sierra. But the I don't, like I said, mine was a little bit different. They tag everything is tagged, so it's just decided how much of a discount he was going to let me go.
There was a book. When the first time me and Brad and Brian hung out, there was a book at the shop that we went to, and I thought about asking about it, but the guy had it priced up on the wall, and I was like, I don't think he'll come down to what I want to come down to on it, because he's got it priced so high that I didn't even bother asking him what he wanted for it. But it was a copy of Nightwing #1 from his first solo series, and dude wanted, and it was like a 8. Somewhere around the 8.
So it's like a $25, $30 book.
He wanted $100 for it. And I was like, dude, I was sitting there thinking, dude, I'll give you like $30, $40 for that book.
Yeah, 25, 30. Yeah, exactly. It's like,
that's too far apart because I knew he would never go for it. Now, maybe if I would have brought other books up to the counter, maybe, but that's still, I was like, you know what, I'm not even going to.
Well, sometimes it's a good question. Like, how long they've had that book, and it was priced at one point, something spiked on it or something. Like I said, my LCS, he told me when he's looking, he told me, look, if it's, if he goes in there and he sees that, hey, it's only selling for $30 now, and that's the reality of the market, he'll drop his price accordingly too, so.
Quick question. Are the Bombardiers from outer space? Anybody know?
I have no idea.
Who are the Bombardiers?
Yeah. This.
Oh, in Thor. I have no idea.
I was about to say, I'm assuming this is a spaceship, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, not a Thor guy, so I couldn't. Comic Thor guy, I couldn't tell you. Break time already, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm a little worried that the sprinklers are going to come on now.
Well, Kyle, I missed you for the barbecue, not only because I was like, when it was funny is the day before the barbecue, I'm sitting there, I was sitting there getting ready. I'm okay. Or I guess it was Thursday night. Because Friday was the day I start doing the cooking. It's Thursday night. All of a sudden, kitchen sink totally backed up. And stuff.
That always happens.
wouldn't drain. I said, God damn it, where's a plumber, Kyle the plumber, when I need him? And I go down and because at first I had I was getting ready to do something at night. I was just about to go sit down in my recliner and unwind and relax before the big day of cooking, right? And that's when all of a sudden, like, my wife, we're looking at it and it's completely backed up and stuff. I'm like, shit, now I got to go grab stuff. So I'll go grab it. I open up, I open the trap. Because she tells me, it's like, maybe I shouldn't have dumped the olives down the disposal. I said, did you
What?
when you dumped them? I said, when you dumped the olives because they were like old martini olives. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
did you turn on the disposal when you ran them down at least? She's like, oh no. So now I'm envisioning a bunch of olives are like in the bottom of the trap,
They're
right?
just
They're
sitting there, yeah.
right. So I open up the trap and nothing blocking up the trap. Nothing. I'm like, oh shit. It means it's down. Whatever it is blocked in the lateral.
Hmm.
And I'm like, I don't have a snake that was designed.
This
for
is
that.
during your cookout day.
This was the day before, right before the day of cooking. And I'm like, oh, this is like the worst possible time for this to happen. It was like having to call an emergency. You know, my wife's all, I'll call a plumber. She's gonna go, do you want him to come tonight or do you want him to call tomorrow morning? I said, no, in the morning is fine. I don't want to pay 11 o'clock at night plumber prices.
Yeah.
I'm happy to wait till the morning, normal business hours. Still have to get the emergency call bill price, but oh man, I was like, thank God I was right. It was just a bunch of crap.
Since then,
Mostly
Rob has
grease.
ordered a snake from Amazon.
Yeah, I got to
It
actually
depends
go.
on
Actually, I
how
have
far
one.
it is.
I have one somewhere, about a 25-foot snake somewhere. I just have to find it. That's the problem. I haven't used it in so long. I know it's somewhere in my garage. It's a
There are
question
so
of
many innuendos that ran through my head right now. It's not even funny. I literally almost said,
Okay.
"Yes, I want a Yamaga."
Plumbing terms in general are just baked with sexual innuendos,
Yes,
like the
that's
entire
exactly.
thing.
I think we
Hey.
sprinkled it in well after the fact, though. You know,
we always like to have somebody come out and lay some pipe. You know, clear a
the
blockage.
sexual innuendos are the one and only reason why Kyle ever got into plumbing.
That's the promiscuous in my name.
Steve, what are you doing over there, quietly looking down?
I am like sharing my raffle.
He's signing up for one of my mystery boxes. Is what he's doing.
Have you talked about those yet, Kyle? On here?
What? No, heck no.
Would you like to share about those?
I'll let Tylox talk about it. What do you think, Tylox?
I was about to say, so the next time I get paid, I'm actually thinking about hitting you up for a couple mystery boxes.
Heck yeah, dude! I've sold 3 of them, and I'm not sure how long I'm gonna do it. Yeah, because I'm gonna lose my ass on this.
Well, I was thinking about doing one too, actually. When one of yours,
where he guarantees that, like, you set the price point. You tell him what you want to pay for his mystery box, and he is also saying that you will double whatever you pay as far as the value of the box.
Yep.
He has not said what books are in the box. He has not said what the grand prize is or any of that stuff. But literally, you set your price point.
Grand prize is a UF4 1 in 25.
He says you will get what? Oh, you want $100 box? No problem. I got you covered with $200 books.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's a reverse mystery box because it's a mystery.
It's a not so exactly.
Like he has no idea what's in these boxes.
Is this Kyle? Is this all stuff coming out of that collection that you got?
Not entirely. It depends on how people. There's a survey, and you got to answer the survey. There's 10 questions in the survey. It's just to get to know you and get to know your tastes.
I like how you make it complex, like more complex than an average person would be willing to go for, but it pays off for them at the end. I'm not saying that jokingly. Like nobody's going to make you take a survey, but again, it pays off in the end. If you know Kyle a little bit and you're like, hey, screw it, and you do it, you're going to be happy about it, kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's really fun because I believe the survey might have something to do with which boxes you get.
Well, in all sincerity, the survey is just step 1 in Kyle's long game here to steal your identity as repaying. He's trying to pay back the universe that stole his identity 2 years ago, and
Absolutely.
this has been all part of this plan. So,
yep.
Wait,
but yeah,
I've Kyle running around.
There is a fake Kyle running around buying like spa days and makeup and stuff. Dude, my credit cards got so screwed. I'm almost done. I'm almost done sorting it out. But yeah, no, it's I sold 3 of them already. And one of them's a $600 one of them's a $500 one, and one of them's a $200 one.
So those two big ones, they definitely peeled out of that collection you bought.
Yeah, they have to, because I even asked, like, what do you want, more books or do you want less books? And one of the answers was, yeah, I only want $50 books or more. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll get your number.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I'm not sure how long I'm going to do this, because it's hard to guarantee a double your money for very long.
Well, unless you have a lot of collection that you paid less than half the values.
Oh yeah. The incentive is still there for me, but I just don't know how long I can do it for.
Right. Fair enough. Well, I'll have to check and see what I got going on here, because I know I saw your post and I was like, oh, that's intriguing.
Yeah, I just thought it'd be fun.
What about money down?
Kyle,
in
I
a
need
payment
a
plan?
Kyle, I need a $5,000 mystery box.
I have three people on payment plans with me right now, Mark.
Are you going to ship out once they're fully paid?
Yeah, it depends on who it is, to be honest. Like if
So
I
for
know
example,
where
if
they
I
live,
wanted
I
a
can
mystery
hunt them
box,
down.
you just send it to me and let me get you the money when I get you the money.
And then when you get jacked books, you go, fuck you, never mind. Here's your books back.
I'd need your new address. Yeah.
And he needs Kyle to stop stealing his credit card.
Also, don't. Mark just sends me a random PO box.
just send it to the Augusta Book Exchange.
Now I'm thinking about getting one now and two later. So,
Oh God, it's up to you, man. Just understand that most of my collection is modern, so that's the only. It is a modern mystery box.
But Kyle, have you sent those books that?
Oh no, I haven't. I'm shipping out
okay.
you and Chip today. Actually, I'm actually having a friend come over, and they're gonna help me organize some stuff, and then I'm gonna get a lot of my shipping done. So Chip bought some Star Wars books from me as well, and I'm gonna be shipping him out.
Watching you package comics to ship them out is watching like a spiritual ritual or a seance, one of the two. Like it's next level.
I pack really well.
And he like
go
gets on the
above and beyond.
floor. He lights scented candles and stuff. He lays all the materials out in front of him. He gets
Does
in
he
a
wear those super
meditative
baggy
state.
pants?
Yes, and he gets in it because for the flexibility purposes. So he gets in a meditative state, and he hums over everything first. Like he doesn't dictate what order this happens, and he doesn't let the packages dictate what order it happens. He finds what the universe dictates happens next, and it's a process. It's a process.
I'm one with the tape, and the tape is one with me.
You hear that, Steve?
And there's pull tabs on everything.
Steve's like, oh no, here it comes. Tape gate.
I've already seen tape on your nipples. I'm assuming.
That's the very same tape that he uses to package with.
The secret is pull tabs, though, so that you can easily get stuff open.
Or the secret is not using tape.
Yeah, I bought a
Use the box to hold
Nestle
it together.
reprint. No, it was a sleeping bag.
No, sleeping bag. The harder one to find.
Which is it's the second one that they did after the Safeguard one, and it's really hard to find. And all of them have those little the 3 pinholes in the bottom where they go through the what is that newspaper paper called?
Oh,
newsprint. Yeah, this newsprint where it goes through the newsprint feeders. How the things.
Yeah, the holes at the bottom.
Yeah, which is awesome. Like that's like that added piece of history onto the books that they do that with. But I watched them package it live on a stream one day. I'm like, this is sexual.
Sexual.
It takes me so long because I have all those unnecessary
Kyle
tropes
packs
that
books well. He just doesn't always ship to the right address.
That's a good point. I shipped it 4 doors down to one of Austin's neighbors.
That's where that HOA money comes in. Part of that is they bring you your shit, hopefully.
No, I actually, the internet's a scary place, man. Just by their address, I was able to find their cell phone number and message them and have them take the books to Austin the next morning.
What is it? Literally, my mom moved, and when she moved, like it was right after she moved, and I hadn't talked to her for a couple weeks, and I was like, "Hey, I'm coming over to your house," and she was like, "I moved," and I was like, "I know," And she was like, "What do you mean you know?" I was like, "I googled your name and I put your name into Google search and it told me your new address." And my mom's like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yup, I know exactly where you live right now." My mom's like,
it's
kind of scary. I was like, "It is. It's very scary." That's what happens when you sign paperwork.
Oh,
gonna-
well, yeah, because
I'm gonna hop over to my computer. I'll be right back.
that's interesting. Who sent me money?
That's a good problem to have. Who sent
Well,
you
I was just looking at my bank record, and it was like okay, my paycheck got deposited, and then it said this other deposit from PayPal, and I'm all, well, who the hell? Why? I don't remember selling money, so where did it come from?
Oh my god, everyone's just quietly looking down. What is
Oh,
happening right now? I just came back from getting a charger, and everyone looks like they're praying.
I know what it is. Okay, it's the refund amount that was okay. There was I was like this. I was looking at my bank, and there was this $128 credit from PayPal that was listed. And usually PayPal, somebody sends me money on PayPal, it goes into your PayPal account. It doesn't go into your bank account. And I hadn't done any transfers, so I was kind of curious what happened. And I remembered, so I had done last Friday when I sent money to Mad Spidey to try to facilitate this timely comics pickup. I sent him initially incorrectly as goods and services, so then he had to refund that, and part of it came part from my balance and part from my checking account. So it was really it just finally cleared. The return of the money just cleared back into my account finally. So
I think it's funny how years ago when they came out with debit cards, my dad's like, "Oh no, that's how they get you." And now look at us, like.
Now look at us getting got every day. Different people
I don't-
getting got every day. He was not wrong.
I don't carry cash, and it's really bad. As I feel bad because, like the other day, the guys came to my house that I have a mobile car washing service. It comes around, does my cars in my driveway while I'm working here, and like they're like, "Oh, hey, okay, your cars are all done." And I'm like, "Oh shit, I got no cash to tip these guys." I'm like, "Oh, you guys got PayPal? I can send you the tip." And they're like, "Oh, no." What kind of? Well, I don't have any cash. No, you don't have to tip us. We don't. Well,
I'm a cash guy, and I was walking around on vacation here with cash, and it's blowing a lot of people's minds.
I hope you're paying in nothing but $2 bills, just the really and 50 cent and dollar coins.
All right. So in all sincerity, Rob, you know, Kyle is a waitress at like the steakhouse back in Augusta. So
yeah.
The way that I like keep finances, like 100% of her income just goes into a stack. You know, I use my paycheck to pay.
Goes into the mattress, right?
Yeah, and because at our old house where we were renting, like I would pay all the bills, and then once a month we would peel rent out of that stack of cash and just let it keep building, and that's how you get it. That's how we would get ahead. You know, that was just a good format for it. So now that we just went and grabbed that and brought it on vacation with us.
Yeah.
So the stack of ones like that tall, and I've been peeling.
It's like are you a stripper?
No.
Total 47 XYZ, and I'll get out of the car and I'll take 10 and fold it, put it in my pocket, 10, fold it, put it in the pocket, and do that with the other pocket. Like total is this, and I'll just pull out a 10 wad. Hint, there's 10, there's 20, there's 30, there's 40. I'm just trying to thin it down, you know. Like previously, I would take those to the bank and just change them up to big bills to go pay rent with. Right, so now I don't need to do that.
Rent. Give them your rent in singles. Who cares?
Well, I care because I don't want to have to stand there and count it. You know, I can just hand it to the teller at the bank, and they'll just hand me hundreds back.
You could buy one of those machines.
My dad had a great story where when my dad
or you could do them the way that a lot of us used to do it, which is you weigh them. If you figure out how much, if you have a sensitive enough scale, you know how much one bill weighs, then you can just weigh them and it tells you.
Bills weigh a gram, they're supposed to weigh a gram if they're not beat up or like schmegma'd or anything.
Loaded with a lot of extra Coke.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, there's a Miami Graham, and then there's everybody else Graham.
Yeah. Miami Graham.
So, yeah, there you go.
So you want to start weighing money? We can talk metric system, Rob. I'll talk that with you. That way.
My
Yeah,
dad had this
he,
great,
he doesn't know whether or not California or Wisconsin is closer to him.
Kyle, Tylox, your mic is kind of low. What were you saying?
My dad had this great gimmick where when he had to pay child support, he would show up to the courthouse with a bag, like a little brown paper bag, and it would be full of ones. He would even go out of his way to go to the bank and get ones and put them in the bag. And then he would show up and hand it to the lady. And the lady's like, "Are you going to count these?" And he was like, "It's your money." and so she would sit there and have to pull all these ones. Some of them would be crumbled up and count them all at the thing. And he was like, because it says in the thing, if for any reason they refuse your payment, then you're covered for that month. And so he was like, I mean, you can refuse to count them if you want to, but they're there. And I was just like, that is so great. He was like, I did that every month at the courthouse.
What's so great is to think about how much free time your dad has. You know what I mean? Like to actually go get the ones to waste at the courthouse. Like that's impressive. I wish I had that kind of free time.
Well, not just that. This is the fact that that's how much he loved his kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He'd rather rather than just take care of his obligations as a father. He wanted to dick with the court system and dick with his ex-wife.
Like I wanted to go there, but I'm like, dude, there's so many countless scenarios where that's a valid thing to do. And also, you know, like I've got me and my wife have 2 kids, but I have an older kid, so fill in the blank. So like there's so many legitimate scenarios where fathers, I don't want to say get shafted, but get shafted.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say he got shafted, but
okay, well, he's a piece of shit then.
He didn't get shafted.
I had that one in the tank.
A reasonable amount. It was just,
if anything, his mom got shafted.
Yeah. Twice. At least that I know of, twice. But it was just the simple fact that she made the whole process so difficult that he was just like, I'm going to screw with everybody. Like, the kids need money, I get that. But I'm going to screw with everybody else involved in this process.
Yeah, I guess he loved you a little bit. He at least delivered the money.
Yeah, he was like, all they had to do was give me a number and I would gladly pay it. But instead,
now that the rest of the house is finally waking up, I'm going to hop off here and kind of see what's going on with the day. If
I'm going to get out of here
for
too.
a while, I'll pop back on. But Rob, thank you again, man.
It was late start, but that's because I
appreciate
I woke
you.
up at 4:30 instead of 4.
Yeah, and the little, you know, I had a thumbnail made for this. I just was afraid to even share it or build this stream because I didn't know how this morning would go.
Well, now you can upload it in the post days because I didn't build a thumbnail.
I'm just gonna change the words on it to make it the Sunday one.
All right, but I did
hard.
copy the description out of one of your previous ones to paste in the description of this.
That's
one,
what I do. That's what I do. Yeah.
Well,
I appreciate you, Rob.
All right.
Right things.
I'll see you guys later, Brad. Dude,
Yep.
awesome. First appearance of Brad on the Friday Hangout.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I didn't know you were unemployed, man. We should do this every week.
Well, the next closest thing to unemployed, I'm a real estate agent. So that's
okay.
No,
Really?
See,
That's
now
not
that we
bad.
know that you're here, the Don should be here every Friday.
Pretty similar. Brooke's a teacher, so
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll come down just a little
Have
bit.
fun,
You're
Mark.
hanging out in the
Bye,
chat.
Mark.
Let him Mark. I'm gonna get out of here too, guys. I gotta go do some stuff around the house. So
Bye, Bert.
you can go find yourself a set of sleeves.
something like that. We'll see you guys.
All
later.
right. Well, you know how it is, baby. It's morphine time.
It's always
Morphine time.
That's right.
I love how you
It's
put
never-
the ing on the end of it.
It's never too late in the after or too early in the morning for morphine. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you put on
can't
a
have
put
Tim
on a
Shannon come on here.
you put on a clinic. You got to show up though first. There, Jimmy.
Absolutely. Well, he's probably been busy. Yeah.
Oh, he's in the office. Oh, I'm sure he's not as busy as he was before interest rate hikes. But you know,
Oh, look, speak of the devil.
ooh.
Oh, in comments.
Don.
Oh no, that's what I just put it up. I was talking about that. Yeah.
Okay.
No. The all I know is right now we got every single freaking mortgage lender in the world coming to us begging us to let them out of their contracts and or cut back their services that they've subscribed and whatnot. And it's like, you signed a contract, brother. Why do you think that, when you're doing well, you want a discount because you're buying more services, and when the economy goes bad, you want us to cut your costs because your income is low. When do we get to make ours?
You don't.
Just do what I do. I'm renting for long enough to where I can go, look, how much have I paid you in rent for this house? Let's just make a deal here. I'm not moving. I'm not going nowhere.
I don't
You want to set up an
think it
RTO
works that way. Yeah, in theory that's a good deal, but he'll say, it doesn't matter, and if you don't like it, he'll let you leave and raise the rent and put somebody else in there.
Unless you work out something where you're gonna ahead of time, where you say
Rent to buy
forget your back stuff, but you say, hey, I'm gonna let's increase my rent X amount, and so you're still getting your rent piece, but then some of this is going towards capital to buy. If he's even interested in that type of situation, they may not be interested at all. Or you can say, hey, look, let me set up. I don't plan on moving, so let's set up a long-term lease deal, right? Where he knows that he's got a tenant on the hook for a long period of time. He doesn't have to deal with that crazy crap of having to redo the shit and
you have guaranteed income at that point,
and you can lock in a reasonable rate with a cap of how much. Look, you even allow for some increase every so many years, but at a cap amount, so that way he knows that he can still get a little bit of an increase periodically based on inflation and whatever costs he's going to have, et cetera, et cetera.
I wish the world worked that rationally.
It can. You just have to have the right rational people, or people that are looking at the big picture. It all depends on what the landlord in that case is trying to do, right? If they're just looking at just
That's
pure straight.
What I was going to lead with. I was going to lead with, look, you're old and you're going to die soon. So unless you want to leave all this stuff to your kids and have them deal with it, let me just take one of these properties off your hands.
If you have that kind of relationship with your landlord, that's a whole different story.
It's a gift. I have the gift of gab, and it's also a curse because sometimes I can't shut up. So, and Brad's shaking his head yes at this moment.
I didn't say that. No. Hey, it made for. I mean, the first time we met, we road tripped. I mean, you literally showed up at my door, used my bathroom, and then we hopped in the car and drove for an hour and a half to Charlotte. So it made for a quick. Hey,
use your bathroom.
Having a talkative guy ride shotgun made for a quick trip.
All I know is I showed Burke yesterday when we were on his chat. I'd gotten one of the stupid realtor flyers in my mailbox, and I said, "Oh, look, Burke, you want to buy a house? Here's one that's not too far from me that's up for sale right now. It's a 4-bedroom house. It's only $2.9 million, and." I said, and look at this. Look at the picture. There's a house only 8 feet away from it.
So they were marketing a listing.
Yeah, they're Yeah, it's like around here they'll have one of the big realtor companies. They send out. There's usually flyers and stuff that go around every week, and it'll list like a couple houses that are pending, a couple that are available in the area, and then wouldn't you like us to sell your house for you too? Because they're always trying to get your house listing and shit.
Yeah.
Because our houses are so considered desirable, even though they're overpriced.
Well, that's why. Yeah. In South Carolina, we're getting.
Tell them, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know everything. I know everything is relative, and you get 250-ish, and there's ain't anybody probably for half an acre from you, but it's a little different here in the Bay Area.
Well, we're getting in South Carolina, we're about the same price point then, Jimmy. But in South Carolina, we're getting a lot of migration from California and New York.
Yeah, no, I got my cousins and stuff. My cousin is he sold his house that was Belmont. And now he's looking to sell his place in Fresno, and he wants to move to Kentucky, right? And yeah, it's desirable. It's a lot cheaper. And if you're fine with humidity or whatever else the issues are, and you don't need a job. In his case, he's retired, so he doesn't need that job. Me, unfortunately, I'd move in a heartbeat out of. I used to say I would never leave California, and my house when I got my mortgage and everything is all timed so that way it's paid off before I hit. A couple of years before I hit. I think when I hit 60, it's supposed to. Yeah, let's say 60. It would be paid off, so I wouldn't own anything. And I said I can retire in California if I owe my house and all this other stuff. But more and more, I'm just like, I really am not that sold on this area anymore. I'm happy to move out.
You could be Rob Fatterstacks over on this side.
Shit, dude! I'd be one of those. I'd be one of those people the realtors love and all the locals hate. Oh, here comes another fucking Californian with a shit ton of money, right? Because they sold their house in California and they're looking to buy a big, huge estate for a third of what they sold their house for. And
tell them, Brad, we don't care. We just want numbers.
People genuinely are friendly in the South, so you would be welcome with open arms.
You're totally welcome.
I know there's a lot of Idaho and Oregon and stuff are really don't like us. In Arizona now, apparently. And Utah's starting to feel that way. They're like, oh, you guys are coming in with you're driving up the prices in our area because you come in and you don't care. You go, oh, $250,000. Well, shit, that ain't nothing.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, dude, because let's put it this way, Rob. Okay, your hobbies are barbecue.
Oh
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. My wife will not let me
firearms, and you like to go shooting. I mean, what's not to like?
Dude,
I mean,
I drink whiskey. I drink whiskey, black coffee, and water. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm cool. And Jimmy, absolutely, I would love to. Right. The thing is, I'm stuck here, not because my wife works for local municipal, works for the local city. She has a pension through the city.
Yeah.
And so until she she doesn't, because it's government, she doesn't pay into Social Security. So the bare minimum, I am stuck here where I'm at until such time as pension is maxed out, because she's almost there, close enough, right? So there's always, so that's the soonest you can start looking at. After that, I mean, I can remote work. Obviously, I remote work. I'm 14 miles from my office, and I don't go into the office. I remote work from home, so I can remote work exactly the same from anywhere, right? Matter of fact, moving back east means it's 3 hours later in the day when I start my day versus on the west. You mean I wouldn't have to start my work office hours till 9 in the morning? That's way more appealing than starting at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, and here you go. I mean, you get on over here, and there's great internet service in Greenville. I mean, Columbia's internet service is spot on, so you can remote work from anywhere around here.
Yeah, that's right. For a small town, we've got 3 LCSs, so you could,
there's all
He's
kinds
got an LCS that makes me want to move.
As long as I find some place that doesn't have snow.
Here we be. Once every 10 years, you might get 6 inches, maybe.
Well, hello.
Speaking of innuendo.
Yeah, no, I we'll see when it's all that well in time. I got a few years left still before we're in that position. But you got the joy of having in the meantime. Thank God I bought my house, almost 20 years ago now. It's like, because I know I felt like I overpaid, and I still feel like I overpaid for what I got back then. I just because the values now are 3 to 4 times that doesn't mean I feel like I didn't overpay. It just means that prices are really stupid now. That's all.
Yeah, it's the interest rates are cooling down, but there's still not enough inventory where we are. There's still people trying to find something good.
Right. Well, that's where I feel that the advantage I do have, like eventually if I go here, because prices are so high out here, the advantage because I have a smaller home that's got a lower price in comparison to some of these other ones, is it's considered a starter home. It's amazing when all of a sudden, like, oh, it's only 1.5 million. Well, shit, that's a downright affordable, when that, because the that's if you have one of those big houses that now you're trying to sell. When you're trying to sell a house for 3 million, that really cuts down the number of people that can swing that kind of a mortgage, especially at today's rates. That really cuts into your monthly income.
Yeah, it's toughest for people who got approved in the 3.5% to 4% range, and now realizing it's 5.5% to 6% in some cases. So it's tough. Now the people who are just now getting into the market don't know any different, so it's a little bit easier with those folks.
Yeah. Thank God I'm not there. Like my lock, did the last lock in at like 2.7 or something. So it's much nice.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Oh, we took years off too. Last adjustment. We're through a credit union, so you didn't have to refinance. You could just do a rate adjustment. You pay a small fee, and then they just lower you down.
Yeah, recast.
Yeah, and then we did that, and at the same time took a couple of years off. Went down to a 10-year, and
that's a good feeling.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But
doesn't seem so insurmountable at that point.
It's funny though, is to still see like, how high after 20 years of paying, still see how high it is. I know it starts dropping more now because the interest is, but it's still interesting though to see like you're always saying, I paid more than half I paid 20 out of 30 years so far. Shouldn't it be more? If your gut feeling is that it should be more than half paid off.
Yeah.
But anywho, that's enough of real estate talk and interest rate talk
for a comic book show. Yeah.
Really? All Brad.
Yeah.
It does. There's overlap. I mean, we can talk about the market of the comic books too. Like,
it's affected.
Your mortgage goes up, you buy less comics. So
less liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's been a big deal.
Yeah, everything's expensive now. Eggs, gas.
That's why I was dreading the barbecue, the big cookout earlier, because I was like, oh damn, I got to buy 100+ pounds of meat. This is gonna be a lot more expensive than usual, but I managed to, for the most part, come out really well because I was just like watching in advance. I had watched certain things, so I said, look. Fortunately, pork prices hadn't started going up. Pork's always generally pretty cheap, so picking up a couple pork shoulders, you're paying $2 a pound or something, wasn't too bad. Did some hunting around. I was actually able to find the briskets, which was my scariest part because I know I used to be able to buy 2 years ago. I had a wholesale access at Restaurant Depot, and I would go over there and I could get a prime grade brisket for like $3 a pound or something.
Yeah.
But those days are gone, and prime grade briskets right now, for the most part, double digits everywhere. And
I looked at one yesterday, and I was like, "Not this check, not this check. I'll do it on the next check."
Yeah, I mean, I'm out here anyways. I'll see like for a prime grade brisket, I've seen like $10 to $12 a pound.
That's where we're at here too. So I don't think that's just a.
But I found them on Wild Fork, which ships frozen. I found prime grade briskets. They had them $4.99 a pound, and so but they could only buy two. So I bought two, had them shipped, and as soon as they shipped, I went on and bought another one, and had it shipped, so I could hit 3 of them, and then then the local store had chicken, like buy one get one free in picnic
Chicken's still
packs.
usually pretty cheap. You can get some good deals on chicken.
Yeah, well, that's starting to go up now too. But
Turkey, I found out is pretty. It usually stays pretty stable.
it does. Turkey. There's not a lot of demand for it outside of the fall for some reason in America. But yeah, no, I love a turkey.
I wonder why.
Oh man, smoke it,
turkey.
Yeah, spatchcock it, smoke it over pecan. Oh,
sorry, what was that first word that you said?
Spatchcock. You take so. I've done it.
Joe's just like, yeah.
So there is a video on my channel on doing this, preparing a turkey this way. But it's basically you take whether any bird, whether it's a turkey, you can do spatchcock. You're basically using your poultry shears. You cut the spine and remove the spine, and then you press down the back, so basically it lays down flat. You dislocate around the breastbone, then you can basically lay it flat. So this especially on a turkey is a much safer process when you're slow cooking a turkey, because if you smoke a turkey at 225, 250 degrees, you're actually at a great incubation temperature for bacteria. And because of a typically slow cook on a whole turkey that's not spatchcock like that, it could take 8 to 10 hours, and you could actually grow more bacteria and not really ever kill off the bacteria. So spatchcocking it allows it to cook faster. There's less time for that to occur, so it's safer, and you get a more even cook on a whole, especially as you go beyond a 12-pound turkey. When you start getting to really large turkeys, it's very difficult to get an even cook from smoking if you leave it whole. So anyways, that's all it is. It's just a method of cooking the turkey. You basically splaying it out flat. It's like taking a map of the earth and making it flat.
Fair.
Assuming that the earth isn't flat.
Right. Well, the maps are flat, so the earth has to be, right?
The only thing that's flat is the turkey.
Right.
Oh man.
So yeah. So anyway, spatchcock turkey. That's good stuff.
I enjoyed your photos from the cookout. That's an impressive setup.
Thank you. Yeah, that's so much stuff. I got so much. It's so crazy because we've been growing this for so long. It's like I got folding tables and chairs in my shed to seat like 60, 70 people, and all these chafing dishes and multiple. I got like 7 ice chests and 4 these giant jug buttons. So we stopped doing this thing of trying to serve beverage, for beverages, trying to get all these Cokes and stuff in there. We've got forget all that. It's like we got those big igloo jugs. It's like here's a 7-gallon one fills with water, and then 5-gallon one of sweet tea, 5-gallon one of lemonade, 5-gallon one of Kool-Aid, and then it's like then we go to a local brewery, we get a 5-gallon keg of beer and a 5-gallon keg of root beer, and they give us a little hopper box. Oh yeah. But yeah, it's good. It's good times. A lot of canopies. I got, nice thing about having artificial grass in the backyard gives me a nice place to be able to set everything up. It's wide open, and then we just have shade canopies that are spread out over the backyard. So the government satellites.
You don't have AstroTurf? What the hell?
No, it's artificial turf.
Tearing meniscuses every time somebody goes for another burger.
It's actually turf grass. But
he will
you
not give away his secret recipes. We've already asked.
I don't. Well, I'll tell you, from a marinade standpoint, sure. I take pork shoulders and I inject them. Well, everything I do, all my marinades are dry marinades. I don't do wet marinades typically. So that's basically you take your rubs, put it on there, and allow them to sit for, in the refrigerator for 24 hours or longer. So that way the meat absorbs stuff that way. But I do inject pork shoulders with Mexican Coca-Cola.
Oh.
So that way you get the acids and you get the sugar, real cane sugar that you inject into the pork. Yeah, we call it Porca-Cola. Yeah, I do that. My brisket I don't inject. I just just cook it with the seasoned, and then we'll wrap it in butcher paper once it gets to the stall temperature. And then usually what I'll do with pork shoulders and briskets is I have some ice chests that are just only purpose they're used for is for meat. And so what'll happen is once they're done cooking, we'll throw them into the empty ice chest and close it, and then they rest in there for usually 2 to 3 hours at least first, so they continue to cook from their own heat, but continue to reabsorb the juices and stuff, and then you can keep them hot for hours and hours.
Why does all this barbecue talk sound dirty?
Because it's food porn, man. There's channels dedicated to this stuff.
There's something about holding somebody's meat or putting their meat in your mouth. It's just.
Oh, I heard. I think I heard that Nick Avocado dude on YouTube died.
Who?
I don't know who Nick Avocado is.
You don't know?
No,
okay,
no. What does he do?
Okay, apparently,
or what did he do?
I work with a guy who's 20, and he watches weird stuff on YouTube. So he introduced me to this guy called Nick Avocado, where basically this guy did mukbang videos. And when he started doing mukbang, it's basically
like loud eating. Basically,
yeah, it's like
you're just shoving shit in your mouth.
As long as it's not banging somebody's butt.
Portions of food, and he just shovels it into his face. And so this dude originally started these videos when he was like my size, and then after he did them for 3 or 4 months, he was like, so my scale's broken at the house. I stepped on it the other day and it says I'm 205 pounds, and that's impossible. I've never been over 175. And I was like, you're looking pretty chunky, dude. So next thing I know, like this dude has been doing this for forever. And he has gotten so big that he like cannot like walk around grocery stores anymore. He is riding the little carts and running into stuff and stuff like that. And every one of his videos turned into him eating food and just doing this reviews to he would be eating food and then crying about his life while he was eating the food and recording this, and putting this live on YouTube. And it granted him a penthouse in Brazil, I think is where he said he lived. He owned he bought a penthouse. And he was living in it, and he was like, I mean, people can talk crap about my videos all they want, but look at where I live now. And I was like, for now.
In Brazil.
What the hell is that?
And so, yeah, like I seen something on YouTube, like on my feed where it popped up, because I'd watched a few of this guy's videos, and then months later it pops up that he's like, not done a video in like 3 or 4 weeks. And I told my buddy at work, and he Googled it, and he was like, oh, dude. Yeah, he's in the hospital. And I was like, and he was like, looks like he's dying of like heart problems and stuff. And I was like, wow, that'll happen. That's how
Darwin strikes again.
Right.
So like, yeah, it's crazy because like, yeah, I didn't even know these videos existed. And then I was just like,
it's a very popular trend, to be honest.
Yeah, they're apparently really popular. People send, Patreon, they send Cash App.
Oh yeah,
they'll buy your food for you just to watch you eat it.
Yep.
And yeah,
I just made my own my actual OnlyFans. I'm dead serious. I literally just got it up.
Joe, I think that
you just got it up.
No, I don't think
that's what she said.
I have problems with the youth culture, Joe. I don't know what this is.
Well, don't even get my simple ass started.
What's wrong with another set of income? That's my own.
No, I don't care about you setting up your OnlyFans. I'm more about the fact that people paying to watch other people eat and send them. And it's just I really shouldn't be surprised because my kids don't watch TV. All they do is watch YouTube videos, and they like watch people play video games. I'm like, why wouldn't you just play the video game? I mean, why do you want to watch somebody play a video game? I don't.
Well, is it like video game competitions?
I was about to say, if you
no.
find the right channel, the color commentary on some people playing these video games is gold. But that's very few and far between channels that I found where I would actually watch a guy play a game that I've already played, by the way. I've already played it, probably own it. And the commentary on it when he does it is so hilarious that it keeps me intrigued. But that's like 2 channels. So
Yeah, I guess I'm just old. That's all right. I'm happy to. I'm happy if that just means I'm that much closer to retirement. I guess that's okay.
I mean, yeah, back in the day, people used to like go out and blow stuff up and.
Yeah, I was used to.
And like
used
you know,
to.
build potato
Let's go
guns
fishing.
and shoot guys in the side of the head, and like great stuff like that. And now we watch mukbang videos.
Yeah, go outside, build a ramp for your Evil Knievel, like the wind up Evil Knievel to jump ramps and stuff. I mean, come on.
Take any
Or
piece of
Evil Knievel,
any
paint
piece
your
of
bicycle
plywood.
the colors of his motorcycle and jump the ramp yourself and have a broken bone in a great story.
Well, that's what we did. We just find any piece of plywood in a milk crate, and there you go. Now you had a ramp for your bike. Let's go. Right until the plywood breaks, and then you crash over the milk crate, and then you switch to every driveway ramp.
Oh man, I don't know if you guys ever seen videos of this thing called Nitro Circus they used to have on MTV.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
If you've never seen this, watch Street Bike Tommy jump this sport bike and try to do a backflip on it. The noise that comes out of this man when his body hits the pavement is the same noise that you made as a kid when you did something that actually severely hurt. It was like as soon as I heard that noise, I was like, "Oh God, it never changes. You get the same noise when you're 8 as you do when you're 28. There's no in between. It's that same just like I can't breathe noise. It's great."
Okay.
Brian LCS has been doing Fortnite videos, and so is Neil's Comics.
Doesn't Brian LCS, doesn't he do computer games too?
That's what he said, yeah.
Yeah, he does Fortnite, and he does it with a few other people in the community, but that's not the heart of his content. That is not the heart of his content. Like, there are certain channels that just play video games.
I mean, I think the most I've watched a video about playing video games, but it's usually instead a walkthrough guide, and I'm only looking at the ones where this is a game that I actively playing. I'm actually looking to play. We're trying to figure out looking for ideas on how to beat this particular piece, and so we're watching
like walkthroughs.
Walkthrough guide. But that for me, that's about the extent of it. I don't have the appeal for that.
I can
barely watch Kyle on YouTube. So I mean, let's just be honest.
Esports are starting to get big. Yeah,
dude, they're making millions too.
Dude,
like esports is no joke.
It kind of makes me want to do it for Madden because I'm actually good at Madden.
Well, that's the problem. Is now we got back in our day, kids went outside to play basketball or football or baseball because they wanted to make millions of dollars playing sports, and at least they got some exercise out of it. Now we got kids that want to spend all their time playing video games because they want to make millions of dollars trying to become a professional video game player. And what do they get out of it? Is like freaking a case of flat ass and big tummy and freaking borderline diabetes with an addiction to Mountain Dew. It's like,
oh, it's way worse than Mountain Dew. It's Monster and Red Bull. You need to play a Monster or Red Bull, or else you don't make it
and
through
the
the
worst
day.
of them all, White Claw.
I was like, dude, I drank 2 cups of coffee. That lasts me all day. Like, what are you guys doing? Yeah.
Look, I have a coffee issue. I work from home. We've already established that. Yet I still bring a thermos of coffee to work from the kitchen because I want to be able to keep it full nonstop. Throughout my house, I can't pull it up, but I have coffee mug warmers throughout my house. So wherever I'm at, I can keep my coffee at the right temperature and not waste dumping out a mug of half cold coffee.
Just drink it cold, man.
Fuck you.
Waste not, want not. Just pound it down.
Why would I want to drink cold coffee? That makes no sense.
I don't know. Ask Starbucks and and all those other companies that make cold.
Look,
coffee.
I understand that some people like iced coffee, but there's a difference. Iced coffee and hot coffee are two ends of the scale. It's that room temperature cold coffee that I don't think anybody likes.
So bad.
I've never had a cup of coffee go room temperature on me, so I wouldn't know.
When I accidentally set the mug down on a regular coaster instead of my mug warmer, and I get distracted by a spreadsheet or something, yeah, it can happen, but not often.
Is this like the thing where it's like, you know, when I was younger and everybody, I was like, man, my beer's warm, I need another one, and they're like, if you drink it faster, that probably won't happen.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, because I will often get caught up in certain things I'll forget. So the mug warmer works well for me. That was something that was so great. I didn't know I needed one. I had a boss at my old work when I worked customer service at one of my previous jobs. He saw me bringing my thermos in all the time, and so for Christmas one year he got me a mug warmer, and I was okay, that's kind of cool. And I started using it. I was like, oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. And I need more of these in different places. And I got so well known for that stuff that it was like when I left the company, they were saying during their
party when we left.
It was saying goodbye because I was, essentially, and they were giving the owner of the company, in addition to giving me this company jacket, whatever, they gave me a thermos, but it was like. The thermos literally it holds like 20 cups of coffee. It is a massive thermos. I have to brew 2 pots in order to fill it. It's just not my everyday thermos, to say the least. That's the thermos I would use like when I was going camping with the scouts, and I would brew some pots of coffee and have them on standby for the adults, since the adults would wake up. You know, it's like, okay, hey, the coffee's in the thermos over there.
Yeah, see, people might not remember this, but back in the day, I remember vividly my grandfather would load up, like he'd have a small igloo cooler, and he would bring drinks from home, and he would put them in there. So when we rode around, there was no stopping at stores. You know, there was none of it. He's not, you know, he bought them cheap at the store for a reason. He's not stopping at every gas station that passes by. And same thing with coffee. When you would go fishing or something in the morning, you would bring a big thermos of coffee with you because there's no stopping at stores and stuff. No, you bring that stuff from home.
Oh, store coffee. Let's be honest. Most store coffee sucks.
Oh, it's horrible.
So
horrible.
Whenever I go hunting, when I leave early in the morning, most places aren't open, and I have an addiction to coffee. But little trick I learned in the Army, I take some coffee grounds with me, and I just pinch it like it's a dip. That's how far my addiction goes.
Whoa! Wow. I hear you, man. Oh,
good man. God. Good man.
Good man. That's crazy.
Rob, you should do a gift set, Rob, and do like offer the coffee mug and the branded coffee mug warmer.
Oh, Rob,
the mug warmer.
Yeah,
we do have the coffee cup. What are you talking about?
Yeah, get the
warmer. This is the one that says, "I like coffee, comics, whiskey, and maybe 3 people."
I think I had that one.
Yeah, that's the one that I sent out to you, Joe.
That's the one I got. I don't want to drink out of it because I like it so much and keep it back here with me on the collectible ones.
It's meant for drinking. We also have a pint glass that says, "I like coffee, comics, and beer," and maybe 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't really like beer, so I don't know why.
I like craft beer. I'm a big craft beer snob too.
What you like? Well, here we go. What you like?
As far as beer goes, I like a hazy. I like
good.
I don't like double bocked IPAs. I think that, but I do like a good IPA. Anything that has fruit in it should not be drank with alcohol, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm what they call a man.
It's why I drink brown liquor.
That's right.
Yeah, my favorites are, there's a company here from Spartanburg, a brewery called RJ Rocker. They make a beer called Bell Ringer. Bell Ringer it's like 9% alcohol per beer, and it will ring your bell, but they taste so good you don't even pay attention until it's too late.
I also like
I'm a big Sierra Nevada guy. I like Sierra Nevada.
I'm not a fan of Sierra. Yeah, that's right here in
Terrapin.
Virginia.
I like Terrapin. There's another one that was attached to Hunter S. Thompson. Can't remember the company name, but everything had to do with Fear and Loathing or Hunter S. Thompson. They did a bunch of beers about him. And then there's a company called Rogue. They make Dead Guy Ale, Bastard, Double Bastards.
Yeah,
Those
Double
are my
Bastard,
favorites.
Dirty Bastards. I like those. I like their stouts. They got good
Yeah,
stuff.
their stouts are incredible. But if I want to go to like old school grocery store, there's a brand of beer called Samuel Smith. It comes in a gold foil on the top, and then you got to pop it open. And I think it used to be corked, and they have a nut brown ale. I love nut brown ales. Those
You like
things.
nut, huh?
I love some nut in my mouth, man. There's nothing better. It just makes my day. Like, it makes me so happy.
Yeah, getting a little head then too.
I actually had to tell a guy one time to leave my house because he brought over some alcohol infused root beer, like Sweet Baby Jesus or something.
Oh, or dad, not your daddy's root beer or
like
something.
that. He brought that into my house, and I was like, "Yeah, that can't come in here, man." And I was serious. I don't want that crap in my house.
Yeah,
he was
I
like,
love.
He's like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "No, you can go." Like, this is.
Look, I love craft root beer, but I don't need.
Oh yeah, nice.
I don't need it to be, but I don't need it to be infused. If I want to drink liquor, I'll drink liquor. I don't need to drink because the not your daddy's root beer and stuff that's supposed to be alcoholic. It's not very good.
No.
So it's like I don't need that shit.
I do have two weaknesses though, and the guys that were at Heroes Con already know about this. Moscow mules. I don't know why, but I love a good Moscow mule, and I love a great mojito.
We had the
I'm as frou as I get.
The local breweries, like for the cookout, we went up to the local brewery here called Devil's Canyon Brewery, and we, like I said, we get a 5-gallon keg of beer, and we usually just tell them, because it's for the general audience, and I'm not a big beer drinker anyways, we just kind of go, give us something that's similar to a Gordon Biersch Marzen or something, right? Yeah, something that non-offensive to general, everybody can appreciate it. And then we get a 5-gallon keg of root beer. And that is phenomenal when you get a root beer on tap.
Oh, wow.
Not only for the flavor stuff, but to be able to teach a kid how to tap a keg and get the pictures of the kid at the keg, pull in a red Solo cup, pulling a thing and send it to grandma, prepping them for college.
I agree.
The most I guess, like, non-manly drink that I drink. There's a drink called an amaretto sour, and I love those things.
The most manly drink you drink is a slow, comfortable screw up against the wall.
Sex on a beach.
Sex on the beach. Yeah, I was about to say. Stone Cold has come out and said that he loves sex on the beaches. He drinks those things all the time. Even when he was a beer drinker, he drank those things like crazy. So.
Yeah. No. Bourbon.
There are some coffee beers. Hell yeah. That are
coffee infused beers.
Yeah, that are
there you go. The most non-manly thing I drink is probably like apple pie moonshine.
Oh
that's
yeah.
That's manly. That's a manly drink. Moonshine. That's manly.
I said that's about as far as I go. Oh no, wait. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. I drink wine on occasion.
I drink wine on occasion.
A glass of wine every now and then.
I'm a member of a winery, so
white wine or red wine.
It depends on what I'm eating.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I do not dislike a glass of, like on a hot summer's day, a cold glass of Pinot Grigio will go very well. It's a nice, light, fruity, crisp wine. But most of the time, I'm a fan of either some red blend. I have some. The winery I go to has some red blends, or I like Pinot Noirs.
Okay.
So that is typically what I will.
We need to change the subject because y'all know I'm just a functioning alcoholic and I'm drunk.
Well, that's just a way to. It's self-medication, right?
Right. Well, you work from home. So.
I think I was working from home the other day. My boss even asked me. So we were talking about. I can't remember how it came up, but she says about like, so are you drinking coffee or coffee or whiskey? And I was like, oh, well, who's asking? Is this my boss or? I said just because and then I reached over, I grabbed my mug, and I had a different mug, but it was my mug that says this might be whiskey.
So, yeah, as you know from the banter, I unfortunately had to get a catheter put in because I'm a potato at the end of the day. So I had it taken out the other day, and doctor's like, okay, so no hard alcohols, no beers, and I'm like, then I'm gonna die of thirst because I don't drink water. And he's like, why not? And I was like, water's the #1 killer of people all over the world. You couldn't argue with that.
How expensive of wine do I normally drink? Well, the winery the wines that I drink almost exclusively come from one winery, the winery that I'm a member at, and they don't sell to the general public or through retail distribution. You can only buy them there because it's small. It's basically a major winery. The owner of a major winery has this other winery that's just his passion stuff. And so those bottles aren't cheap. So they tend to, the cheapest bottles I think that we usually get are around $28 a bottle. And then the most expensive ones can be that we get might be around $120. We'll have those at like nice for special occasions, but they sell stuff that goes way higher, but I'm not that guy.
Rob, if you like bourbon, you'll appreciate some of this stuff. I pulled some stuff out because I did Brian LCS's 411, and I didn't know if I was going to need to show things like other collectibles and stuff like that. So I pulled some bottles that I have. So this is blackened whiskey that's made by Metallica, but I got two members of Metallica to sign the bottle.
Nice.
So Robert Trujillo, Rob Trujillo and Kirk Hammett signed it.
Nice.
So
that's the bourbon or the whiskey that they age in the barrels with Metallica music playing on it for vibrations to help mix help
make it aggressive.
Yeah, it's a great marketing. Who knows?
Well, the notion comes from the idea that when barrels of whiskey were being transported, that as they were transported, the whiskey would slosh around inside the wood casks, and that helps it to mix in with the wood itself to impart more flavor. And so there are people who've been trying to re-emulate some of this transportation. And one of the things that Metallica did with theirs was they were exposed to very loud music, so the sound vibrations were causing that, in theory, for the liquid to then move in and out of the cracks and creases of the wood more, and hopefully to impart different flavors from the barrels.
I already know what that is, and you ain't turned the bottle around yet. Oh yeah,
Elijah Craig,
Craig, baby,
18 year. Nice, nice.
Yep, that's that.
And this this is at least 5 years old, maybe more, because they etched the bottle. Now it's different. It's a different bottle now, but this one was etched.
Yeah,
did something a little different with that one. This one I got at Heaven Hill Distillery. No, it's not exclusive to the distillery, but Parker's Heritage, barrel finished. So this one, it's delicious. I've not opened this one, but I've tried it. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey finished in orange Curacao barrels.
Yeah,
it's really interesting. That's a 110 proof on that one.
Yeah, that stuff. When you get to the 110 proof, that stuff can get crazy. I got something like that rare breed, wild turkey rare breed and stuff. And that stuff, that ain't no joke. That stuff,
it's delicious. I like the higher proof because you get to control the. You could put a ice cube or a couple of drops of water in it to control.
Well, I usually drink it on an ice sphere.
Yeah,
I do like my bourbon that way, I will admit, because it changes you get different experiences as you go. Especially my normal drinker is Woodford Reserve double oaked.
Okay, there you go.
And so that I like the complexities and how it changes as the ice ball slowly dissolves. So that's my normal drinker. But yeah, I mean, we usually at the cookout we forgot to do it this year, but usually we have a whiskey tasting that we do for those that want to. We'll pull out all the various scotches and bourbons and even the Japanese whiskey that I have, and we'll usually go for it.
That's fine. Yeah, Jimmy's a fan too. That's cool.
Yeah.
So this is Elijah Craig
single barrel or
select.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that one's 125 proof.
Wow.
But this one is a distiller only release.
Right.
And this one, they call it the hand grenade.
Yeah.
Right.
Hand grenade.
So that was about a 50.
And it'll knock you on your ass at 125 proof, just about the same.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's some I'd pulled out just to in the event that I needed to share some other collectibles that I'm into other than comics.
I drink sake. That's my go-to drink.
I like sake, which is unusual. People would think I wouldn't like sake, but the first time I tried it, I was like, dude, this is really good.
It's super good. It's a different flavor. Yeah.
Warm. You get some warm sake. Oh yeah. Man, so good. There's a place in Greenville called Otto's. It's called Otto's, and it's a sushi place, and they have some warm peach sake. That is the greatest thing I have ever drank. It is so good. I was like, this is ridiculously good. It was so good that I literally took the sake glass and I shot it like it was. As soon as it touched my lips and I tasted it, I just shot it the rest of the way down. And I immediately was like, probably a bad idea that it's warm.
Smooth.
They're like, yeah, you're supposed to sip it. I was like, I couldn't help myself.
Sake is definitely just a sipping drink.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Not
really
because
good.
of the strength, but just because of the amazing flavor.
Yeah, yeah. And they were like, yeah, you're supposed to sip it. You're not supposed to slam it. And I was like, I couldn't help it. As soon as I tasted it, I was like, oh, this is going down. Like, I like Johnny Walker. I like Johnny Walker Blue Label. My cheap stuff is Jim Beam. I love my Uncle Jim. My Uncle Jim and me have had great conversations about life at night.
Usually my cheaper or alternative drinks, right? My cheaper one would be the Bullet 10-year.
Yeah, Bullet's good.
Well, the 10-year, the regular Bullet I only use for making barbecue sauce. When I it's like ketchup. I only have one purpose for it, and that's to make barbecue sauce.
Well, see, there you go, Rob. That's another thing. Like around here, people love sampling good bourbon and good whiskey.
Well, I usually do a brown sugar bourbon, but this last batch I made was a honey bourbon barbecue sauce because I had a buddy of mine who's got who has beehives, and so he's got tons of honey, and cool. So he brought me some local honey, and I swapped out honey for brown sugar. It's kind of cool. Otherwise, it's not bourbon technically because they choose not to call it, but it meets all the requirements for bourbon. And that is Gentleman Jack is just a nice, smooth, non-offensive.
I like just too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you just want something simple. It's clean and it's
after a horrible drinking incident when I was younger. I can't even smell regular Jack without wanting to vomit.
Oh, that's me and Jaeger.
So, but I can drink Gentleman Jack, no problem, and I have no idea. I was like, this makes no sense. I mean, it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but no, it's good, and I can usually pick that up at Costco in the giant bottle for next to nothing.
Mm-hmm. And Jim Beam makes a similar thing. It's like it's just a single barrel.
I got the big Jim Beam stuff that we use. Again, I used to use it for making barbecue sauce. Now I use it sometimes instead. I use Jim Beam usually when I'm if I'm doing sauteing mushrooms and onions to go with a steak, I'll saute them in some Jim Beam. Also, we'll saute onions and bell peppers for when I'm making fajitas. Do those in Jose Cuervo and some tequila. And what's fun, I mean, the funny story is like I because I cook with these things. My wife would go to Costco or she'd buy these big bottles. Like one time she was going to Costco. The only thing I needed these things for my cooking, and the only thing we needed at the time was diapers. My wife went to Costco. She's got a basket. It's got nothing but big old box of diapers and the big giant jugs of Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, and Jose Cuervo. Don't worry, honey. I am watching the clock. Where there's a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive that's going up for sale on the online store at 9 a.m. this morning, my time. And my youngest has woken up, which is before noon, which is saying something, and was hovering around. And I assumed to make sure that I remembered, and also to see if we ended up scoring one of these things or not. So
excellent. Got your back. I like that.
So yeah,
I like that.
I keep thinking of it like I know, like when we try something, certain exclusive comics go up, they'll be gone in like 30 seconds, right? And so I'm like all set up, like just in case it's like that. And they're telling me that they don't think it's going to be like that. That in the past these exclusives, lasted like up to 30 minutes or something. I'm like, well, either way, I'll be here ready to do this. And
I heard last night that the one of the Comic Tom exclusives either was bidded up to or sold for $800 last night.
What? On what?
I have no idea. I don't follow.
That sounds like price manipulation, but whatever.
That's what I'm thinking. But apparently,
I've called that group out for price manipulation before, anyways. So
I was about to say, like, I've heard from numerous people that, he's a guy who's on the up and up and would never do such a thing to anybody in the community.
Oh yeah.
If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck.
So what did it sell on? Was it eBay, whatnot?
It was on his whatnot last night.
Okay. Well, then that's just the hype train going. That's fine.
On the hype train,
dude. It's exciting to bid in an auction.
I was informed that at one point in time he was doing a sale on a book, and it got to a certain point, and he literally told everybody, "Stop bidding on this book. This book is not worth anything more than what you're putting into it."
I've literally done that to people too, buying some of my books. I'm like, "Yo, $40, like we're good. Don't."
Yeah. Don't do this. So I mean, I've heard good things. I've heard bad things. It's whatever. So, but
I'm not judging him as a person. Like, go get your money, but dude, don't.
There is no modern book that I would pay $800 for. I don't think.
And you're hurting yourself with all the exclusives, first off, and nobody understands that yet. I don't get it. It's like, oh, just keep making.
Rob is literally about to buy one, and you're like, hey, yeah.
No, it's so funny. It's like it flipped to 9 o'clock, and it went from check back soon to sold out.
Did you refresh?
Now I refresh. Okay, now add to cart. Okay.
Jesus, Rob.
It was weird because it said check back soon, and then all of a sudden it went to sold out, and then what? Like it had refreshed itself, but so weird. Oh my God! Which picture has mountains or hills? I hate these damn things.
Oh gosh! Why can't I just? Because you have to do the authentication.
Rob, it's just to keep the bots out. You should be happy that it's there. Because otherwise it would have sold out in 5 seconds. All
I'm trying to do is check out, and it's like
I can write a program that will buy all of them, or as many as I possibly can.
There was a problem loading the site; it won't let me check out.
It's not funny, but it's funny.
No, we've all been there. That's the thing.
Check out.
It's relatable. Yeah,
you're in line to check out. Now I'm in line to check out, calculating an estimated wait time.
Wow.
So apparently,
server space.
It is a lot of people trying to do this real quick.
Yeah.
Don't refresh the page or you'll lose your spot.
It's the biggest convention, at least in the comic book community.
No, I understand. This is we're trying to pick up a Monster High doll. So it's not,
cool.
It's
not super
I don't know. Maybe there might be a huge community. It's a Mattel thing. So
I watched people line up on
6
Wednesday
minutes to check out
to pick up a Lego figure today.
Hopefully there'll be inventory 6 minutes from now.
And then I also watched somebody on the con floor at San Diego Comic-Con sell the Lego figure that they waited for $750.
Oh yeah, but don't get me wrong.
It's so crazy.
People will do that and stuff. And unfortunately, the good thing is there's a limit of purchasing only 2.
Yeah,
it's set up here. and I don't know what I've never seen this set up with like waiting in line to check out, but I got a digital checkout cart. I got to wait up to 6 minutes here before I can check out. But
they're just trying to get rid of the bots because you can write a program to buy all of that stuff.
Biggie, you are my hero for your new series, dude. You are my hero.
I need to go. Yeah, I want to go check that out.
Dude, it's so good where and it's really weird because it's not like he's like, okay, this guy's crap. Everything he says is crap, blah, 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 blah. He's literally like, okay, what he said there was crap, but this is actually right and true. And, so it's not all in or nothing, so it's really good. I like it. I appreciate what he's doing, man.
Okay. I got to read a comic book real fast.
Good luck, Rob.
Well, it's interesting. So it says you're in line to check out. Estimated wait time now is 5 minutes. It says that the inventory it shows it as available. So I'm hoping that's.
You see this? I just I failed at putting the screen protector on. There's just like tons of bubbles.
I was about to say, what is that, Braille? Like you have Braille?
Why do you? What phone is that?
It's a Google Pixel. I like
which version?
The whatever the most recent one is.
The 6.
Yeah, I like the glass. I like the glass screen.
You see the backside? Oh, okay, it is the 6.
Yeah.
So why do you use the screen protector then? The Gorilla Glass, you're not going to scratch it.
Exactly. I don't know. It came with the phone. Like I'm not like out any money, and I tried to put it on. Honestly, I'm just like okay, I should have had somebody do that.
I don't even use it because like I had the 5, but it's Gorilla Glass. It's like it doesn't. If you break it, it's a miracle.
Oh,
yeah.
Give me
Mine's
that.
Through normal use, Joe, not from.
I mean, anything is breakable, but
I got an Evil Air project in mind.
Oh my god! So we're gonna recreate Nolan Ryan's 100-mile-an-hour fastball up against this tree and see if my new iPhone holds up.
Wait, you remember the Samsonite commercial? Guess what? I'm going to give your phone to a silverback gorilla.
Joe still has my favorite project ever was when he put those chips on the doors at the con. Literally, that is to this day. I fantasize about doing that as well. And I was gonna go to San Diego Comic-Con and do it and just like have it like freaking blow up, but I don't know.
I agree with you, Biggie. The charging ports are, which is why like my requirement now whenever I buy a phone is it has to have the wireless charging. Yeah. I got tired of having to replace a phone just because the USB port broke.
I've had good luck with my C-Type. My C-Type never had a problem.
Oh, I had one that my Pixel 3 had a C-Type, but it just got like you had to have it just right or whatever, or some debris got in there and you couldn't get it, wouldn't go in all the way, whatever else. And if it wasn't for wireless charging, I wouldn't be able to. I wish they would put a cap on it that you could like pull out or whatever, so you could keep debris and stuff out of it. But because I just put my phone in my pocket. And
they used to.
I got news for you. There'd be pocket lint.
Yeah, they used to have a little rubber cap or something on it.
Let's see. Here's a fast track. CGC. I have a book sent as a fast track. It's been grading quality control since Tuesday. How long does it usually take for it to get past it? It depends upon the number of books that are in queue. Grading quality control at least means it's scheduled for grading just means it's in the queue to get looked at. And then the grading quality control means it's active in that mode, but who knows?
Yeah, it could be 3 months, it could be 9. You don't know.
Sorry. Now it's 2 minutes in my wait to check out, but now it says it's sold out.
Ugh. Well, there's always eBay.
I ain't paying $200+. Well, it's like one of these things where it's like, look, right there at 9, right on the dot, and it's as fast as the system would let me add it to my cart and try to get to the checkout because it kept having problems where you couldn't check out. And now
That's crappy. What was the initial cost?
$75.
Okay, and then it doubles.
I'm going
up
to see what
on
happens. I'm
eBay
still
and
in
shit.
queue to check out. I'm going to see whether or not I actually had, whether or not mine, even though there says sold out, whether or not it's sold out, like, isn't it's going to come up and tell me, sorry, you can't buy it, or whether or not mine is in the cart and I just can't add any more to it. And but I can check out that one that was there, whether that was part of it.
Let it ride out and see if you get lucky.
Exactly.
That's so, man. I don't have a solution for it though. Like, what's a more fair way besides like a lottery? Because at San Diego Comic-Con, I'm not sure if you guys know, but before you go to the con, there's a lottery that you sign up for to even get in line at like the Mattel booth or the Funko booth and stuff like that. And they pick you. And then same thing with signings. Like, because there's only so much of something and only so much time. And I think the last year I went, I got like a Hasbro voucher, and I literally just bought one of everything at Hasbro, and I went out and I sold it to people on the floor that didn't get it, and I just gave it to them for like $5 more for my time.
Oh, aren't you nice?
Yeah. Oh no, I was doing side deals like freaking Cash App and Venmo and PayPal and shit.
Biggie's asking you a question.
Oh, what's up? Do you have a Miles SW8? What's W8?
Secret Wars?
Secret Wars 8.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, yeah, the homage cover. Yeah, that they did.
Heroes Con. Actually, I do not, Biggie.
Yep. Oh, that was it. No go.
Oh, man.
It came up with the checkout, and it showed sold out. And when I tried to hit to purchase it, just exited the cart and dumped. It said your cart is empty.
That's crappy.
Now what you do is you send them an invoice for your time, whatever an hour's worth of your time is. Send them an invoice for wasting your time.
Yeah.
Yes, I can get on board with that, Joe.
All right, I'll be right back.
I actually did that a few weeks ago to DMV.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in there and I had all the proper paperwork and everything, and I was renewing my driver's license. But because I changed my address from the last time I got my driver's license, they were like, no, we need a bill or something like that. And I was like, I just sat here in your line for 3 hours. Really? Is this really a thing? Like, seriously?
It seriously is, yeah.
And I sent an email to the department, the head department in here in Virginia, with an invoice of $150. They haven't responded.
Have you heard anything back from them yet?
No.
No, I just did it to be a jerk.
But yeah, you have to bring like a gas bill or some kind of utility bill or something like that.
Ridiculous. I had like 3 other state IDs on me with my new address on it, and they wouldn't accept any of it. I'm like, what is like? I hate you people.
So bad.
Anybody read anything good this week yet?
I had a indie title sent to me from a Kickstarter, and they just want my opinion on it, and it's pretty freaking good, but I'm only halfway through it.
You want to share a title with us, or you just going to keep on that?
I honestly have to scroll up to the top to see the title. Give me 1 second.
So you gave us all this good information, but the title.
But what it actually is.
Yeah. I've been catching up on these. I got one more issue, and then I'm done with my run of these. It's actually really good. It's actually like I was swearing up and down. Okay, there's gonna be 4 Spawn titles. One of them, or all of them could possibly be crap. Besides the one I knew I was gonna enjoy, and I haven't dropped not a one. Like they're all pretty good. Like I mean, it's kind of scary. I knew I was gonna like Gunslinger. I knew Gunslinger was. I
Yeah.
mean, that's my dude.
That
So
was
I
a
mean,
good one. I enjoyed that too. I think I dropped off about, I think it was issue 5 or something like that, and because I just wanted to get something else, but I did enjoy that. That was good.
yeah, it was actually really good. So but yeah, like I've been doing that, like catching up on that, and then next I'm gonna catch up on the new ASM stuff and see if it's any good or if I'm gonna drop it. Because I mean, that's my book. Like, I mean, if you can't give me a good Amazing Spider-Man book, I'm not gonna buy it. Like, I mean, it's just, it'll go in a for sale later bin. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pay for it if it's not at least decent. Like,
I read this book this week called I think it's from, who's it from? American Mythology Productions. You know, it's one of the smaller companies.
yeah. Which one did you get?
Florida Man.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, I had it on my pull and I cut it just because I figured I could find it right here for cheap. Is it good?
It's hilarious. It's
I knew it was gonna be good. Knew it. It was gonna be right up there with Mullet Cop and
you think? Okay.
Ranger Stranger or whatever it is.
This is every, and I don't want to offend anybody, but it's the only words I can use to describe it. It's every trailer park trash white dream that you could possibly think of.
I figured as much. I 100% figured as much.
I just loved it.
Luckily, we are all somewhat trailer trashy.
But the great thing about this, it's not like from Miami, Florida. This is like Yeehaw, Florida. Which
Yeah,
makes
this
it
is like
better.
yeah, this is not Miami. This is like, you know, Swamp, Florida.
Yeah.
So is that Salem?
Yes, that
Okay.
is me.
Makes sense. Definitely the most popular cat.
Definitely. Originally, we were told he was a girl and his name was going to be Sabrina.
Mhm.
But I was like, you know, please be a boy, please be a boy. And then no lie, like 2 weeks after we had him, I was like, he has nuts. That's a boy. It's Salem. And so yeah, definitely the most popular. Have you seen the video I put up on Instagram?
How recent was it?
It was like yesterday.
Oh,
So
then
I
no.
went to Walmart and I bought them a sushi tray of catnip toys.
Oh God.
And when I got home, there was 5 in the tray. I got home and I literally threw all 5 of them in the floor in the living room. And him and the other young one went ape shit.
Yeah.
And there's a video of him on Instagram now where he's got his front 2 paws on one and his back 2 paws are on the other one.
Mhm.
And like he's playing with 2 of them at one time and he just can't even. Like he's just like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. He's always buying us nice shit. So I'm like, yeah, enjoy it. And then today at work, a buddy of mine gave me a laser pointer he found in his truck that he didn't know he had. And I was like, no, my cats don't know what that is. It's a good experiment. So he tossed it to me. And so I got home and I reached in my pocket and I was like, oh, and I lit it up and put it on the floor and he lost his shit. He was all over that thing, man. He was like a defensive, like he was like a safety. He wasn't letting that thing get past him.
All you got to do is like when they actually like put their paws on it, you turn it off.
Yeah.
And then
what I did was I like held the laser pointer up to my hand and I turned it on. And so they saw it and they started coming at it. And then I closed my hand and then took my finger off the button and opened my hand back up. And they were both like,
where'd it go?
what happened? Like, where did it? He made it disappear in his hand. And I was just like, oh my God, I love this way too much. I've actually been looking at some older war books because I'm looking for stuff that pertains to what my grandpa did in World War II. So I've got 2 that I'm looking for. One of them is Our Army at War #3, which is not cheap.
No.
And it's not easy to find. And then the other one is Fighting Army 114. It's a Charlton book, and it's actually really affordable. You can get them for like $7, $10.
Yeah.
$5, somewhere in that range. So
I was mentioning this to somebody else. I think Rob got a couple of them. I know I picked up a couple. The original G.I. Joe comic book from the 40s, where the guy's like doing the most horrific stuff, like stabbing people or setting people on fire, and he's just got the best smile on his face, like
As one does.
weirdest covers you'll ever see.
Well, I was told at work today by a guy I work with who said that when we brought the firing squad back here, he said he was like, man, I went to go sign up for it, and then I found out you don't even get paid for it. And I was like, you get to pop capping somebody and get away with it for free. What more do you want out of life? And and everybody in the room was like, Tyler, and I was like, and get away with it. And I was like, dude, sign me up. Did they pay for the bullets? Like, how does this work? Like, I need to start researching this. And they were like, oh my God, go on somewhere. Go outside and smoke. Or vape. Go outside. I was like, what? I'm saying.
So you know what else sold out from their San Diego Comic-Con exclusives? Was the WWE No Holds Barred Ultimate Edition Hulk Hogan and Zeus collectibles.
Wait, what?
How did that sell out?
Never underestimate the power of WWE fans, my friend.
That's nostalgia too, man.
That's a holster right there,
nostalgia stuff.
The Jurassic World Hammond Outhouse collector set that sold out.
It's a guy sitting on a top. Never mind.
And the Knight Rider kit Hot Wheel at $35 that sold out.
Yeah, I can see.
Name your price.
So what up?
Claim.
You want this?
You damn right I want it. Oh yeah, I want it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I have two. So
How old are they?
Doesn't
matter. We're gonna find out as soon as it
the
gets
Slim
here.
Jims aren't expired. I'm just curious how old the box is.
What? No, this isn't Slim Jim. It's not a Slim Jim. It's a Macho Man action figure. Yeah, him full Slim Jimmed out too. Just like
That's why when he put it up there, I was like, dude, claim how much. Like
these sold out fast.
They sold out real quick. I was looking at
where was that for sale at?
Oh shoot, that was years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not even sure if I remember. But yeah. Yep. Dude, I've come on to channels where I'm just holding like a thing of creamer and I have like a blue headband
and nobody gets it. Nobody gets it.
No, everybody gets dude,
good,
it's too iconic, man.
It's too iconic, yeah.
It doesn't.
One of my favorite promos he ever did was when the promo started. He's standing there next to Mean Gene, and he's holding a small wastebasket. And Gene's looking at him like, "What's the deal with the wastebasket?" And he looks at the camera and he goes, "Tito Santana, you are nothing but trash." And then he like bumps it on, and he like punts it like with his hand off the screen. And I was just like, "That is great." I imagine Tito Santana's over on the side. Just
here we go.
Like
Tylox, we got a problem here, man.
Blue Hellion.
Well, anytime you want to come for it. And I do know for a fact that somebody who is 6'3" and who is 220 pounds will tap out to a crossface because that shit's real.
Dude, yeah, crippled crossface will mess you up.
A drunk guy tried to leave a party one time. He was hammered, and we were trying to get his keys from him, and people were trying to talk him out of it. And after about the third time of him saying, "If you don't get out from under the door, I'm going to move you," and he said it to my girlfriend. The next thing he knew, he was on the floor, and he was getting choked out. And he was just like, "Who is on me right now? Like, what happened?"
So you see like a spider monkey.
You see the nutritional facts here?
What? 100% meat, spice, juice.
Excitement, macho madness.
No boredom.
1000% snap.
No boredom in that package whatsoever.
Nice.
But yeah, this thing's pretty cool.
I loved the with the Young Rock show. I loved when they did Macho Man, and he's like working at the Sears, and he's just like he does the Sears opening. Next thing you know, he's all over the place working like. You don't work here, man.
The office linebacker. You remember that from the NFL spots? It was something Tate office linebacker. where it's a football player in a
Yeah, the
office
commercials.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things busted me up. That's what it reminds me of what Rob just said.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like whipping the office into shape, basically from the perspective of a football player, just tackling people when they like file things
You guys
wrong.
like carrying papers from the copier or something, and you just clobbers them. Yeah.
I'd be careful where you say things like that.
Yeah, Blue Hellion.
I think you're talking about a whole different thing.
Blue Hellions on a whole nother level in this conversation.
I'm not saying I don't have preparations for such a thing, but I'm just saying I don't usually do it to dudes. So
I've heard what they say: close your eyes and you can't tell the difference. Then
I mean, I'm pretty sure I could. when there's three things there that aren't normally there, I'm pretty sure I'll notice.
Hair.
You're thinking locally. I'm talking about globally. Oh man. Biggie Shack, I actually enjoyed the slot run too on ASM. I thought it was, I mean, that's where I started when I started pulling, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Some people might not have. Rob?
it
Wasn't
wasn't.
bad.
Yeah, I mean,
Wasn't Nick Spencer.
well, thank God.
Don't get Rob started.
As long as he didn't write any clone shit.
No, he just body swapped Doc Ock and Peter.
Yeah, that was kind of like annoying, but Superior Spider-Man was pretty good. So
yeah, I agree.
at least the standalone series toward the end.
Yeah.
Tylox likes the clone. That was the one you were collecting. What was it? Web of Spider-Man, and you is Ben Riley's his
Web of Scarlet Spider-Man.
Yeah, his art went through everything, and literally that's the funny part, because those are like the only ones where people were like, "You want these? Do you need these?" And I was like, "No, those are Ben Riley. I don't need those."
It's like I couldn't figure out how you were collecting that run, and
yeah, I'm just not. If it's got Ben Riley in it, I'm not getting it. I'm not wasting my money.
he's Chasm now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
that was the last book of the Spencer, or the last volume was that he got, after his brain is a little bit wonky from people drilling holes in his memories and stuff, and he's basically got no connection to the with absolute power, or with power comes great responsibility thing has been erased from him. Mm-hmm. And then he gets like under some like living polymer or something, and he comes out as Chasm, which is we assume at some point, basically, I think has, as long as it's not like we did this and now drop it, I think it has a potential to be very interesting, almost a la the way that Venom was when Venom first came out, because you had this suit that knew things about Peter that nobody else knew and could all these things. So now all of a sudden you're coming into a guy who literally has the exact same powers and everything else, has done things and knows everything about him, essentially, and can look like him and everything. So it has the potential to be a next level villain, or nemesis, even, as long as they don't eventually turn it back freaking anti-hero at some point.
At least better than.
I think I read somewhere that he's going to be an upcoming story arc. Like
he's going to have his own arc.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I mean, it's a great setup, and I think probably one of the most interesting things they've done with a clone ever. Because I hate the clones.
I hate clones. Period. That's such a cheap writing trick.
I like it in Miles. It works in Miles, but it doesn't work in Spider-Man.
I don't like the fact that first of all, cloning technology aside, these aren't necessarily comic books aren't always based in reality. But the concept that when you clone somebody, not only do they become instantly a full-grown adult, or what, but then stop the rapid aging instantly as soon as you get to the age of the current person, but that somehow they have all the same memories and everything.
That's the part that bothers me. They have the same
Yeah.
function of memories. It doesn't translate. And that's
it's like
Invincible did cloning properly, in my opinion. Because
I don't know. It's kind of you can't upload into a human brain. Right?
That's
so
fair.
even if you've grown it a full-grown thing and it comes out of the thing, guess what?
Yeah. Star Wars did the cloning where they had to be
That's fair.
They had accelerated aging, including beyond when they got to fighting styles. So they burned out quick. You had to go through education and training.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stuff to all this other stuff. So that's where they went.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing that I liked on Invincible was the paradox of they had died and recloned each other so many times that they didn't know who the original was anymore. Like they had lost entire concept of that. And it was like a battle to know who was the original.
That should be going on with the X-Men right now with all the cloning that they're doing and implanting the memories, but then we can make modifications to you as we read.
What is that?
As Gene sees fit, which is
right.
The Halloween issue disappointed me so bad because it was literally a book where it was literally a book where they basically said we don't even need an X-Men team. It can just be Jean Grey. She can take care of all this on her own. She doesn't need anybody else. She's OP as all get out. Why do we even have a team? And by the end of the book, I was literally like, why do we have a team? Why? Like, if this is the way the book went, then why do we have a team? Like,
I'm not a big X-Men person, so I'm not partial to them at all to begin with. But I was reading some of this bits when they had Hickman launch the stuff. But the most interesting thing that I saw of any of it really was having things like Shadowcat, about to get run over by a tank and phase through the tank, and then with like some grenades or something, and let go of the grenades in the tank as the tank passes through. You go, yeah,
there you go. The first issue when they rebooted it for no reason, the first issue was good because it was a new team and it showed them working together. And I was like, there you go, X book, working together. At the end of the day, the locals fed them barbecue because they saved their town. Great story, good to go. And then by issue 5, it's just like, we don't need a team. We just need Jean Grey. She's just, she is the team. Like, she dictates what happens, like who keeps their memories and who
stuff is just too convoluted for me. So
I would have liked to seen Hickman play out his 10-year plan that he had.
What was his 10-year plan?
He said that he had a decade's worth of material that he wanted to and then Marvel's like,
yeah, your shit's not selling, Slim. Sorry.
His problem is he had a 10-year plan. It would take 2 years to ramp up to get up to.
They should have. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Slow burns don't sell well.
Well, also the biggest problem is, and you saw it in what was it, Sword of X? Because I've been in and out of X-Men because I just absolutely hate it. And when I read the Sword of X run, right, swords, right? The guy that does blacksmithing. I should really like this, right? It should make sense. I should really dig this. Garbage. Absolute just one of the challenges was getting married. I'm like,
the coolest.
What are you writing about?
There's some cool covers in the X of Swords, though. That's the only thing that got me. But no, the storyline wasn't really there. Same with
they casted a sword. I'm like, that's just a Google search. Like you should have been able. That's just a simple search. You should have.
Dude, yeah, like that's what gets me. I totally agree with that, Joe. Like if you're gonna do these things, do a little bit of research and make it somewhat
That's
believable.
like me with Spider-Punk and any of the heavy metal books that come out. Like, if you have never been to a heavy metal concert, do not write dialogue for heavy metal people.
Yeah.
Like, and no punk show I've ever been to has anybody ever said the word fam unless in jest. Like so when I read Spider-Punk and he was like fam and homie, and I was like, they don't talk like that. This is like the only thing that was punk about it was every once in a while they would throw in a song title from the Misfits or from the Ramones.
Because that's your idea of punk. It was the Ramones.
And I was like, what'd you do? Just Google famous punk songs? Like it's a Black Flag song or I mean,
punk is a very diverse genre too. Like there's a lot. Like there's so many different what's the
subgenres?
Yeah,
subgenres.
So many different subgenres. And Evil Ernie, the Evil Ernie book that came out, the first issue, I was like, I think I'm pretty much done with this because
dude, you're not the first person to say that either.
He was supposed to be the lead singer for a heavy metal band, but he shows up to do karaoke.
Yeah.
He's got a smoking hot girlfriend, but he's a college going, good grade having, nice young man. And I was like, I was like, it's not impossible, but it doesn't happen a whole lot. And then
I've regarding Evil Ernie, how far did you go into the series, the newer one?
2 issues.
Okay. I was told that see, that's the shitty part. And this is kind of the paradox.
The end is what made it good.
Yeah, it got better apparently. Talking to fans, it got better. But why drag it out so that you alienate people in the first 3-4 issues?
Yeah, and in the first issue, the bartender who was heavily tatted and had rings all over her face, shoves her tongue down this young man's throat for good luck, and then he gets up to sing vocals with no band playing karaoke behind him, and everybody is totally into it. And I was like, Scott LaBelle has never been to a heavy metal show a day in his life. Couldn't have. There's no way. Like, he hasn't seen Metallica. You can look it online. Like, this is not.
It just takes going back to what Joe said. It just takes a little bit of research. So, what does blue versus red mean that Biggie said?
Oh, blue versus red is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. It's a Halo show that came out, but it was
no, I've seen it. Yeah, dude, that is so fun. I haven't finished it, but I'm like, it's old too. It's from
the seriousness of Halo and throws it out the window, and it makes it total camp, and I love every second.
So I'm at the part where they're still trying to protect the bunker or whatever, and
there's something going on over there, and it looks like it's a big deal. Nope, we stay in the bunker and we protect the bunker, but it looks like the world is ending over there. Doesn't matter, we stay in the bunker.
It's such a good fan. If anybody's into fan fiction, definitely check that out. It's so good.
Oh wait, he's like Blue Hellion versus Red Tylocks on Red McNeely.
You see, and I was thinking blue versus red was one pill makes you larger and the other makes you small.
You went straight to drugs and pills. That's kind of weird, Rob.
Or it could be the Matrix.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, the Matrix thing, but the whole
the blue pill makes me bigger. Yeah, does for me too every now and then.
and that's
not necessarily bigger, just last longer. But okay.
And that's
why I was going with the White Rabbit song, but whatever.
I was talking about Viagra.
I know exactly the thing. Insight. This is Bob. This is Bob's wife. She's a happy wife since Bob got in.
Poor Mark Martin.
Those were the greatest commercials ever.
Poor Mark Martin had to drive that Viagra car in a circle 1,000,000 times after he got that sponsorship. And I know he was sitting there in the pits just like, is it worth it? I just might as well retire now. It's
August 5th.
Well, at least once he got it, he could say it ain't easy. It's hard.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Is anybody going to C2E2? Apparently it's in less.
Nope. I got hit up. Comic Man Andy pinged me the other day. He's like, "Oh, hey, you going to C2E2? Is there a hangout? Are you guys doing another meal thing?" It's like, nope, I ain't gonna be there. So,
Biggie and Blue Hellion, I really wish that the Fridays I would have off were the Fridays that that the hunt happens, because I would totally love to make this happen. Matter of fact, I might hit up Tony and see if he can do a special Friday that I'm off edition. He can double up or something.
Yeah, why not? Skip a week and then have it, and then switch the schedule a little bit.
I mean, I don't want to ask too much of the man. It's his show, but you know what? I mean, the worst thing he can say is no. So
yeah, that's a good point.
I just put in for a maintenance job after only having 2 years of experience and no college degree, and they're like, "Really?" And I was like, "The worst you can tell me is no." That's kind of what I'm expecting to hear anyway. But I've worked on these machines before, and they're like, "Well, yeah, you have." When was the last time? When I was like 19 or 20, they're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Dude, it's air powered. It doesn't get any more. It air and tubing. It's. I mean, anything past that, you can teach me. I promise you."
Yeah, just making fittings for the pressure hosing is about it, really. Yeah.
Yep.
What kind of machinery is it? I'm sorry, actually.
It's a slitter.
Okay.
But it's pneumatic powered. The machine I worked on before was a cartoning machine. It was a machine that took Epsom salt cartons that we had to build out of another machine because that one didn't exist, and moved them to the line where we filled them up. But when the thing went down, I was on maintenance. So the senior maintenance guy took me under his wing and taught me all kinds of crap.
That's cool. I like machines.
Just generally.
Just generally.
Just in general. If
Well,
it was like
the way I look at it is this. Unless it's something major that has to be done to my vehicle, I usually do the work.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's that, plus 2 years of maintenance experience, plus I've been lockout, tag out trained everywhere I've ever worked. You know, the only thing I'm missing is 2 years of college, and the way I look at it is you can teach me this stuff. I don't need to go into debt for it.
Dude, just go get a degree in glass blowing. That takes 2 years. It's a degree. They don't really care.
I wonder if there's a degree in comic books. I'll do a 2-year degree in that, and then I have a 2-year degree.
Yeah, it's called creative writing.
2-year degree at a community college. You can get an AA at a community college. You don't need to go into debt.
This is my weekend off, so I'm off tonight, tomorrow night, and then Sunday night, and then next weekend I have to work. So
do you guys know that my official degree was basically in social media? Like that I went to San Diego State, and it was journalism with an emphasis in media studies. And one of my classes was Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Yeah.
And I'm dead serious. Like that's an actual like legitimate degree.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing you said was you went to San Diego State, so like you probably really good at keg stands. And
dude.
He also said that he majored in journalism, which is a dead freaking.
Oh, absolutely. I was gonna go into broadcast journalists, and then I realized how corrupt it was. Like they literally want you to lie. And I was just like, nah, I'm not about that.
Yeah. The only thing you could do that wouldn't technically be lying was you could go into sports broadcast journalism, and I would listen to every game that you fucking announced.
Dude, that would be fun as hell.
He's like learning terminology on the fly. He was like, yeah, that guy hit that guy. And he was like, the defensive lineman came around the outside.
I got to be honest.
That's what I said.
Tony Romo is my favorite broadcast announcer of freaking sports, because he just calls the plays.
Yeah.
Major didn't. There you go, Flo.
I was gonna say Flo, but let me ask you this: would you deny that journalism, as it has been taught, versus what it is today, is essentially non-connected? I mean, I had a minor in journalism. I was a radio, television, and film major.
Oh yeah. No, you're well versed in it.
With an emphasis in journalism, and everything that I've ever learned in any of that stuff is non-applicable to today's world, pretty much.
Absolutely. Well, that's why I had the social media classes.
Right. I mean,
I had a friend who majored in journalism, and now she works for the Spectrum Cable Company, working in their office. And
I mean, look at dude, I'm a freaking plumber, man. Like,
look, there's 3 people who write newspaper articles anymore, and that's about it, right? For all the world, every newspaper, every local paper, it's not ever since deregulation of in the 80s of the newspaper industry that allowed for people to own more than one paper within a market. You know, San Francisco Bay Area used to have 15 different papers with 15 different owners. That was 15 different voices and stuff. And you had different journalism staffs and everything else. Now, what we have is we have 14 papers all owned by one person or one company that puts out 90% of their paper is stuff that they pull off of Reuters or the LA Times or the New York Times that they reprint. And the only local staff is like the local sports beat and the guy who writes about traffic. You know, the rest of the stuff.
Exactly what Lefty says.
Yeah. So it's
62 Lefty Blues.
Mm-hmm.
He's a southpaw.
Yeah.
It's
It's
the
just
same
unfortunate
thing with the music industry. Frank Zappa said years ago that the guys who used to run the music industry were cigar chomping dudes who didn't know anything that was popular. So they would sign you to like a 2-record deal just to see what stuck to the wall. And now you've got people who are going to be in the music industry, which they are now, who know it all and they know what's cool and what's hip. And if it's not that, you're not getting signed. Period. You might as well do it all by yourself.
That's also, again, the same thing happens with newspaper. All this stuff from newspapers to radios and televisions in the 80s when there was when they deregulated it and allowed these the loss of the diversification of the voices gave birth to the rise of these mega media companies, where because before you used to be able to only own one TV station, one radio station, and one newspaper within a given market. Now that's all gone, and you can own whatever you want. And so now you have, again, most of your stations, radio stations, for example, are this is a blanky, custom wave station, radio station, whatever. And they program stuff out of a central location and play it. And maybe you might have a few things that are done with local DJs, but the local DJs are for the most part just doing some voiceover work. They're recording their segments and it's all on a can. They're not half the time. They're not actually in the radio station anymore. And there's just a board op who's sitting there making sure that play the DJ pre-recorded sound bites with the particular songs, whatever segue they want to do. And that's that. So you get these very uniform, mass-produced, stations that are formatted to play the music that will appeal to the most people possible, and that's what you get from these sort of things. And as a result, the the music industry, the people who are, doing that stuff, they're commercially successful music. They have a formula essentially that's what they want to put into, right? And it's only those that are able to do well through other media, or the surprises that come up all of a sudden become a sensation on Spotify or something, or iTunes or whatever. But even those become gatekeepers unto themselves. People on how easy it is to find this stuff.
Well, look at Nickelback. They've done the same album 4 times. Same song.
AC/DC's done it 27 times. Whatever.
AC/DC actually used the same chords. They just played in different time signatures. But Nickelback, all of their songs are the exact same time signatures, and most of them are the same chords. So they literally dumbed it down even more and was just like, we're going to play the same song, just different lyrics.
Tylox, let's say
I have
that
a
you...
stupid question. Hold on one second. Because
it.
he used a term and I don't understand the term. What is a time signature? What is that?
3/4 for a time signature.
So they follow the same beat and tempo?
Yeah, beat and tempo.
Okay. I've never heard that before. I just wanted to clarify.
Tylox, let's say that you have a number 1 hit, right?
Yeah.
And it would you keep going to that well, or do you play the shit that you actually want to do?
When we did it in my band, the same well got we literally had to call people out and be like, "You're doing the same thing over and over again." And we wouldn't allow it because that allows your creative juices to get stuck in one spot, and then if you do that and you never grow, then you never get better. You never do anything extraordinary.
Okay. Then I'd say that Nickelback did the repetition.
At the same time, if I was on stage and they were playing the same time signature every single song, I would lose my absolute mind. I would lose my mind. It would drive me insane to where I'm just like, it's the same song.
It's
certain songs-
2 hours of playing the same.
Yeah, it would drive me insane, and it would drive them insane too. That's why I got to give my old band props. We didn't do anything the easy way or the hard way. Yeah, there were certain songs that people liked better than others, but we would take the bad songs and ram them down people's throats until they either liked it or they're just like, all right, yeah, we're here till you get to the one that we like.
Cool. Yeah. Well, that's a.
We did the Vince McMahon School of Music, where we're gonna ram it down your throat until you like it, and if you don't, go home.
But let's say that they're the opposite side of the spectrum is the people that they have a one-hit wonder basically, but then they have a bunch of other passion projects. Nobody really knows them, and they're forced to have like a 15-minute version of their popular song at their live show, and then they just play like the stuff that they're passionate
Or
about.
you do what Al Jurgens does, which is become a member of 27 different bands for each different passion project, and so
that works.
And so you just come out and do a bunch of different sets. And
how many bands has Les Claypool been in? And none of them sound like Promise.
Right.
There you go.
The only band that sounds like Promise is Promise, but then you've got Frog Brigade, you've got all these. He's got like 7 projects, and none of them sound the same because he would lose his absolute mind.
And I think if Al Jurgens, and I think if I can't remember how many freaking side projects that man has, he's just so many. It's ridiculous. Let me see if I can even find it.
I love diversity with musicians, man. Maynard James Keenan has been in like 4 bands, and all of them sound completely different. Like, I mean, he's done songs with Tori Amos. He's done songs with Isaac Hayes. Lovage was basically Isaac Hayes, Mike Patton, Tori Amos, and Maynard James Keenan. And it was like a super group, and they hired musicians to play.
Wikipedia is only listing a couple of them. Interesting.
Yeah.
We're listing Ministry, the Revolting Cocks.
Those are his 2 major ones.
Yeah.
He's done so much stuff.
Lard. Worked with Skinny Puppy. Worked with frickin' My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult. These are all my wheelhouse bands right there, man. Because this is the industrial stuff. That was like
KMFDM.
Oh, my man! They had a side project too.
You said my man.
KMFDM is one of my favorite bands of all time, dude.
Yeah.
Of course, the band. There's so many different iterations of the band unto itself too, because the membership changes.
Mm-hmm.
But they had a side project called Excessive Force.
Yeah.
Too, which was great.
I don't know if you be into this because it's in that genre, but it's kind of not. There was a band called Mindless Self-Indulgence, and
Never heard that one. No.
They're really weird, man. They're really they're industrial, but they're also kind of like EDM. But at the same time, the vocals are so avant-garde, it makes no sense.
It's industrial is such a broad stroke of what falls into it, from the from electronic bands to noise bands to freaking the metal industrial to the synth to just so much stuff. Is crazy.
Oh man.
What about that hardcore Dave Matthews? I'm just saying. All the ants are marching.
A little post-punk goth industrial rock.
Yeah. I do like Dave Matthews' drummer. His drummer is
Carter Beauford, man.
He's insanely talented. Insanely. I would love to see like a drum off between him and Dana Carey.
All those guys were from different genres. The bass player's a big metal fan. I think the drummer was in a jazz band.
Yeah,
the violin player was actually classically trained.
So Tylox, did you ever hear the story of how KMFDM came to be called KMFDM?
I've heard it, but it's been so long ago since I heard it.
Yeah, so the real story was because everybody goes, well, what does it stand for, right? And you'd always get the kill Mother Depeche Mode or kill Kylie Minogue and stuff like that. But it was really, it's kein Mehrheitsfest, right? It's no pity for the majority. And but Raymond Watts, most of the band was from Germany, and then Raymond Watts was from England, and he couldn't pronounce the name of the band. and so he just started calling it KMFDM, and that's what it became.
Yeah,
because he couldn't pronounce it.
They even did a side project one time where it was MDFMK. Where
Well,
they
that was
literally
so
just named-
MDFMK came about because that was when they left shortly after they left Wax Tracks and stuff, and there was a
thing.
dispute over the
Yeah.
name, so they reversed it and used MFDMK, whatever the hell it was, the reverse for a short bit until Sasha was able to regain rights to the band name.
Yeah, I found that band when I was, how old was I when Scott introduced me to that band? He introduced me to that band when I was like 12.
What was the first album you got introduced to on that one?
Oh God, I think it was KMFDM Sucks,
Yeah, okay.
I think that was the first one I heard.
Sucks was a great one.
And they literally the one word titles, which is hilarious.
Everything was five letters for the longest time. Everything was not only one word, but it had to be no more than 5 characters.
Which shows how much Gene Simmons knows, because he was originally going to do that with Kiss, and like he said, the first Kiss album was going to be called Kiss My Ass, and the record label was like, probably not going to sell too well, and he was like, so he like changed the it was going to be Kiss My Ass, Kiss this, and Kiss that, and that's the theme that the band was going to use. And
Angst was I think it was the first album I had heard from KMFDM was Angst. Was like,
oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, and then that just sped into, you had a series of great ones there, because then you had Angst, you had Nihil, and then you had Extort, and then you had the Symbols album, and it was just one banger after another after another. And that was a very heavy guitar metal industrial period for them. Just absolutely insane.
I can't choose between Ozzy and Dio. I would say this: Ozzy was a better showman. Dio had a better voice.
I've seen them both a billion times when I worked for the rock stations out here. I love Ozzy. Ozzy was my first song, our first dance, me and my wife, where it was an Ozzy Osbourne song. I Just Want You.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I've seen Ozzy open for Black Sabbath, watching Ozzy do a double set, which is great. But I've also seen Dio like at a nightclub doing 4 nights in a row, that by the 4th night, I was like, oh, hey, if you guys need a replacement, tag me in. I know the set. I'm good.
I went to go see them when they were Heaven and Hell. They couldn't use the Black Sabbath name, but it was all the guys from that era of Sabbath, so they called themselves Heaven and Hell. And I was lucky I got to see that when I did.
Yeah, but Sabbath was so far ahead of its time when it comes to metal.
That is my favorite band of all. Well, I think it's a tie between two. It's a tie between Black Sabbath, who I think everybody would be like, that's not shocking, and Manowar. Because Manowar is the campiest, most old school metal. Like, their stories are completely over the top and got to be fake, but they're the most metal sounding things you've ever heard. Like, originally the story, according to the bass player for Manowar, was he was a pyro and bass tech for Sabbath on one of their tours, which is true. But they said, they're calling us heavy metal, and you guys are kind of heavy, but you're not really metal per se. I wouldn't call what you do metal. And they're like, fine, if you think you can do it better, you go do it better. So after the end of that tour, he came back to New York, and he found 4 dudes, and he was like, this is the kind of stuff I want to play. They just started playing like everywhere, anywhere, this, that, and the other. And ever since then, it's been a machismo camp trip. And I just can't get enough of it. It's ridiculous. Like, if you are in Manowar, you have to like be in shape and not wear a shirt and be ripped and like, try to bed as many women as you can possibly bed without dying of AIDS. Like, I mean, it's the whole 9 yards to the extreme, and it's hilarious.
To the extreme, you can rock the mic like a vandal.
Oh man.
Man, I'm tired of this clickbaity shit. Sorry.
What do you think?
That's all of journalism these days, right?
Yeah.
Is clickbait titles to get you to read something and then you can only read like 2 paragraphs of it before it's behind a paywall and
Right.
it has 14 ads that pop up running over it. And you can't. They have an X that you're supposed to click to be able to click, but even though the X is this big, it's only got 1 pixel that's actually functions, and so you're clicking on that X 17 times trying to find the 1 pixel so you can close out the freaking pop-up window. Yeah, no, that shit drives me crazy. All right, kids. Well, I know it's we've been running strong now for a while. Thank you to Tylox for bailing me out first thing this morning when 10 minutes in, and I was doing the solo act and I was running out of boring stuff to say. I got another meeting that's coming up and I got to start focusing on work. I've been on the clock for 4 hours now, so I've been doing some stuff here on the side, but it is what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up for everyone here. So thank you all for coming up. I was hoping Tyler would come back to hear me thank him. Maybe he's in earshot. I don't know. So Tylox, thank you very much for coming on this morning and bailing me out on my own, and everyone else who's showed up and everyone in the chat. I want to remind everybody that we are Legion. Get your loyalty badges, join a membership. It's open. Don't forget BTC is your source for all kinds of things. And he likes Justin's comics and cleaning and pressing. $10. Use code We Are Legion. We've paid the bills again. And with that, everybody, thank you again for coming on out. And don't forget whatever Mark says, something about, we are fucking Legion. I don't know. All right, guys. Hasta la pasta. Vaya con queso.